Okay, well that's retarded. So I didn't... fuck, I don't know why the fuck. Doing a new... starting a new stream doesn't auto...
the ultimate aim of combat. That sequence of perfectly timed
doesn't auto do shit.
Victory, and because it'll feel like victory, it'll look that way, like nothing else ever could. Which presumably was the idea in Arkham. Intrinsic motivation.
The Horde versus Horde? What the fuck?
Look cool teaches you the best way to play without...
But yeah, for whatever reason... Okay, I could have it do an auto stop. Yes, enable auto stop. Why the fuck didn't it... I don't understand this. Starting a new stream should be a little fucking easier than that. Or I should at least remember the basic fucking settings when you have them there, but... Fucking whatever. Anyway, hey, Sweet. Hey, FBI. Hey, Jake. How are y'all doing tonight? Yeah, at least we took them. Kind of. Yeah, you're doing good tonight. Good. Glad you're doing good tonight. Kind of bored myself. I hardly ever do PvP, so I'm gonna really suck at this. But today was your sister's birthday. Oh, that's nice. Good for her. I guess if she's the kind of person that likes birthdays, then yeah, good for her. But today you hung out with friends. That's pretty nice. It's not too bad. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they fucked me up. Switch that out. Because that's going to do me nothing. So.
Without having to say a word.
All right.
Understanding how we got here can only be his initial pitch. A rhythm.
I guess that'll...
And yes,
that should be loud or soft
as
enough.
You'd have to fight to the music, like Guitar Hero, if you...
Yeah, it's soft enough. My voice should come out way louder than that.
Of the fight itself. Get yourself up to pace and keep it.
Really, she's 14. That's okay. Acts like she's 10.
If you want to be the Batman,
well,
serious, more believable
that's a parenting issue. Oh, they killed me. Fuck.
No bombastic bashing like Web of Shadows, and to work with that, the corpse of rhythm could help tie complex fighting techniques to a single button.
Yeah.
One for attack, one for defense. How better to speak to the sense that Batman has long since mastered the art of combat than contrasting brilliance with simplicity. How better to compound on that than by making defense look like an attack. Believable, and yet again reflective that Batman is in total control. For you, though, there's no need to create an impression. Simplicity and control creates remarkable accessibility for a system so...
I mean, I ain't gonna...
If you want to make an unproven genre sell
I'm dead anyway.
Buyers, you might not want to scare them off with Satan might sob, as we know from action games alike. Powerful characters in video games are always balanced by powerful enemies, which in Arkham is a matter of numbers. With a
but even the devil is confused.
Utterly outnumbered, you can create a reasonable
good.
Challenge
That's the one motherfucker that should be confused.
How does the phrase go? It really makes you forging on from the combat trials in intensive care. You'll be elegantly introduced.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. The devil's kind of cool.
Where many games
devil gets a bad rap half the fucking time.
Tutorials, Arkham aptly contextualizes stealth with a believable encounter against
half the time. Most of the time, the devil's a dick.
Guards from toxic gas. You move in quick succession, putting out one fire.
Hey, everybody's got fucking PvP gear.
To breathe, you're already choking. That's the idea.
I don't have shit. I actually got to gear up. We're on the Alliance side for whatever fucking reason. Oh yeah, we lose. We're fucking... What the fuck?
Pace builds a palpable sense of emergency.
Are they a
Now,
fucking pre-made?
it's something so
What the
much more.
fuck?
Oh, you look nervous. Is it
How
the
do I
art
check?
style? You want to know how they got it? It's grey. It's also brown, which makes it very 2009.
Really?
And yet, amongst the gears
Dude,
of wars and
fuck
Call of
these
Duties of the
assholes.
world,
They're actually...
Arkham Asylum manages to look
God damn.
absolutely mesmerizing 11
Fuck
years
these pieces
later,
of shit.
where its contemporaries now look like vomit on a screen. In the same way you can
Yeah,
tell
66% done. Okay, cool. Cool story, bro.
Art Decosville. Batman's is, of course, also Art Deco. And Gothic too. Rocksteady's goal was to combine the comic book style with realism. That meant Gothic extravagance, but believable texture and detail. They nailed the graphics, but it's the art that sells it. Out here we can see the touch of Lovecraft. A dummy, thick moon drenched in saturated green. Madness and ancient power are the themes of Bloodborne. Batman brought them into that same moonlight, with its own eldritch tablets.
Yeah, you haven't been able to watch my streams
the
much.
asylum was to be as mad as
Yeah,
those who
I've
commit
noticed
houses.
that.
So, come to Arkham West.
But that's
and enter
fine.
The penitentiary, swarms of beasts.
Real life matters more than a fucking stream, so...
drowning out all but the oppressive music. The inspiration
I'm
for
not
this place came from a
surprised.
single question. What if Twitter was a place? That's a yikes from me. In Arkham North, intensive treatment displays Victorian architecture. The industrialism is imbued with horror inside. A gaping mechanical beast.
Yeah, I'm already queued for that.
Even the doors have spines. In
You just gotta
Arkham East,
fucking wait.
The mansion is distinctly Gothic. Vast halls, gargoyles, lightning. After Ivy's had her way with it, the red-green color contrast combined with the depth of field puts this game in every frame a painting territory. But why? Why Gothic? For the Batman historian, there's plenty to say in answer. But in Arkham, you shouldn't forget what Gothic architecture was designed to do. The Basilica of Saint Denis is a familiar face for regular viewers of the channel, but what they might not know is that this is where Gothic truly began.
Yeah, you're busy with
Spires
school
that
and
reach into the
basketball.
sky,
Yeah,
vast
I
windows,
figure, yeah.
perfect archways, flying buttresses and lines of holy statues all served a purpose.
I mean, that's
to
good.
evoke ethereality, to speak to something greater. It doesn't have to be God.
Okay, we got
It
the
could just
Horde
as easily
side.
be the devil. Perhaps something eldritch. Much of the power of Gothic architecture comes from its mathematical perfectionism, but the horror-oriented twists on it sometimes like to twist in more ways than one. They take the James Charles approach, because absolutely nothing here is straight.
The
The
last
designers
tournament
were
is on
so opposed
Saturday.
to symmetry,
Okay,
they
cool.
even
Cool
integrate
story, bro.
crooked edges into the trees. The holy becomes demonic. It's no coincidence Gothic art is often accompanied by the deep chants of a choir. It's no coincidence that exact voice is what defines the soundtrack of Arkham Asylum. And neither is it a coincidence. The statues of divinity that compose the Gothic style, service, a symbol of worship.
Yeah.
The Caped Crusader is a rather unsubtle
This is a video about
is Batman's symbolic nature. As
about
his best
Batman,
writers,
yeah.
Arkham's creative
You might
director
use
and Wayne himself
Unity footage,
understand,
but
Batman is a symbolic embodiment of the
But
idea
yeah, it's
of
just
human
mostly
willpower. In that,
supposed to be
contains an
Batman.
appeal and a power that almost no other superhero does. Rocksteady understand exactly what Batman is, and Arkham Asylum is his home. Its atmosphere is so thick you have to swim through it, and that bewitchment is addicting. You might worry, depressing too, but only in the most charming ways. Arkham elegantly interweaves moments of levity, like the Joker, whose constant commentary follows you nearly everywhere.
1
and his
minute.
movies. Harley's a fun time, but it's his thugs who take the cake. They're written in a distinctly comedic fashion, almost spitting images of Harv and Marv. Somewhat self-aware criminals
Alright, well,
reveling in
I'll
their
catch you
own
later then,
stupidity.
FBI. You take it easy, dude. Do well at school, I guess. But yeah, you would have expected Syndicate, because that's the closest the Arkham games have. Well, you probably could use Syndicate as well.
Arriving at the mansion for the first time
It's all
is quite a
Assassin's
trip.
Creed.
You can hear those same thugs talking.
He's gonna use
smack
one,
when
he
you
might
bring
use the
another
other.
in too. But for now, we got to get to the medical facility, all the way over in Arkham West again.
Yeah,
Of
they're
the
gonna get
5
fucked over
buildings,
there.
Only one is visited any less than twice. You'll be heading between them routinely. Backtracking sounds like a bore. Doesn't play like one though. It may miss its potential, as we'll come to see. But despite the
Yeah, we're gonna
inevitably
get
repetitive
fucked again.
nature of traversing the asylum time and time again, Rocksteady reflect the state of the story in the asylum itself. Announcements from the Joker continually entertain, but nothing is predictable as the stakes raise from fists to guns to Redditors all the way up to snipers and plants that completely
Why the
change
fuck?
how you tackle the journey. You thought you were the only
I
one
know there's a
who could
rogue
learn
around
the
here
strength
somewhere.
to escape Jeffrey Jokestein's private island, and now I'm gonna tell everyone who was on his flight log. Nothing could punctuate progression more than the island undergoing such profound visual and mechanical changes.
Shit, they're over
From
here.
Ordnance to the Green Party's hentai of choice, Arkham's madness bleeds into stark reality before the night is done. Well, here we are.
That's hit combos and a grappling hook. Well, okay.
Wouldn't you like
I mean, not sure
There
that
are three
really
doctors to
matters.
rescue in the medical facility. Dr. Young, Dr. Chen, and Dr. Kellerman. 3 colors on the floor lead to each of the 3 wings. Darkseid is
I mean, I
found
guess it
having
didn't since he
PTSD
used
flashbacks
Unity
because
footage,
we know
so-
this setup only leads to shameless padding. But not here. Asylum provides a surprise in all of them.
Well,
For
is
one, it's a
anyone
trap.
gonna
In
fucking
another, a room choked in toxins
group
you have to
up on
pump out.
anyone?
And then
What are we
an
gonna do?
explosive gel pentagon.
We just gonna be dumb about
Every one
this?
is contextualized by the Joker, and every journey
'Cause I don't
has
know
a
what the fuck
different
I'm doing.
surprise. Sharp satirical advertisement, or a knifeman popping out of a present.
Well, fucking
Excellent
Pally runs in here. What are they gonna do?
contextualization,
Actually protect
repetition
me?
failing to be
They're gonna do
repetitive,
something to
making
help me here?
backtracking taken care
What are they gonna
of.
do?
Arkham Asylum just will not let you get bored, whatever the route. We've
Someone
seen it
actually gonna
before,
heal me?
We're gonna see it happen time and time again tonight. Incidentally, the medical facility was another Victorian inspiration, a call back to the horrors of 19th century medicine. Bars on the windows, white tiles, and cruel doctors. Madness bleeds through
I'm
these
getting a little
apartments.
healed.
Enjoy the sight while it lasts. Detective mode is a household name, kinda like how Dark Souls is. In many ways celebrating the achievements of
I'll
something that
fucking
came
stutter.
before. This is Eagle Vision, and in the asylum there's a very good chance you're putting yourself at a varying degree of disadvantage if you're ever not using it. You need it to follow trails.
Jesus
you're going to use
Christ.
it to find collectibles, and it's an obvious choice against armed enemies.
Just
Trouble is,
fucking
where Eagle Vision
every
has some
time.
level of beauty to it, Detective
Okay,
Mode
finally
reduces
one's
the
dead.
asylum from a painting to a programming window. Would you rather look at this or this? It claws at the soul of the game, and it smites half the reason you have to explore it. Oh, it'll make finding everything easier, but isn't part of the joy of exploration seeing it too? Uninterrupted. Often in games, very little can be interacted with, and yet
Yeah, you're running away
exploration
from me now,
that requires
bitch.
both interaction
That's
and
what you get.
uncertainty is
The hell?
encouraged all the same. Visual consistencies
Fucking
are the obvious choice
Judgment
to
of
keep you on the
Justice. I
right
love that
track,
shit.
but that comes
They never
with
know how to
artistic
react to it.
disadvantages. Why is every climbable surface painted white? When there are only some such color in detective mode, you avoid the problem, ironic as that may be. But after having secured believable visual coherency, detective mode makes it pointless by covering it up. So why is it here at all? Well, you'll surely have to ask the same question
Okay,
of
I'll
Tomb
put
Raider,
pressure.
Shadow of Mordor, and Witcher 3, just to name a few. The answer is the same every time.
Pressure
It's
on the
an
healer.
accelerant. Finding a trail of hooves or cigarette breath is unlikely to create interesting choices within any pre-existing gameplay system. And so, free of the frustrations of a forced animation or cutscene, the process is
That just seems to make the healer
believably
better. What the fuck?
contextualized by a character's skill, supernatural ability, or technology. Detective mode was a first in that sense, but it was only following Eagle Vision's footsteps to apply the same accelerationism to stealth. All stealth encounters cyclically contain information phases.
They're literally
planning
doing better
phases,
with
and
me
execution phases,
attacking
where
them
from
than
the
they-
player's perspective, each is ideally as distinct as possible, but can intertwine spontaneously if execution goes wrong or new information is presented. This process is crystal clear in Arkham, and as is typical,
Oh,
the
yeah.
interesting choices are usually made in planning. The button skill is tested in execution.
Okay, I'm dead.
Huh. What skill is tested in the information phase? Very few games made this an engaging process at all. Ghost Recon's drone is used the same way in the first encounter
bro, I'm
as
dead.
the 2000th. For most Ubisoft games, the information phase contributes nothing but immersion. Metal Gear Solid 5 is an example of a game that breaks this mold, as interrogations have you make choices and can
I'm
reveal
dead.
objects you are unlikely to have seen before. There's no drone
Okay.
in this game for a reason. Deus Ex is another
So
example.
what was the point of me
Through
even
RPG
bothering to
mechanics,
attack the
secrets can be
fucking
revealed,
healer if
security
nobody else is
systems
gonna
can be
fucking bother?
warned, and obstacles can be turned off before you even
That
step
was so
inside.
pointless then.
Arkham isn't an RPG, nor does it have the wide
Everyone else
playing
is gonna be
field
fucking
Metal Gear Solid
retarded and
5
just
would.
die.
In a single room,
Like,
interrogations
Jesus.
would seem rather pointless. And in every game you see detective mode, What do you find?
No, can't go over there.
That includes small-scale encounter zones within a larger open world. When the information
I mean, they're gonna
is
fucking win. It's got a 4-1.
choices, the tedium of
Like,
scouting
goddamn.
is skipped with mechanical
Where's the healer at?
contextualized omniscience, acceleration. That is why this game has detective mode. Because stealth for Batman is tight. Uniquely so too. Predator is yet another one of Rocksteady's brilliant innovations. And though it may look a few dance moves away from a glow-in-the-dark skeleton shitpost, it certainly plays the part. A simple description of
what the
Predator
fuck?
includes the words verticality and stakes. Every arena has a high ceiling, gargoyles from which to hang, and multiple levels of elevation.
They actually
where the
managed to
thugs
buy the
lie.
Metal Gear
If you're
Solid
detected,
Definitive
death
Edition.
is likely. Your only option is to quickly
that'll be
disable
nice.
the opponent if he's alone and
As long as you can
close.
get
But if
past
there
that
are
opening
multiple lines of fire, it's
20-hour
over
fucking
without a quick
hospital
escape.
scene.
That's what the gargoyles are there for. That
You can manage
places
to
hang or
bore
hide
your
from.
way
With
through that
arenas
one.
like this, swooping
Once you
down
finally
from the
get into that
darkness
open
above
world, that's
creates a
gonna be some fun
distinctly
shit.
bat-like sense. But more importantly, a believable reaction in your
Okay,
enemies.
I won't go over there then.
Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents
Go up here
to
and
the
fail.
uninitiated as their numbers trickle down one by one. And every
But yeah, that
shadow
should
or
be pretty
unchecked
fun.
corner could cloak the beast that takes them. They do the rational thing. They fear, and in their terror they turn to the herd for protection. These are violently immersive, distinct AI changes, coincidentally coined the escalation mechanic. For us, escalation is more than just immersion. When
Okay, well,
everyone's huddled together, explosive
it won't
jumps
be a
suddenly
problem for a
becomes
minute.
much wiser choice. That's
Oh, it was
interesting.
on sale
In
for
nearly
$4.
every
Ah,
complimentary take I watch or read,
well, that's
authors
not too
praise
bad
the
then.
way
$4
Predator
is pretty cheap
encourages
for that.
complex planning ability.
I'd
The
pay
footage
$4
strategy
for it again.
used to back that up is a trap with
If
the
I was gonna
explosive
pay
jump.
for it again.
Not unreasonable. You can use sonic batarangs to lure enemies into place, and if they're wearing suicide collars, anyone you take out acts in
Of
the
course,
same
come
way.
on.
Of course, that means you should lace their
Full
bodies with
6
high
fucking
explosives,
seconds.
because we wouldn't want to kill anyone now, would we?
Fucking
You could
fear.
even go so far as to lure someone
God
next
damn.
to a railing and pull them off. Which, incidentally, is how I met my wife. Wouldn't call it a complex plan, or any of them, but reward is proportional to risk, and if you're
Yeah, let's
discovered
focus on
setting
yourself,
these up,
bitch.
that risk is often death. Executing plans feels incredible that way. Intricate or not. I only have one question. Where is Harvard? Sorry. The question is why. Undoubtedly, there is the odd occasion where a sonic batarang is worth your while, and if you have the time to rig Tony Toblerone's ribcage with 20 kilotons of TNT,
Fucking hell,
you should
goddamn.
always do so. But you can't extrapolate a representative experience from the top 1% of instances, and nothing's going to change the fact that gargoyles, inverted takedowns, and silent
V-script is
stragglers
squirrel
are
language.
the least
I don't know what
risky,
squirrel
and yet
language is.
most effective strategies.
So
Low risk,
that doesn't
high
make any
reward.
sense.
The formula for an easy exploit.
Is that good or
So
good or
easy, in
bad?
fact, that I doubt most people even realized how ridiculous it is until the game decided to tell you. Around 3/4 of the way in, Joker rigs the gargoyles to blow, and following this encounter, Predator arenas start including far fewer gargoyles at a baseline. Rocksteady want you to know
it actually came with
what
ground
they
zeros too.
encouraged you to miss, and
That's
it's not
pretty good.
just complex plans. More so, it's the majesty
Don't have
of
to
the
actually
level design
fucking-
itself. You'll notice
Don't have to
the
pay
impact
extra
when
for
you
it now.
Traversal becomes a considered process because the path
What
remains
the
being is
fuck?
unstrung throughout complexly changing sightlines as enemies patrol between several layers of verticality. Escape becomes a
Fine.
concept beyond pressing the grapple button. You'll need
Ugh.
a edge because that suicide collar is going to bring
Now an
everyone
EDP
down
got
on
caught
you
with
almost
another girl.
immediately. The
Well, I'm
route
not
you choose
surprised.
will have consequences
I ain't fucking
through
surprised at that.
opportunities and obstacles. Greats
Of course
become
EDP is gonna
genuinely
get caught
useful
with
for
another
unseen
girl. That's all he
traversal.
fucking knows how
Next,
to
a
do.
similar effect. Complex plans
Did he actually get caught
worthwhile
with another
plans.
girl, or
That is the
get caught
formula for
trying to
death.
see another
So
girl?
why is it just a gimmick? When you're shimmying on the side of a railing to remain unseen like in Splinter Cell,
Anyway, how are you
can
doing
only
tonight,
wonder how
Mouse?
Rocksteady ever thought they could design so much but
And
give so
we're
little
watching
reason to use it. Without question, gargoyle use should have been without
Batman Arkham
consequence
Asylum
twice
12 years
per
later.
encounter at most, with every time subsequently triggering the bomb. They
That's
were
what we're
reduced
watching.
to consumable resets instead of a safe space to hide from both the thugs and the depth itself. But you can see why Rocksteady might have been reluctant. Predator is almost an entirely standard stealth sandbox, where the almost is accounted for by all emphasis being placed on what's new. Glide kicks, gargoyles,
They got
and
caught
inverted
with a
takedowns
17-year-old.
create the sense of
What
Batman, and you'll
state?
consistently feel it because it's the
It's
best
depending on the
strategy
state
by
that's
far.
legal, and
That's
there's
why
nothing
no
anyone can do
gargoyles
about
is
that.
just
So
a
which
because
state?
Predator had to make you become the Batman, and in doing so, it betrays itself. A shot to the foot. But this is not a suicide. Even today, when the
Yeah, get
novelty
caught
of
with his
brilliant
cupcake.
innovation has long since worn off, Arkham's
Yeah,
stealth remains a
he'd eat
deeply
his fucking
immersive,
cupcakes
satisfying experience.
the minute
It's
he got 'em,
uniquely earned its
apparently.
title. predator. This is the only horror game where you are the monster. Oh Jesus, fuck, shit. Alright, maybe it's both. After having told the doctors to calm down because now isn't the time for fear, it came later. Don't be surprised. I told you Arkham Asylum does not let itself get boring. Be scared. For now, we face Scarecrow, his shadow cast on the wall, scuttling while sanity escapes the inmates' skulls. Demonic voices, Batman's parents dead, tormenting Bruce for not being man enough to save them. Rocksteady don't make horror games, but they hit all the right notes for a compelling 5-minute portrayal of Scarecrow and an emotional window into the caverns of Batman's mind. Alright, I'm putting the word out. 500 grand for the Crow dead.
Yeah, you ain't running nowhere. Die. There you go.
As a boss fight, Scarecrow takes an unconventional approach.
Now you.
There's nothing to punch here. Rather, the test is of timing and of patience. A glimpse is all it'll take for Crane to giantess fetish you without the happy ending. Each move you make becomes more complex and harder to fit in the time window as you creep through the ring. Items will be
Of course, just fear me,
progressively
because that's
in
all
shallow but
fucking...
novel ways, following their explosive introduction.
Of course, that's all they're gonna do is fear me.
Whip around so suddenly. You're expected to think on your feet.
Oh, you got caught
and
with
that
a
maximizes
group
the
of
immersion
teenagers.
and the
Well,
tension both. Almost
still, again,
always
depending on the
on
state,
fear.
it could just be
Sounds
legal.
like a pretty smart way to pull off Scarecrow if you ask me. But this is just the symptom of a much larger philosophy. To portray every villain as such
Yeah,
that their
exactly.
presence
So
in
he
the
could.
story
That
and
all
the
could be,
gameplay is
unfortunately,
believable.
legal.
At a baseline, notice the absence of Mr. Freeze. Though originally intended, it was decided his presence simply wouldn't fit with the asylum. Why would Freeze help
Fuck it.
Joker? And if he
Kill
wouldn't
me.
associate with Ivy either, what reason would he have to go after Batman?
Took him
I
long
wish
enough,
he
for
made
fuck's
it
sake.
in. I'd
Why
have
do
something
I always get
reasonable
put on the
to
team
tell
with the
exactly
fucking
who was on Jeffrey
retards? Like,
Joke's
every
flight
time.
line. Oh, come on,
Like, I know
man.
I'm not that great, but
If you
why
were
is
the
it
main
everyone
villain,
else on this
you'd
team
feel
is
like
retarded
he's coming after you,
as
Bruce
well?
Wayne.
Like,
He's
what the
stronger,
fuck?
faster, clinically insane. Tom Hardy had to
How many
put on
fucking
remarkable
times am I gonna
weight
get
for
put
this
on the
role,
special
and yet
team?
He only has about 5 minutes of screen time. Though the fight is true to Bane's
It's
character
literally, it should be
mechanically,
50-50
Rocksteady's
every
offering is too
fucking
shallow to
time.
support the boss on its
How
own.
is it not
Better angle
50-50?
dodge. That's all you got? No. Because so begins Arkham's reliance on deferring to goons. I have my suspicions as to why, but we ought to seize this opportunity. You can fight like a young
Yeah,
gamer
fuck all.
with nothing held back.
Where are you running off
Vulnerable
to?
But mistaken. The goal of Arkham
You ain't
Combat
running
is to
nowhere.
maintain free flow, which means the goal of the designer is to challenge it. For someone whose third most played
Come on,
game on
bitch.
Steam is Batman Arkham Knight, and so for someone with a thug body count in the high
Come
millions,
on.
you'd expect Arkham Asylum to be a barely tolerable downgrade that I mastered in seconds. Not at all. That's what I expected too. After realizing
Yeah,
Shadow
I'm
of
gonna
Mordor
die.
is borderline unplayable.
Nobody was
coming back
healing
from
me.
Shadow
Nobody
of
is
Mordor.
healing
But
me.
Asylum challenges uniquely. Counters are the most basic way to threaten free flow. And unlike every following entry, counter windows are unforgivingly tight. No cancelling attacks, no earlies, no lates.
Well, what the fuck,
You're
it
gonna
kinda
get your
be
ass
illegal.
kicked in
Well,
Asylum coming back from
I don't see what the
Night.
problem
Even
is.
coming back from City, you must strike with far more care to make room for any given counter. A process doubly encouraged by critical strikes, which reward rhythmic pacing with bigger
Yes, they're
combos.
near
Arkham's
victory, we
next trick
know.
to
Fucking
challenge free
hell.
flow happens on a more complex level
I
through
get put
tougher
on a team with the
enemies.
fucking
You
retards every goddamn
mind
time.
use a knife. Guns are too quick. You can't savor all the combat depth. But actually you can, because in contrast to the knives and tasers, gun racks must be preemptively engaged to counter the
Okay, that guy had to have been a
significant
bot
danger
the way he
presented
just
by
turned around
firearms.
immediately. What
For
the
as long
fuck?
as you can take the heat of whipping between high-value targets, stun, evade, and attack, free flow is never broken. You can assume then that challenge increases in close proportion to the density of potential free flow disruptions presented by number, tougher enemies, firearm racks, and the odd box for goons to chuck at Batman. Bane becomes the blueprint for one of them. The Titans throw bodies, they charge you, they have a ground pound. Difference is you can mount
Yeah,
and
kill me.
direct their flailing arms into other enemies.
Of course,
It's
nobody was
exactly
trying
the
to heal
extra
me.
spice that the combat needs. But I can't help but wonder.
No
were they
healers
based off
apparently
Bane,
in this fucking
or was
group.
Bane based off them? Just because a portrayal is faithful doesn't mean it's good.
No, Bane. This time I bring you.
That's terrible dialogue when you think about it.
Batman
Oh, these
is
fucking
both.
faggots. Of course they try to come here to
Arkham's
fucking spawn camp us.
collected and wise. He isn't deranged like the Dark Knight, or completely batshit
Jesus.
insane. You're looking at something far closer to the coolest
That's fucking
from
pathetic.
his animated appearances. An icon of fortitude, any fan of the characters should appreciate the superhuman feats of
You know, just do
willpower Crane
randoms.
displays in the asylum. No matter how
How
many
about
times
that?
Crane shoots you up
Do
with a
random
cheese touch,
battlegrounds so we don't have to
Batman's
deal with a
cure
bunch of
is the strength
fucking
within.
retards. Hopefully. Of course, I say that. The vast majority of people in these fucking battlegrounds are retarded, so I don't even
That's
fucking
what
know.
gives him his idyllic power. He is incorruptible. Paul Dini's work, no surprise. This composed equanimity only makes Batman's bursts of badassery that much more
Yeah,
compelling
I
by
don't give a
contrast
fuck.
in the few scripted opportunities he gets to be one
Not
step
after
ahead
them.
of the player. Which is pretty much the only reason I can forgive Rocksteady having the 32-inch
Of course,
gold-plated
Warsong.
box
Because why
to
the fuck
pull
not?
Because I'm
It couldn't
Batman
be any
in a
worse.
believable universe.
It's best to plan ahead.
Put a fucking fish feast down.
How'd you manage to keep this a secret?
It's me, remember?
Smooth. I can't tell if I would have liked it more if he just said it. I think I would have. Hang on a minute, what's going on here? Oh, no, not this fucking dickhead again. I told him to stop calling me. I thought it was the Joker who wanted to say that word. Yes, go
What?
ahead.
That was a Joker that wanted to say that word. What? What? The Joker wants to say the N-word? What?
Riddler is more along the lines of Scarecrow. I hesitate to call this portrayal genius, but it is absolutely brilliant to
Yeah,
literally
pack a bull.
characterize the collectibles as an extension of a Batman villain who would do just that. The riddles apply to nearly every visually compelling location in the game. They're a fantastic means to encourage a little thought, but also to soak in the environment itself. These are the one collectible
Nah,
type
Batman
of
can't hear
makes
nobody
harder to
now. He's
find,
Batman's
not
dead.
easier. Despite having nothing to do with him, tapes meanwhile are often attributed to Riddler too. And if we're talking collectibles, they cannot be ignored. Each tells an interesting short story about their
Joker did
respective villain in
whiteface.
audio format.
You can't
And
do
I believe
whiteface if you are
Asylum was one of
white.
the first games to realize letting it play as you continue walking is the only way you're ever going to get
You
anyone to listen. Joker retells
Unless
her seduction
albino
of Red.
face is a
Ivy
thing.
retells her seduction of every heterosexual man in a 200-mile radius. And Riddler. Yeah, I don't know who wrote this, man, but it sounds like a green text.
May I test you with one? Very well. What is it that walks on 4 legs, then 2 legs, and finally 3 legs?
A human being. As a baby, it crawls on 4 legs. As an adult, it walks on 2. And
Really?
later,
Yeah, Riddler is just not.
Good try. But the answer to all 3 is a baby. True, it crawls on all 4s.
He just can't.
Cut off its legs and it can only wiggle on 2 limbs. Give it a crutch, it can hobble around on 3.
That's not how riddles work, Eddie! Though we are talking about a man whose idea of puzzles
Yeah, Eddie,
is
you can't just
repeatedly
cut a baby in
press the
half
same
and just
3
make that a
buttons.
riddle.
Yes, the second collectible
I mean, it'd be
that can
fun,
be attributed to
but-
Riddler are the trophies. But the only thing they test
Am
is
I
whether
doing
or not
math?
you have
Yeah,
the
of
right
course I'm doing
gadget.
math.
It doesn't take a genius to
I'm
turn
always
on
doing
detective
math.
mode. That's not a puzzle. It's a green glowing progression check. Arkham has dalliances with being a Bat Zelda-like Metroidvania, you see. At a surface glance, it's got the densely packed
Come on, you
map
ain't running.
and progressively acquired
I just
items.
justiced-
So to complete
I
the trifecta,
justiced
it
your
uses
ass.
Riddler trophies to
Justiced.
encourage re-exploration of previously visited locations. I only have one question. Why are there 240 questions? And why have I used this Joker quote 3 times in the same video? The answer is the same for both.
Bro, why don't
Because
he die?
I just kind of forgot. Repeating the same shallow idea over and over again spoils it. Though Asylum can count itself lucky, because shallowness is handily countered by the lack of a point. Successful outcomes need to be worthwhile, remember. And this isn't Darksiders 3, or Jedi Fallen Order, or even Zelda, where there's a meaningful resource, upgrade, or cosmetic item
come on,
around
let-
every
let
corner.
you out.
It's Arkham Asylum, where you unlock 3D models you can't load into Honey Select, and a 30-second audio track of Riddler being arrested for doxing kids on Reddit. There
we
exist trophies and chronicles that are actually decently well
Huh.
hidden. I also can't praise the game
Fucked with
enough
him
for
enough.
Clayface's
He's
cameo,
back.
but these instances are not the rule, they're the rare exception. It's more so funny at the
You ain't
game's
running
expense,
nowhere.
when the Riddler calls the first third of trophies you find easy. Yeah, trust me,
There we
bro,
go.
you were meant to find that one. They were meant to be
Yeah,
unexciting,
come on.
uninteresting, and ultimately pointless.
Zeta.
It's all part of the plan. Am I being harsh? Relative to their
More like
quality, no.
by,
Relative to how many people enjoyed them all the same.
more like Shield
perhaps
Slammer.
I am. I'd posit the reason why
More like
so
you just
many
got
went to
fucked up.
completion is because they wanted the satisfaction of beating the Riddler. The reason they wanted the satisfaction of beating the Riddler is that the world is just that compelling. Brilliant contextualization
Oh, come on now.
and
Let me
Asylum's
fucking-
magic reaches down from
There
the
we go.
heavens to elevate even its shallowest system.
They're going
A
over there.
marriage of its worst and best aspects.
Where-
Would you like to see
Riddler
all
did
that?
what?
Because trophies are just
I don't know, I
a
wasn't paying
symptom of the
attention.
disease festers in the botanical gardens. Leave
What
a
did he do?
glass
Did he
in
not
the
cut up a
rainforest
baby?
for 50 years, and what do you get? A broken glass. But if you're lucky, something opaque, blocked out by dust.
I was hoping he'd cut up a baby.
Particulates.
I mean, that's always kind of fun.
Blow that up to charity
Really?
check size, and here we are. The botanical gardens is
I'm not even
beautiful,
gonna waste
but out
time
of
trying to-
control. We're not in a haven. We're in the wild.
I'm not even gonna waste
It's
time
the
on you.
very same feeling that does and was meant to define Arkham Asylum as a place, but as a game, this arborous opulence is a glittering
You ain't got me.
example of how Arkham Asylum only
You're not
plays
trapped in
the
this
game
battleground with
back
me.
and is never willing to expand
I'm
the
trapped in
rules
here
of
with you.
gameplay loops. There's
Wait, no,
combat,
that's not how it
there's
goes.
stealth, but most of what you'll be doing is exploration, or better put, movement with a contextual veneer of exploration coated on, because it is no less hollow than the Deku tree itself. The
Come on now.
uncanny feigns complexity with a no grapple rule, but all it amounts to is holding the
There we
robot
go.
into automatically jump
Perp
every
drink.
gap.
I
The
killed Perp
cryptographic
drink.
sequencer feigns complexity with
Good
its
job.
new Joker booby
Good job,
traps
Perp drink.
and
You did fairly
terminals,
well.
And the word crypto, but all it boils down to is swishing around.
I
the
kind of got
stick
him at
to
half
make
health
a villain
anyway. If I had gotten him
like
at full
the
health, I
new
probably
line
wouldn't
launcher
have
doesn't even
won.
bother with the ruse. You aim and shoot. No precision, no complexity. It is nothing more or
Nah,
less
they ain't gonna
than a
fuck with
requirement to
me.
traverse specific
You wanna
pathways,
fuck with me?
different
Who
only
gonna
from
fuck
the
with
backbone
me?
that it has no one-off
Nobody gonna fuck with
compatibility,
me.
different only from the explosive gel in the same way.
Nobody wanna fuck with
Arkham's
me.
neatest trick is pretending to be a Metroidvania with gadgets, tight level design,
Oh, yeah,
blocking
Riddler's a
collectibles
former
behind
panty raider.
obstacles, but then forgetting that the
He's
gameplay
like
inspires is
Riddler's
meant
one of
to
these
be unified.
motherfuckers that would
Gadgets
be
do
at
not synergize
fucking
with each other. Only two can be used in combat.
who would have been on a like Attack or Revenge of the Nerds. Like he would have been that kind of motherfucker.
Along a completely linear pathway. Not boring because it's over so quickly. Just crap. An hour away from the end of the game, you're met with an elevator
Or
shaft
something.
that expects you to grapple up, use the ultra backclaw to pull a wall down, then grapple up again, and repeat the process 4 times. It is the
Isn't it
tutorial
considered a
puzzle
horror
from a Zelda
game more
dungeon.
than an
There,
Arkham
an
game?
exception to acclimatize the player to the item's
No.
nature and control. But Arkham never evolves.
It's an
beyond
I mean it's an
this is
Arkham
just
game.
quick
How
time events delaying
no.
my ascent to the top of the shaft. It doesn't matter if there's 100 jumps, weak walls,
Oh,
chasms, and
some faggot
inaccessible
around here,
grades.
of course.
The only meaningful difference
Come on, kill me.
between this and walking in a straight line.
Yeah,
is
congratulations.
keeping
You
on
killed
pausing
somebody
throughout
with
the
less than
same
10k health,
animation
you
1,000
fucking
times
pussy
before.
ass
So
faggot.
my question is,
Good job.
what was the point? It's a tough pill to swallow. But these gadgets
Real
in
brave.
Arkham
Real
Asylum are one of
real
Crane's
brave
illusions.
pussy ass
They
rogue you are.
exist to give you a feeling of progression, but it's all an act, and we fell for it. The cryptographic sequencer is used to override security panels, open new paths, or disable various asylum functions. End quote. That's from the Wikipedia page.
Who the fuck are
Anyone
these
notice
people?
anything? Yeah. What they've done there is said the same thing in 3 different ways. It's like saying a car is used to drive, provide transport, and go places.
Yeah, I killed Perp Frights,
Wow,
yeah.
how versatile. Not even descriptions of the game
Oh, he
make
deserved
its
it.
gadgets look good. Why did no one question this? You'll find out. Items, that's the first half. The second slice of Metroidvania is level design. When you have a world like this, focused and tight, the word people want to hear next is interconnected. Like Dark Souls, you want to be able to plan a route through the asylum with understanding of shortcuts, risk and reward. You get depth through interesting decisions and a sense of dimension to the world, a profound immersive quality.
Bro, how
Asylum
did he
most
miss?
certainly does have tight level design, but it is not.
How did he
interconnected.
j-
Routes may be blocked off in scripted
Whatever.
moments of change, and you'll have to take
Why
a
are
new
these
path
focused?
to get to your destination. But these aren't shortcuts. They aren't options either. They're simply the new way to go. And so the world doesn't settle into your mind dynamically as you consider its layout to find the best path forward. You receive neither depth nor immersion. The only pathfinding exists at a baseline. You
Weird.
can take this map at face value the moment you step out of intensive care. From one building to another, there are at most 3 paths to take.
Arkham is
There
a
is
safer
usually only
version
2,
of
and
Outlast.
of those 2, one is often the clear
it's
best pick.
hardly.
I can count on one hand the number
Like
of times
the
the asylum's
Arkham
helped
games
me
aren't
make
even
anything
horror
meaningful,
games, so I
and
don't
I'm
even
a
know how you
disembodied
could
light.
even
I
say
don't even
that.
have hands. Exploration consumes more of your time than any other pillar of gameplay. but it's visually curb-stomped by a violent bone cancer exam and is no different mechanically than doing the hokey pokey every 30 yards on a walk down the street. It's technically gameplay, the least favourable but most accurate adjective I could use, and it's gonna put me in the asylum, not out of boredom, out of madness. Why don't you guys leave me a comment if you want me to take this game a little more seriously? Here's my website. You see, having a centralized online hub isn't about the money. It's about sending a message.
No one
It's
cares.
one of 1,000, and that way, it's thematically empty. It doesn't explore ideas in any sense, let alone send a message. It didn't need to, but it was an option, one that it might have been wise to take. What else is there for Asylum to stand on? The premise, and I thought my jokes were bad. Titan. It's a
He's probably like, "Why the fuck?" He's like, "What? What's going on?"
Gymshark partners. Joker wants them under his command to hold Gotham to ransom. Wow, the cast of
He's
fitness
probably
plot.
wondering why his
Creative.
fucking motorcycle's going so slow.
Step 1, get caught. Step 2, rely on Batman being a fucking
I love
dipshit.
it.
Step 3,
Fucking
immediately escape. Step
Justice
4,
is
get the
amazing.
gym candy from Dr. Young. An empty character with no development.
It
no
really
animation,
fucking
and
is.
hardly any screen time. The only relationship she has is with Bane. To him, she is the Bruja, the witch, for what she did to him.
This is
There could have been
amazing.
development, a plot beat about morality, a degree of tension and stakes.
There was a
but that
less
might
skip.
require
Well, I mean,
Bane and
you can
Young to
you can
at any
say
point
that
be
all
in
you
the
want,
same
but
room
that
as
don't make it
each other, or
true.
Bane to be in the story for more than 5 minutes. Young joins Frank Bowles.
I mean, I could say
Sharp,
Arkham
and
games
Cash.
are a
Completely
child-safe
novel
version
characters Batman uses to
of
connect small
Kirby
snippets of
games.
information. The events
That
key
don't
to
make it
advancing
true.
the mystery include following the forensic trail of insert one-dimensional side character, rescuing them, getting information, moving on. They aren't people. They're cardboard plot devices. A wise choice.
Bro, I'm
This
parrying
time,
everything they're
fantasy
throwing at
story
me. What the
focuses
fuck?
half its attention on.
They
And
cannot
yet,
hurt
for
me.
the purposes of solving the mystery, these people you spend so much time with are absent
Fine,
from
I'll-
largest
I'll-
revelations. On
I'll do that
multiple
just to give
occasions,
myself an
Oracle
even chance
simply
here.
figures out everything for you. Could have swore a mystery is meant to present all the information to the reader before telling them the answer, not have one of the characters look it up on bid. Why is Joker after Dr. Young? Yeah, don't worry, Batman. Let me just whip up our browsing history while you spend the next 45
got him.
minutes following someone's fucking semen trail.
But, yeah,
You
but
owe me
Kirby
$5
is
if
child
they don't
safe.
end up
Well,
dead
yeah, of
2
course,
minutes
that's
after you meet.
yeah.
Did the writers accidentally
Exactly.
give Oracle the Prima strategy guide?
Like I was
Those
saying,
things are full of spoilers.
just because you can
Wells,
say it,
courageous
don't make it
detective
true.
Displays his intellectual prowess by scanning
Hey,
for
when am I
peanut
live
crumbs
streaming?
and phoning
World of
tech
Warcraft,
support.
Weston.
I find myself at a simple conclusion. Arkham Asylum's story is pretty good. What?
Specifically,
Was it something I
World
said?
of Warcraft
The story's got
PvP.
itself a watchful protector, and they think that's as funny as I do. Batman's Rogues Gallery translates to consistently engaging contextualization
day you're
for the
live
gameplay
streaming?
encounters and consistently entertaining dialogue.
Like,
for
yeah,
everything
like literally, I
else. But
stream
it's the
every day.
consistency
So
that's
I
key.
mean,
Pacing. Perhaps not the most brilliant, but likely the most important part of the utter victory that is Arkham Asylum's
So,
handling
yeah.
of villains. When people point to Asylum as their favorite entry in the series, the reasons are usually something indistinct, hard to exactly measure, and that's because both are among the most mystifying aspects of fiction. One is magic, the other is pacing. Asylum doesn't
yeah,
have
well
an
then,
atmosphere.
literally
It
any
has a
game that's
slab of
not
pure
scary
gothic meat, the man who will never kill,
is
must
the
cut through
child-safe
the
version of
It's
that.
tantamount to enchantment. I can see that, and I can see that it is more than the sum of its parts. Pacing, on the other hand, is no less obtuse, but just as vital to Arkham Asylum, and I can prove its nebulous nature simply by pointing out.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
people say
okay,
pacing
I'm
in
just not
reference
even
to
gonna
this
bother
game,
anymore.
They're usually talking about the use of villains as a whole. Doesn't mean they're wrong though, for this might be the best pacing I have ever seen. in a
Yeah, I
video
don't
game.
even fucking care.
Could you just take my word for it? Because it's tough to tell you how. Writers are pointed at a page equipped only with a knowledge that there should sometimes be fast bits.
Are these fucking
and
retards gonna
sometimes be
do
slow
anything, or are
bits.
they just gonna
What are
keep
they
being
meant to make
fucking
of that?
stupid?
I don't know. A command
What the
of
fuck?
pace is something I've never seen taught, only learned through practice. And you best hurry. Everyone can tell what excellent pacing looks like. But boy oh boy, they'll be shouting from the rooftops if you get it badly wrong. Here's my attempt. Arkham Asylum is well paced because sometimes there's fast bits and sometimes there's slow bits. And there's a lots of variation in the fast and slow bits, which in themselves make the game unpredictable and completely immune to boredom. The next fast bit may be Scarecrow, or maybe it's just an elevator fight. Maybe it's a trap. Or a text
Yeah, of course, he
already
fucking
reshaping the
fears
island
me
in a
like
fit
that.
of rage?
Pussy.
Who knows? But its truest
Take that.
brilliance isn't the variable contextualization for these encounters, it's the way it communicates character through them. Character through structure, character through announcements, character through dialogue. There's even character in the fucking
Come on,
locked door animations.
faggot. God damn it. Okay, where's that faggot priest at back here then? Where's that little fucking pussy? Where'd he run off to?
And so much more to see. In summary, villains believably contextualize nearly every happening in the game. In so
You
doing,
fucking faggot. What the fuck?
themselves, deeply entertaining the player and pacing the game wonderfully. I told you this game doesn't let itself get boring. I've proved it near to the start and now near to the end.
Okay.
This is its secret.
Yeah, he's
weapon.
dead. Jesus. Yeah, fuck those faggots. I ain't gonna deal with that. What a pussy.
We're creeping towards close now, so there's little left to master. Special combo throw and takedown both reward target prioritization in different ways. One
I
takes
know,
out an
fucking do
individual
something.
permanently, the other takes out
Yeah, I'll get
multiple to a barrel.
bound.
Ground pound trades valuable
As
time for an instant
always.
finisher. Critical strikes reward a rhythmic pacing of your attack inputs with more frequent special combos. And finally, free flow tracking distance can be used to zip out of range of enemy attacks before they can land, which puts a third emphasis on target prioritization, a considerably high absolute depth, or so you may think. The interesting decisions presented here aren't all that interesting. My point being, they add depth, but very little. Time your attacks a little better so you can pick a guy to insta-kill every now and then. It's there, it's present, but I can hardly feel it. They're minor perfections to make in combat. Simplicity doesn't have to be a bad thing, but mastery, the very source of mechanical fun, is paying the price. Bayonetta will take hours to learn how to play well, tens to execute it, but hundreds,
You
if not
fucking
thousands, to
faggot.
achieve
God
absolute
damn.
mastery. Flip the
Fuck
coin, however,
this.
Batman will take the instant you're shown a mechanic to learn how to play well. About 30 minutes to execute
Not worth
it
my
properly
fucking
and
time.
consistently,
Fuck that
and about 10
faggot.
hours to achieve absolute
Jesus
mastery.
fucking
The best way to
Christ.
play is evident almost immediately. Free flow, counter at the right time, use special combos well. Critical strike, generally prioritize targets. From there, and for all but prioritization, it's a matter of mastering the button skill required to properly execute. You arrive at a system closer to a consistently
Come on,
intensifying
fucking
guitar
kill me, you
hero than
fucking
Left
retard
Shadows.
already.
I'll learn precision, but where are my decisions? Without a breadth of relevant balance
God damn.
options, shallowness inevitably sets in once you've mastered 9/10 of the system in the first hour, and spent the rest perfecting timing because there is nothing more to learn, and so no room for self-expression. There are no combos, only one attack button, and no individual attack or counter animation can be predicted or controlled, which is double the problem you think it is. If not every strike is the same length, there's inconsistency. What does that lead to? Frustration when the RNG is to blame for failing to get that counter in. When the player is to blame, frustration is necessary for growth, but it's a safe bet they're not going to feel that way when they're growing to adapt to the game's bullshit. The next major mistake Arkham's combat makes is what perfect play looks like, because one of the biggest threats to free flow is you. It's playing
Pussies.
well.
Pussy-ass
When you've knocked every
fucking
enemy
rogues.
down, your only option
What the
becomes
fuck?
ground pound. But unlike Arkham Knight, that attack isn't blessed with a range boost from a high combo. So what if there's no enemy nearby? Answer, you break free flow. You've achieved the extrinsic goal. You beat up the bad guys. But in doing so perfectly, you kill the intrinsic one. Far too often did I stop myself from playing my quickest because I knew having the entire playing field knocked down would risk breaking my combo, losing my special takedown, and stopping the spectacle in its tracks. Losing a combo doesn't have to be a stab in the gut for the player's fantasy. Ominously walking towards your next target can look just great,
Got
but it's certainly
him.
going to hurt your XP. A major problem in the
And
challenge,
there's nobody
and it
here to
will
heal
ultimately
me.
impact your
Oh
likelihood
no,
of
there
victory.
is.
Intrinsic motivation
Surprisingly,
is
what
Devil
the
May
fuck?
Cry's edgy gothic lifeblood. You're mastering
Surprised anybody here knows how to
combat
fucking heal.
To find the best ways of looking
I guess,
cool.
but
Intrinsic
fucking.
motivation is Batman Arkham's lifeblood.
Oh,
You're
thank you, whoever that
mesmerized by
was.
combat because it looks so cool already that to disrupt the flow would be a sin. The difference is the same as the difference between Asylum's Metroidvania and Darksiders 3. Where one enchants a magnificent illusion, another lets you create that sensation organically. Though somewhat addressed in Arkham sequels, it's an ontological flaw, a fundamental trade-off, like Assassin's Creed, to have combat that'll really make you, that'll really translate the sensation of muscle and martial arts mastery, yet retain that bountiful accessibility.
Oh, fuck you,
that
faggot.
character action games most certainly do not.
Oh, all you want, you little piece of shit. Fuck you. Fucking prick.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is tonight's entertainment. I only have one question. How good do you think Arkham
Yeah,
Asylum
of course they
really
fucking
was?
won.
Because by the end of this video, you might be
That
rushing
fucking
to
course.
buy it, or you might
Every
wonder how
fucking
a game
horde
like
team I
this
get
could
put
have
on
been
is full of
pretty so
fucking
little and
retards,
so
like
much
every
to come.
goddamn time.
We're here to question everything. For instance, why are we here? Let's wind the clocks back 11
Every
years,
fucking time.
because game developers and publishers wouldn't dare throw a high budget at any supervillain property. There's never been a well-received Joker game, and the only reason they have this license at all is because Scarecrow willed it so. He drops the act just a little later than I do. The monumental creativity to feign a crash, restart the game with a role swapped, then kill you and act like it was your mistake, tears down the walls between Batman and the player. You'll never be more immersed than you are before your final fight with Scarecrow. He doesn't seem to understand. I am Batman.
I did queue up.
am the
Yeah, I
Knight.
did.
I am vengeance. Oh. Well, I mean, suppose that works too. See you later, alligator. Nah, let's just do this now. Killer Croc is an interesting fight for us because he's a microcosm of something larger. You have to manage sound to avoid being jumped. You have to quickly fire out a batarang to knock him back into the water. You have to run to avoid being smashed, which I was very good at because that happens to me at my fan conventions every fucking time. These mechanics become exceptionally repetitive over time. The fight ends as a bore simply because it's dragged out too long. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. We've seen routine characterization, we've seen believable characterization, but only once have we seen that believability does not guarantee quality. Here we are now to see it again. I've got plenty more of each. Ivy pays little attention to banal affairs and focuses all her attention on expanding her colony. Scarecrow skulks in the shadows, only appearing when you least expect it. Joker torments you over the radio with jokes and schemes. Harley squares up as if to be a boss fight, but she's unexpectedly tossed aside. What's more is how believably
Unexpectedly.
they interact with each other.
She's
Game
a
logic
woman, of
says
course she
their
was
fight
tossed
against
aside.
Scarecrow takes him out for good, but it's Killer Croc who makes the blow. He has every reason to. When Ivy grows strong enough, she threatens Joker that he's next, which leads to one of the funniest conversations in the game, simply because the writers are allowed to address someone who isn't Batman for the 86 trillionth time. Well, of course, that is if I could ever get it to finish. By now, Joker's snipers and Ivy's plants have made the path to the Botanical Gardens a bat abattoir. For these Venus twat traps, you've got three choices. Get to the pod in time, destroy the Seeker, or just run away. The uncertainty to the timing of it makes them a tense, if overused, encounter. It can become slightly tiresome to fight the same office plant upwards of 50 times.
What am I going
in
to
a
play
row.
tomorrow?
Not boring, the ordeal's
Tomorrow
over
I'm going to be
quick.
finishing
It's
up
not especially
Danganronpa.
engaging towards the end either. Believable, not always
We got
good.
the final,
Neither
which
is
should be
root
the
of this
very
problem. Turns
final
out,
class
Ivy doesn't
trial
like you
tomorrow.
fisting her children.
So that's what we'll be doing,
Yeah, apart
finishing
from
that up.
ragami and corrosive toxin, Zelda, by all means, that's what Fifi the flower thought is.
It
The
should
plant
be-
will plant its plant into
should
the
be
ground to
fun.
plant
It's
more
mostly
plants,
just a
and true to
cutscene.
form, these behave as snares.
We're just gonna be
Response,
watching.
Zip from one end of the arena to the other. When she's done with the BDSM, she busts out the plant lasers. Explain that one, Dawkins. This attack pattern comes with a periodic opportunity to slap her around the head
Yeah,
with a
I saw
batarang.
that.
A time window far tighter than it may seem. Phase 2's up next. Ivy recruits simps to keep you from harming her. An excellent
Oh, no.
spice up to the snare phase, but sorry lads, she's taken. A challenging fight. Not bad. With Ivy down, Joker's ready for guests. If anything could signify the importance of the party, it'd be that the thugs here aren't hostile. They'll welcome you in, but not before they check if you're on the guest list, of course.
Let's see, A, no, it's not right. So B, Bane.
Ah, here it is, Batman.
He sounds fun at parties. So does Joker.
Yeah,
but Arkham
Danganronpa is
Asylum
too
is
funny.
about to prove us
It can
wrong.
be.
Through the bounties of
It can
all-natural
be.
bodybuilding, Joker's new plan
I wish
is
it
to get a
was
Gymshark sponsorship
funnier.
and use the money to fund small
I wish it
businesses
was
in
more
Gotham.
voice acting
Being a
more than
pussy-ass
anything.
bitch and
When,
not a
when
monopolist,
not
Batman is
tomorrow,
too
but the
clean.
next time we
Yep,
start
all
up
set up for a
and
theatrical
do
fight.
Danganronpa 2.
Unfortunately, the roids he of course didn't take have completely
All the
disintegrated his
fucking
tactics,
voices we're
and
gonna have to
fight
try.
is actually a show. I should remind you that every boss fight in the game was designed
Bruh.
around the characters themselves, from Bane's bullheadedness to Scarecrow's LSD addiction. But Joker, Batman,
I mean, it's gonna be a challenge.
He randomly chucks explosive presents at you while you beat up hordes of endless goons.
It'll be fun,
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess.
Screams Joker to me. Seriously, it does. That's exactly what Joker would do. They believably portrayed him. They believably
Alright, I'm
achieved
on.
being
I just gotta
shit.
remember I'm on the
Rocksteady
team
are
with the
agents of
retards.
creativity,
So,
but they could have been
you know
more
what?
surgical. So
I should
what
probably
is
just
believable
chill. I should
and
probably go get
excellent
a
simultaneously?
cinnamon roll.
Well, this is where
And
things
just
get a
chill
little
out.
crazy, in more ways than one. You
Really,
see,
only
there was this
4?
movie. It was
They're gonna
pretty
fuck us in the
obscure at
ass.
times, directed by some nobody
They're
called
literally gonna
Chris
bend us
Nolan.
over
And
the
at the end of
sawmill
this
and
movie,
fuck
no
us in
one
the
watched,
ass.
was a fight with a clown.
Look
No,
at this.
I know what
They're
you're
going to
thinking.
bend us
That's
over
not
the
Jeffree
sawmill,
Star. Hold on, let
and
me
they are
check
going to
the
fuck us
IMDb.
in. They are
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
us
an
right in the
agent of
ass.
chaos. Must be Bulgarian or something. All seems inconsequential.
See, we have no healer and they're
Until
fucking us in the
escaped
ass.
throat cancer patient has something that looks remarkably like detective mode, and that the Bulgarian guy's personality was reflected in the mechanics of the fight itself, and that the mechanics of the fight
See,
itself
I'm getting
were
fucked up
exactly
the
the
ass.
same ones as in Arkham Asylum. The creative twist was that the clowns are the hostages, not the doctors. Gimp Suit Gary figures it out, but the SWAT team doesn't. So, to save lives, he has to not only stop the criminals, but
Holy
also
shit.
the police simultaneously. He'll have to creatively use his explosive gel, detective vision, and
Okay.
backclaw to do it in time. That's a final encounter
Well,
specifically
they haven't fucked us
designed
too
by the
badly.
writers to seem specifically designed by the clown to reflect his character. They did what Arkham does, with Arkham's mechanics, using Arkham's reliance on deferring to goons. It's such a shame no one watched this movie, because otherwise Rocksteady might have had something to take inspiration from. You see, The Dark Knight puts emphasis on the man over the muscle. Every move he makes is maximum effect for minimal effort. This Batman plays 4D chess with his fists, and it is cinematic brilliance. But Nolan merely adopted
Nice.
the style. Video games were
I
born in
mean,
it.
yeah, it
Oh,
got
they
more
were.
funnier.
Rocksteady had the
Yeah, it got more funny. It'd
creativity
probably
to
be
use
much
every
more
aspect
weirder.
of the game's
Oh,
design
yeah.
and characterization, but too
It's
rarely
just the right amount of
in significant way that
Japanese
to play
funny.
well to gameplay. A true shame.
Japanese
when even a shadow
weirdness.
of the Dark Knight would have outdone some of the bosses we had tenfold.
And all
A
that
good
should
joke
always
when a
makes for
shadow
good,
of the Dark
a good
Knight
video game.
describes Arkham Asylum's gameplay so well already. And what does that leave us with? Something
But
very
why look at
good
Saints
indeed,
Row?
that discovers
Nobody's looking at
believability
Saints Row.
doesn't guarantee quality, and neither creativity nor novelty.
I think that's the
guarantees you're
point.
immune to the
Nobody's looking at those
punishment of time.
motherfuckers.
A wonderful, enthralling
You
combat
stupid.
system throttled
Dad,
by
you are
sharks,
retarded,
an
bruh.
admirable but hollow attempt at Bat Zelda, and an
You're actually
immersive
gonna go
stealth
in here.
experience, scared of its own depth, but it also leaves us
We're
with
actually,
something
well,
you only
we ain't gonna bluff
worship.
them.
You
They're
know
gonna
it
fuck
well,
us.
and you know it's a
I gotta-
fact. You either fail a groundbreakingly brilliant
Yeah, I'm just gonna
idea,
leave
or
'em.
you succeed long enough
Fuck
to
'em.
see yourself become repeatedly replicated by people who don't understand the original context that made it work. It's already happened.
Yeah,
to
after
the
Saints Row
Souls-like
2
structure.
got
One
weirder,
day
yeah.
it'll be retired from the
Well,
forefront.
I think
With the
what you
right
mean is after
adjustments
Saints Row
according to
2
the
it got
character,
bad.
Arkham provided a baseline
That's what
to
happened.
express prowess from Middle Earth all the way to
After
shit.
Saints Row
And
2,
yet it has
it
also
just
provided an easy
the series
default
just
for
went to
titles that
shit.
might otherwise have done something creative with their characters
Just
and
like
worlds.
completely
It
to
has,
shit.
repeatedly tragic effect inspired
Like-
Spider-Man to shackle himself from free and wondrously expressive brilliance
Yeah,
to
just
shallow,
keep Garage
small-scale
away from any
brawling.
pandas.
I didn't realize Asylum's
Oh, thank
impact
God there are no
was already
pandas in this
around
game
by
right
then.
now.
It was nothing to me but time.
Not for the next 2
Everything was
expansions.
original once. That's why we remember where everything
So we ain't gotta worry
begins.
about it.
That's why we idolize it, because brilliance is beautiful and it should be rewarded.
But yeah, how are you doing
Novelty
tonight,
and
Crazy Dread?
brilliance made
Hope
it
you're
a
doing well.
wildly different experience in 2009 than it is today. Everything it was demands respect.
Oh shit.
Its legacy made it
They're fucking me.
great, but I'm left with a conclusion I don't
Really?
have to make. The Asylum's Metroidvania
He
was
ran
always
all
a
up in our
clever
shit
joke, yet
just
you'll
to
be
try to kill
spending
me.
more time traveling than
What a dip.
anything else. Its
What a
gadgets
fucking
are
dip.
pathetic, the plot is forgettable, and the
What a
bosses are
dip.
mediocre. For most of Arkham, the novelty is gone, and this game is overrated.
1000
But
HK
what
is
should that
nice.
mean? It doesn't point to any particular
Saints Row looks like it
quantification of
got a-
quality, only that whatever that may be is
Just
less
looking
than
at
its
a new
perceived
bed.
reverence. Obviously,
side of the
but what
street.
is obvious is not what people do with the word overrated.
I mean,
10
if
out
it's
of 10
looking at a new
becomes an
bed
8.
like Amber
That's
Heard looks
still
at a new bed,
fantastic.
then maybe.
Yet Dark Souls 2 and Mankind
they went to shit after
Divided
2,
are all too
half of
often
3.
demonized, simply because they're
Half of
disappointing
3,
relative to the
all of
sky-high
3 was pretty bad if you
expectations
ask
of the
me.
franchise. Emotion finds
But that's
itself
just
on the
me.
internet. It amplifies
I really
itself
didn't
in
like it.
feedback loop, and one idea becomes another. Surprise people with your failure,
Regardless,
and
but-
only the most thorough
Oh, I'm glad
critics
you're
can
doing
provide
good, Crazy
redemption.
Dread.
For most, it
I'm
never
doing
comes,
alright.
but surprise
Can't
people with
complain.
success, and you'll become a legend. So in explaining why overrated is no synonym for bad, we are reminded of how this game earned its worship. Introduce a little passion, upset the established order. In 2009, this industry showed us that it's full of people ready to believe.
I
it
got
is
me some
stronger.
cinnamon
It was the
rolls,
most
so I'm doing
critically
pretty fucking
acclaimed
good right now,
superhero game
actually.
ever made, until only its sequel.
Put these
It
right
is
here in
gilded,
front of me.
rendered in marble,
Like a
and
fat
stands
fuck.
valiantly in the hall of video game legend. I do not believe the experience that is Arkham
There we
Asylum
go.
can live up to that reverence today, but perhaps that's only
Oh,
a
they're trying to
testament
do
its
something here.
greatness. It wasn't the game the superhero genre deserved, but it was the one it needed all those years ago. If The Dark Knight was a symbol meant to inspire, then Arkham Asylum isn't the best Batman game ever made, but it is the greatest.
Oh, they
Thank
broke
you
my
for
weapons.
watching. Next time we review
The-
Batman Arkham
Yeah, Saints Row 3
That's
was
the one,
okay.
right? Oh, and I
Was an
also
okay
forgot
headache.
to tell you something.
Eh.
Batman Arkham Asylum really made me feel
Maybe you
like
liked it.
Batman.
I
Yes,
didn't,
it did. I felt like
personally.
Batman. I felt like a rich kid with issues.
I
It made
thought
me
it
feel
was-
like Ben Affleck. I cheated on my wife 16
I
times
thought the
with
first
that fella
5 minutes
alone.
where you
But
could
how
get a
much of it
dildo
is
bat was just
hallucination or
kinda
Scarecrow's fear toxin? I don't know,
much.
because I'm too busy feeling. Next time,
You know.
determine what emotion Spider-Man
Yeah,
miles
you can't
around
wait
the
for the
screen.
new Harry Potter game
Special thanks
next
go
year.
out to Alan Song, Benjamin
I
Carter,
am
Bishop
kinda-
Nelson, Chino, Daniel Wayland,
I am a little
Elijah
interested
Hagan,
in that.
Daniel Haskins,
I am interested to see how that
Fernando
fucking
Marquez,
that
Chief
game's gonna turn
Saris,
out.
Gurnil Khan, Ino
I mean, I'm
Lucky,
gonna
John
pirate the fuck
Lemon,
out of it,
Caleb
obviously.
Jones, L. Hudson, Lex
But I'm
Williams,
interested in seeing how it's
Linus
turning
Newt, Marty, and Mr. T with some T, Newt,
Especially
Solid
after
Six,
how
Six,
JK's
Warthol, Austin Novosel,
I was gonna say
Chase
Simmons,
Baker,
where
Effectful,
our
Gabby,
RK
Adam
JK
Alexander
JK
Frick,
Rowling RK
Tulea,
Rowling
Alcis
K
Well,
whatever the fuck her
Andre
name is.
Bartuta, Bozzian Tutu,
Elemental P
Brendan
Rowling.
Harris, Brendan McDonald, Cameron Bowen,
RK
Chance Tucker,
Ro-
Christopher Richardson, Combat Wombat, DJ, Dan
After
Walker,
she shit on
Darren
everything, I'm
Chambers,
you know I'm gonna be
Devontae
surprised
Williams,
to see how it all
Dominic
turns out.
Dubrovsky, ZZ, Dubstep Gutter Fan
Yeah,
92,
what was funny,
Eli
you're the
Weaver,
freaking
Flick
Joker.
Slip Me Dick, George Fitzboodle, Glorious Sexy Beast,
I could be
Winner,
the Joker.
Hamish,
I
Holy
could be a
Shit,
Joker.
Jake, Jonathan Tunnell, Joshua W. Schreiner,
No,
Jabba
Joe, you're away
Jerome,
from
Jules
3 brutes and
Kearns,
zombies.
Justin, Kevin Phillips, Laser Crystal, Leon
Dude, they're not just
Cuttendahl,
zombies.
Lucas 04, Luba
The zombies
Mick,
are on my
Mark
team, by the way.
Matophobia, Michael Gamel, My Whiskey
I think
Face,
we're fighting the
Nathan
Alliance.
Hines, Norm Ambroise, Sai, Rakin Hock, Shade, The Last Great Opium Den,
I hope.
Uriara Heap, Vladimir Obakov, Attila, David Gibson,
Bruh.
and ZZZZZZ2468.
I have to. Come on now. Get away from the ledge. Just in case. Oh, mage, okay. I can take him out. Healing. Not on my watch. Nice. Well, I think he's talking about you. Oh. Oh, okay, well. Oh yeah, and get out of the hell one of the weapons with a sofa with a machine gun. Okay, yeah, then yeah. Saints Row just kind of got too fucking much after a while. Oh yeah, your profile picture is the Joker now. Yeah, that's okay. I'm high. I don't know what I'm doing. Try to find another video here to play. Oh, go over to what, the blacksmith? Is that what they say? No. I'll help. I hate this druid. Yeah, you ain't gonna shift, you ain't gonna power shift out of this movement, motherfucker. Yeah, that's nothing new. I can't point out one day when I'm not high. Well, hey, if I do things right, there isn't a day where I'm not high. That's the point. That is always the point, is to stay high, to be high, and to never not be not high. Because, you know, being high... You know what? Let's see something. I like to keep myself updated on the story of Yakuza and shit. You wanna know what's funny? You wanna know what's really fucking dumb? What's really fucking retarded to me? I believe I started playing Yakuza because this dude, your favorite son, this dude made did he make Zero? Yeah, I think he made, well, at some point I think he made Zero. Yeah, but he made that Zero review and I'm like, shit, I actually kind of need to play that. And so I started playing Yakuza originally because I was like, oh, I want to play this game. But then I saw he started making reviews, I think. And that's, then I'm like, okay, I gotta play each Yakuza game just to watch these videos now. And that's literally what I did. I started playing the Yakuza games just to watch these videos. How stupid is that? That's literally the only reason I started playing Yakuza. Almost. So I want to keep myself updated. It sounds so stupid when I say it out loud, you know.
Eventually, in the life of a video game series, you have to go back. You're obligated to tell the stories of the characters before the games.
Gotta make room for my cinnamon rolls.
Because the fates of said characters are something that the audience already knows. But if you can manage to add to the world the established characters and tell an interesting story in a prequel, then you've got something special. That's what Yakuza 0 aims to do, and it does it very well. It's one of my favorite entries in the series, and a lot of fans put it at the top of their ranking. Yakuza 0 marked the start of a new era for Yakuza, and began its true skyrocketing of popularity in the West.
What?
Today,
Where are they
I wanna
inking
dive
from?
deep into Yakuza 0, looking at story, gameplay, mechanics,
Turn that up just a
and
little
everything
bit.
in between. If you haven't seen my previous videos on the Yakuza series,
Because I do
it would
love
make
these
sense to
videos.
go back and watch those now, as
Yeah,
it will
these are my
provide much
my
needed
store-bought ass
context for
cinnamon
this
rolls.
entry. If you'd like to support the channel, you
Ooh.
can subscribe to my Patreon, where I upload
They look awful, don't
longer
they?
versions of my full retrospectives and weekly text
I swear, I don't know.
If
I
you'd like
can't
to
tell
support
if
the
somebody
channel for
actually put
free,
frosting
then
or
give
if they
this
come
video a
on
like
these
and
things.
make
I
sure
can't
to
tell.
Subscribe, as it really helps me out.
You know,
Spoilers
that's
for
just how
everything Yakuza 0. Hey
bad
Dad,
they are.
it's me, your favorite son, and today I'd like to talk about Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 was announced at a Yakuza-focused event in
Come on,
August
bitch.
2014. This entry saw the team paring down their amount of playable characters from 5 to just 2, Majima
Yeah.
and Kiryu. The team specifically wanted
Go away.
Majima to stand out from Kiryu. They wanted them to be two distinct
You
people.
go away too.
The goal was to see both characters in a new light, before they had become the people that we knew. This would make for characters that we almost weren't familiar with, but that would grow and change over the
There's
course
nobody
of the
here.
story.
What?
The game was also announced for an American release, and it would
I
be
think
sold
those are
physically
mine.
this
You,
time,
you
unlike
told
the previous game,
Sprinkles?
Yakuza 5. It took a year and a half for the teams to
What?
localize the game for Western audiences.
I don't like
because
Sprinkles.
of the large amount of Japanese
So why would I have
characters
Sprinkles?
in
What do you
the
mean?
game. It was also the first game in the series
I
that
don't- that doesn't help. I don't know where "by" is supposed to go in that
In the
sentence.
previous entries, localization had been outsourced to a company called Inbound.
I don't understand.
Inbound worked on the translation for Yakuza 0.
There's a
and
lot
then
that I don't
Atlas
understand.
refined it into
We had
a
another good Lego
localization
video
to the
from the
next
same guy
level.
that did that Harry
Yakuza
Potter
0 was also
Pirates
designed
video.
to be a starting place for new fans. of
Really,
the
they
series.
actually did
Putting
something
in so
new,
much effort into the localization
or
made
something
for a
as
better
good.
entry
How many
place
videos
for
did
people
you have to
who were
wade
just
through
getting
though,
into Yakuza.
just to
Yakuza
find a
0
good
was
one?
released in Japan on March 12th, 2015 for the PlayStation 4. It was
Incoming
then
to
released
farm.
worldwide on January
Okay, we gotta go to
24th,
farm then.
2017. A few notes before we get into the game.
Search it up
Yakuza
after this.
is well known for its dramatic,
Alright.
in-depth,
After- yeah,
crime
after-
drama main story.
In
But
2
the other big
hours.
draw to these games are all of the things that you can do outside of that. Because of the large plethora
I'll
of
do that.
side activities to get involved in, I'll first look at the story of Yakuza 0, and then at the end of the video, we'll go back to talk about all of Yakuza 0's distractions. The other note is on the version of Yakuza 0 that I played. It was released on PlayStation 3,
Bruh, I took 'em
PlayStation
out.
4, and also on
Huh.
PC over a year
How are they so
after
bad?
its original worldwide release. I ended up playing the PlayStation 4 version using the backwards compatibility feature of
How you so bad?
PlayStation 5. As I said before, Yakuza 0 takes place before the first Yakuza game, and focuses on Kiryu and Maji. It starts in 1988 in Kamurocho. For reference, this game takes place 17 years before the
Do I
first
have?
Yakuza game starts, and
Yeah.
Kiryu is 20 years old,
Bro, they're like
while
mad.
Majima is 25.
Like, I'm like a
This
raid
means that
boss to
not
these
only
fucking
are our
retards. What the hell? I
characters
could have
different
totally,
people, but Kamurocho
I
is a
totally
very
could have taken that one
different
faggot out.
place as
I
well.
totally did. I don't know
We
how
see
the fuck he
Kiryu beating
survived.
up a man in some sort of
But
alley,
oh my
and at
god,
first it
okay.
seems like Kiryu
That's
is some
yeah.
sort of nefarious
I could totally have
character.
done that.
We find out that he's just collecting money for a local loan shark. The loan shark offers Kiryu a job as a debt collector, but he turns it down. Nishiki, Kiryu's sworn
the
brother,
autistic
who
Lego
you'll
Star
probably
Wars.
remember from the
Okay.
first game in the series, contacts
I'll try to
Kiryu on his
remember
pager,
that.
which will serve as our cell
I'm sure you
phones
might
for
be able
his
to.
entry. On his way, he
The
finds
Alliance
some
suck in
goons
PvP
shaking
is the
people
first
down
you're
on
hearing
his
of
turf,
this.
which is a big no-no.
The Alliance
Kiryu
suck.
beats
Nah,
them
bro, the
down,
Horde
and
suck.
Nishiki finds him in the
Dude,
middle of
bruh,
taking care of
I
business.
legit,
The two
when I
stroll
was
the
leveling
streets
up,
and talk about getting
I
used to the
legit
new
was
alliance's
in
Yakuza. They're pretty new to the
22
whole thing,
straight
still getting
Utrecht
their
Valley
bearings
matches,
in the ranks.
all losses.
The two decide
as
to have a
Horde.
good night on the town, and while they're heading through the
22
city, they get into a
losses
fight
in
with
a
some
row
bandits. Kiryu
in
meets an
Utrecht
old
Valley
American man
while
who
leveling
teaches
up.
him the use of
Now I know it's
bullets.
leveling
Nishiki
up,
and
so you're
Kiryu
not
end up
focused on
drinking
winning,
and
because
seeing
winning and
karaoke.
leveling up it doesn't
Seeing
really
these two
matter.
characters 18 years before the
But,
events that would eventually
like,
be the downfall of
you
not
know,
only their friendship,
22 and
but
0 or
Nishiki's
0 and
life
22.
is different.
Like, nah, dude,
You're
Horde suck.
conflicted because you
The
know that
Horde
this is
absolutely
long
suck.
before Nishiki was corrupted, but you know what's going to happen eventually as
They
well. This
absolutely,
game will do
we
a
absolutely
lot
suck.
to contextualize
Or
the
it's whatever
relationship
group
of
I'm
Yakuza,
in.
and
Whatever
it
group
does
I'm
it
in
to a
usually sucks the
masterful
most that I've
degree.
found.
The next morning, the two are sobering up
You
with
know?
some food as they see a report on the news.
It's
The man
always
that
whatever
Kiryu
team
was
I'm on,
collecting the money from the night
for whatever
before,
reason.
Taiichi Kurihara, was found dead. As Yakuza, it's reprehensible to kill civilians.
No need
and
to
Nishiki
remember it's in the
echoes this
chat.
sentiment. Kiryu says that he roughed the guy
Well,
up, but he
depending on
definitely
how
didn't
far up the
kill
chat
him.
goes, I
Kiryu
might not
then gets a
remember it,
page
might
from
not
the
see it.
Dojima family
If I
ordering
don't
him
see it,
back
I'm gonna
to the
forget.
Dojima HQ.
I got
At the
bad, I
HQ,
got
Kiryu
stoner
meets
memory,
with the
dude.
3 lieutenants, Uze, Awano, and
My
Shibusawa.
object
The
permanence
loan
is
shark that
like
he was
fucked.
working with
If
was the
if I don't
president
see it,
of
it doesn't
Tokyo
exist to me.
and he called them to let
Who
them
the
know
fuck?
Kiryu had beaten the guy up. Kiryu maintains that he didn't kill the man, and the 3 say that he was shot in the head.
But
This clearly doesn't add up because Kiryu didn't even
But yeah,
have
if
a
I don't
gun,
see it,
so
it don't
he thinks that
exist.
someone must be trying to frame him. There's a bigger problem with the whole murder, though. The boss wants
Dang
the
it, you've
lieutenants
got
to
almost
give
no
him the
alliance at the
empty
moment,
lot,
and they get
the place
steamrolled.
that the man was killed in. It's their
Really?
sole goal right now. And having
Now
a
that's
murder
interesting.
investigation on their turf makes
At least in
acquiring
the
the
U.S.,
property
it seems to be
a lot
pretty
harder.
even
Getting this
split.
property means a lot of money for Dojima, and he's even offering the rank of family.
Like there
captain
seems to
for
be,
those
depending on the
kids.
server at least.
The other
Server
complication
I'm on
is
has a
that
slight
Kazuma,
horde lean, but
Kiryu's
like,
mentor and basically his father,
you know,
is
it's not
still
that
in
bad.
prison. He's the current captain,
So
but
any-
because of Kiryu's screw up, he'll most likely be expelled.
So it's like
from the clan.
50-50
They
whether
don't
you know
truly
you're
believe
gonna win
Kiryu's
or not.
innocence, or they just
It's like one of those
can't.
things.
Kuze tells Kiryu to turn himself in by the end of the day and give them his pinky finger.
But like,
In the Yakuza, there's an act
well, I
called
say it's 50-50.
Bitsuno,
Apparently
which
it's
translates to
50-50,
finger shake.
leaning on the
member is
losing
forced
side
to
22
cut their
times in a
little
row.
finger off to
Apparently
pay
it's that kind of
recompense for
50-50.
some grave wrong they've committed. Kiryu knows that he's
Yeah,
innocent,
you can
though,
say the
and he
same
can't
thing
just
about a lot
let
of
this
things.
go.
Yeah,
He has to prove himself.
like yeah.
He heads to Toko Credit.
I do say the same thing about a lot of things. Like, have you ever been to Arkansas? It doesn't exist.
Here, we have to bash
If
our
I
way
haven't
through
been
some
there, it
enemies to
can't
reach
exist.
The president's office. They're not too difficult though, and the president doesn't even try to fight.
I don't know what the fuck. I'm totally gonna pack another ball as soon as this battleground's over in the next 50 units.
If he brushes aside his loyalty to
Ah,
Kazuma
we got some
and spies
PvP over
on him
here.
for Kuze, then Kuze will help him out. He'll find the real killer,
Get
prove
back
Kiryu's
here.
innocence, and even get him promotions within the ranks. It's a pretty good deal, especially in Kiryu's position.
I knew that would
He's
happen.
young
There was
and
no point in even
younger
trying.
in the ranks of the Yakuza, and he's looking down the barrel of prison time already. But Kiryu doesn't
Oh,
accept
he's gonna.
because the price to pay
Oh,
is too
yo,
steep,
I was gonna.
betraying his father. Kiryu leaves and
We
Nishiki
won.
wants him to
Oh,
head to
shit.
the Kazuma family office
Oh
and
shit, my
talk to
dudes, we got jack
He's
shit.
currently the leader of the Kazuma family while Kazuma is away.
Have 4 killing
Kashiwagi
blows.
agrees with Kiryu and believes that someone has tried
We're
to
trash. We are
kill him. Kashiwagi
trash.
thinks
I
that
am
it was most likely
trash.
Kuze who's behind everything.
Join
Or
random.
at the very least, he knows what's really going on. Kuze realizes what this whole thing means for
I'm kind
Kazuma,
of hoping we can
and
get
he
some
has a
alternate
plan.
valleys
He
in.
decides that he's
but
going to suggest
probably
that he be
not.
expelled from the family. Then Kazuma won't have to take any of the fault for his framing.
No, you know what's
Also,
funny?
since he'll be a civilian, he
Before
can
I even
confront
started
Kuze
doing
and
the stream,
get the truth by
I
force.
wanted to do a little bit of
Kashiwagi
farming.
doesn't want Kiryu
And
to
while
do this because he
farming,
thinks it's a bad idea. He
so I was
even
specifically
strikes
trying to farm
Kiryu,
this pet.
but this
I
doesn't
literally
deter him.
got this
Kiryu
pet
plans to go
within.
straight to Dojima with the request. On the way
Where
to
is
the
it?
Dojima HQ, we see a flashback of Kiryu and Nishiki at the
Within-
orphanage when they were younger. Kazuma is lashing out at
Should
them
be right
because
by here.
they've
Within
decided to join the
34
Yakuza and he doesn't want them to
kills.
be
I got
part
the
of that
fucking
world. Kiryu confronts
0.01%
Kuze and
chance
tells him he
egg
wants
drop
to give his
within
request for
34 kills.
expulsion to the boss, but Kuze won't let him through.
So now I figured,
Kiryu
okay,
is
I got
getting
some
beat
luck going
and
on.
Kuze finally says he's out of the
Why don't we
family.
farm? Well,
Kiryu
why
is
don't I
allowed
try to farm
attack
these
him.
dark drakes?
At this point, we have to
Get
fight
that
through
dark whelpling
tons of
pet.
goons and have our first large raid of the game. Before we get to that, it seems like
Yeah, I
a
might
good
as well
time to
do it
talk
while I'm
about
waiting for
combat in
PvP
Yakuza
queues to
0.
pop. So
Yakuza 5
it
to
just makes
Yakuza
sense.
0 is one of the largest changes that the series has seen to date. It's a massive difference in systems and styles. It functions
mean, hell,
a lot like Yakuza Kiwami.
I've gone on a pet fucking bender lately. Like I legit, I went through the effort to get the skunk
We can attack with
because
rush
obviously
combos and
got to get
combine
my
those
favorite
with
animal.
finishing moves to develop full combos.
My
We can also press
dumbass
the triangle button at certain points when indicated
also
to
went through the
initiate
effort to
heat
get
attack.
fucking
These
exalted
are
with
particularly
Sporegar.
outlandish in Yakuza 0
So
and
now I
can
got
get
a
pretty
fucking
creative.
tiny spore
In
bat.
Yakuza 0, Kiryu can switch between 3 different styles of fighting, each with their
Of course,
own
I have
use
my
and
Westfall
distinct
chicken.
flavor. The first of those is the brawler style. This is the one that I would call the normal style. It's the closest to Kiryu's previous fighting style. and
I've
is
got my
the
fucking
balanced
Phoenix
option of
hatchling.
the 3.
That was a fun
the
one.
rush style is a lot quicker and is much more focused on speed.
I just straight up
Attacks
bought
are
this.
faster, but do a lot less
Doesn't even
damage
matter.
individually.
Got my
You
giant
can
sewer
quick
rat.
step and dodge a lot more than the other styles, and it's made
Farmed
to
up 2 of these
counteract
motherfuckers.
slower, lumbering enemies. The last style that Kiryu has is
Literally
called
farmed up
Beast,
2
and is a
2
big
of these
brute damage
out of
dealer
boredom in
with
one day.
We can take a lot more damage in this
Other ones
style and
sold for like
deliver
900
wide,
gold.
sweeping
Not too
attacks,
bad.
but we're also much slower. The styles each deliver a unique type of gameplay and are all represented
So.
by different approaches to the situation
Ah,
that's in
cool.
front of you. It can be used
RQ
to reflect
pops.
the way that the player chooses to play.
Ooh,
or
Eye
it
of the
can be
Storm.
used
I haven't
as a
done
way
this
to
one yet.
counter specific types of enemies. It's a wonderful
Put a
system
fish
that works
feast
really well
down.
and provides a lot of
Eat my
variety in
fish.
gameplay. Personally, I used Beast style a lot, just like in Kiwami, but in Yakuza 0, I mainly used Beast style for large groups of enemies, as it was easier to take a lot of them out at once.
I
It
should probably
wasn't
get a
super
fork.
effective at taking out bosses, though, so I would use Brawler or Rush for that, depending on the situation. Yakuza 0 has also changed its upgrade system dramatically. We still have a plethora of abilities that can be unlocked, but there is no level system in this entry. We don't level up like normal and get skill points, soul orbs, or experience. Instead, we use cash to unlock new abilities,
Yeah.
which are
Money
represented
speaks,
with a
bitch.
skill tree for each fighting style. The reason for this, and the genius of Yakuza 0 systems lies in its time period. Yakuza 0 takes place during the late 80s in Japan, which happened to be a time of great affluence for the country. During this era, Japan was seeing a miracle of economic growth and money was flowing. Because
Dude,
of this,
oh, wait,
everything
oh
in
my God.
Yakuza 0 revolves around money, even the abilities.
Do the unique pets
Some
carry
abilities
over
can
from
even cost
retail?
up to
I actually
500
don't know.
million yen, but don't worry, the game
check.
provides us with plenty of ways to get that kind of cash.
Do pets in WoW
Yakuza
carry
0's
over to
combat
Classic?
Is pretty great overall, and I think it acts as a general improvement for the
I don't
series,
think they do.
especially the skill trees. One of my issues with the previous entries is how narrow your choice is for skills. With the new system, we can look ahead to see what we can unlock and choose certain
No, they
improvements
don't. So
over
if you're
others.
playing
My only
retail,
large complaint with
yeah.
this
So if you're
entry
playing normal
is that it's
retail,
incredibly easy. This was one of my
then you got to
first
deal with your
Yakuza
retail
games, so I
pets.
haven't
If you're
played
playing
it for
classic like I am,
years, and
then you
coming
gotta
back to
you
it
have
after
your
playing
only
games
your
Yakuza
classic
3
pets.
and 4 is really
So
odd
I'm
because I
I'm
don't
pretty
remember
sure if I
being
actually
this
went over to
easy.
retail
I assume
WoW,
they lowered
which
the
I don't
difficulty
actually
because
play,
they're cemented as
I'm
a
pretty sure
new
these
entry
wouldn't
point for fans,
follow
but
as
most
well.
of the game isn't a challenge at all. We have a
At least I
really
don't
long
think they would.
stretch
I'm
of
pretty sure
fighting
they
our
wouldn't.
way up the Dojima HQ. At certain points in the journey, we'll encounter Yoneda, one of
So
Kuze's goons who just
it's
won't
unfortunate,
stay
I
down.
think.
When we find Kuze at the
If it
top,
actually
he
works
won't
that way.
talk and wants to
It's
fight.
unfortunate,
It's our
but
first
you know.
boss of the game, and he's
Oh,
very
fuck.
easy. He'll deliver a lot of
Oh, you
longer
got some
combos
Murlocs,
that
so you
will
can.
punish
Ah,
us if
dude,
we get caught
you're
up
lucky
in
to
it.
actually get those
But he's
Murlocs.
pretty easily countered by using the rush
Like
style and
I
moving out of the way
originally
of
I
his
started
attacks.
playing World of
When Kuze
Warcraft
goes
back
down, the other lieutenants and Dojima
fuck
himself
back
and
during
Kuze tries to get them to attack Kiryu, but they deny his request.
Encourage,
Kuze said he could
back
take
during the
Kiryu one-on-one
original
and
Encourage event in the original
Dojima
World
is
of
filled in on
Warcraft.
what happened and scolds Kuze for expelling Kiryu.
And in all my years of
Not
playing
only
at
did
that
he not
point,
get permission to expel
like I
Yoneda,
had
but he also
never
just attacked a civilian.
I had
Dojima
never
forces
gotten any
Kuze
of the
to
Murloc
remove his
pets.
pinky for his indiscretions.
I'm pretty sure.
Kiryu begs Dojima to help him. He promises that he'll take any responsibility for what
I always
happened
thought they were
if it
cool,
means
I just
Kazuma
never
doesn't
got
have
any.
to take the blame. Dojima tells him that Kazuma has to take the blame, as he's the one who brought Kiryu into the family. in the
These
first place.
motherfuckers.
Dojima offers no help.
Oh
at
yeah, I
this
can't
point
do shit
because
against the
Kiryu is a
goddamn. I
civilian
can't do shit
who's
against the
defending
goddamn
himself
mage.
in Yakuza
Fucking
matters
kill me
most.
already.
He tells him to leave and live the rest of his life. Kiryu is wandering the streets in the rain,
Jesus.
alone and lost. He doesn't know what to do.
I can't do
and
shit.
the man who
Paladins
gave him
literally can't do
everything,
shit against mages, so I don't know why I
Kazuma,
tried.
also just lost everything as well. Kiryu feels incredibly guilty and
Like a
doesn't
melee
know
class,
where
yes,
to turn
please.
to. He doesn't even have
Any
the
kind of magic
friendly
class, no,
at this
paladins can
point,
get fucked.
and he's failed in every possible way. At this moment, a man walks up to Kiryu and introduces himself as Tachibana, telling Kiryu that he's been waiting to meet him.
Oh really? There's only
Kiryu heads
oh,
to
there's only the
Tachibana's
one you don't
office
need a
with
code
him.
for.
The strange man
That
tells
might
him that he's
might
a
have been the
real
one I
soldier,
had,
and he too has an interest
depending
in
on
getting
when it
into
came
the
out.
law. On top of that, he happens to know
I-
everything about Kiryu. his
I
upbringing,
literally
his
stopped
time
playing
in
WoW
Yakuza,
originally
basically
um,
he wants to get the law,
1
and it's in
week
Kiryu's best interest
after
as well.
Mists of
If the
Pandaria
law
came
goes
out.
to one of the lieutenants, they will become captive
So
and
if it
expel Kazuma from the
if it
family.
came out before
Tachibana
then,
also offers to prove Kiryu's innocence
if that
and walk
Murloc came
away.
out before Mists of
Oh, yeah, and
Pandaria,
he
then
is
I
a
probably had it.
trusted hand for some reason. Kiryu is pretty reluctant to trust this man at this point because he isn't sure what his motives are, but he takes his business card.
Oh, come on.
Kiryu meets Nishiki
Come
at the
on.
Kazuma family office. He tells Nishiki everything, and his friend invites him inside. He thinks that Kashiwagi might be able to help, but Kiryu is a civilian now.
Oh, you don't
He
have the
decides he should
gear.
just
You're a
keep his
healer.
distance from everyone.
Why are you?
We head back to Kiryu's
Hold on, wait,
apartment,
wait,
which
wait,
is
wait.
a quaint little place.
You're a
Nishiki shows
healer,
up late
bruh.
anyways,
You're a
and
fucking
says he
healer,
told Kashiwagi everything.
bruh.
Nishiki
You're a
says
fucking
that
healer.
Tachibana is a pretty prominent
You're a healer. You
figure
ain't
in
even worth it.
Kamurocho. Apparently,
Fuck off.
the local is hesitant
He's a
about
healer. What
He
the
buys
fuck am I
tons
gonna
of
do
property
fighting a
and puts
paladin
them
healer?
as a
He's not worth it.
Kiryu decides to do his own research around the town the next day.
I'm
We
not
have to
even
make our
gonna.
way
I'm
around
not
the
even
city
gonna
at
waste
this
my
point and
time.
find people who know about Tachibana real estate.
He's just a
We eventually
healer. It's
stumble
like
upon
picking on a
cafe owner
child
who
at that
was being
point.
harassed by some yakuza. He was
Anyway,
originally
anyway.
paying
Oh, there
them
was
for
one in
protection,
Wrath of the
but when
Lich King.
Tachibana came along, they were nowhere
Oh,
to
it's
be
a
found.
dragon
They
blade.
don't deal with
Okay,
Tachibana, and the cafe owner decides to decline
Might have to
their
look up how to
services.
get that one again.
Kiryu asks him about the mysterious man, and he says that when Tachibana
I'm definitely gonna have to look up how to get that one again. I've been on a pet kick lately, so it's like I guess I have to figure that out.
The Hakuya building on Shichifuku Street, where he met the man that works for Tachibana.
Wrath of the
The
Lich
building
King
is
Murloc
mostly
pet.
abandoned at this point, and there's only one real business left in operation there. It's a small bar, and the owner tells
Twerky?
Kiryu exactly what happened. The Jinsai family
Oh,
were
turkey.
offering protection in this area, and
Never
one
mind.
day, Tachibana Real Estate scared them all off. They came around and announced that they owned the building and wanted everyone out. Most of the businesses
Yeah, I
as
won't
soon
mess
as
with
they
the
figured
healer.
out it was Tachibana. Just then, some Tachibana men show up. led by
The healer ain't worth it.
Oda. He offers the man 2 million yen to leave and keeps
Healer
piling
was
on
not worth
stacks
it.
of money. The man keeps refusing, and when things are about to come to violence, Kiryu steps in and scares the guys off. The man reveals that he was just holding enough to get more money, and it had nothing to do
I know
with
I confused the shit out of that guy.
point. On his way out, Kiryu talks to some of the homeless men in the building. Most of the homeless in the town work for Tachibana. Kiryu wants more information.
Yeah, he got
and the man
justice in.
points him to the public park.
He ain't
There,
going
we
nowhere.
find 5 homeless men who all want paid in booze for different information. We have to get 5 different kinds of
Yeah, we
specific
do.
liquor to
We got that
satiate
one.
their palates. Doing this requires hunting
Oh,
all
but they
over
got the
town
flag.
for various convenience stores in the area. Eventually, they tell us that the
Yeah, they
homeless
got
are
it.
hired to camp out at businesses and make themselves a nuisance. This is used to push business owners out and makes pretty easy money for the homeless. The Tachibana men like to
Okay.
work around the Champion District often. which is
Okay,
full
they're
of
just gonna
bars and
stun lock
probably
me.
a good place to push business
That's
owners
usually,
out.
yeah, that's how you do it.
When Kiryu arrives, some locals from the area think he's there to push them out, so they attack him. We beat them down.
Come on.
They won't give up information.
Come on, I'm
about
distracting you.
Tachibana.
Come on.
They claim that he's
I'm so distracting you. Come on, I am so
being
distracting
run
down
out
here.
by the Yakuza.
Yes, I am.
Oda shows up and agrees. He
Yes,
wants
I
to
am.
know
I am
why
so
Kiryu
distracting
is
down here.
investigating. Kiryu tells him about his encounter with Tachibana, and Oda wasn't aware of it. He recommends that he ask Tachibana all about
Eat
the
it.
company himself. Before he
Eat
goes
it.
to meet with Tachibana again,
Eat
Oda
it.
says that
I ate it.
residents from being pushed out by the Yakuza, as Tachibana actually
Anyway, let me see.
cares about this city. Oda explains that the residents at the Hakua building had all pushed out the previous residents who had been there for
Oh, it's a
ages. So basically,
Borean
they
tundra?
deserved it. When Kiryu arrives at the offices to meet with Tachibana, the guards won't let him in. They say that someone upstairs gave them his description and warned them to. not
Oh,
let
it's
him in.
okay. That
We have to peek
turkey
through the
pet
crowd,
was
and Oda is upstairs waiting for us. He says that the
yeah,
guards were
from looting the
attacked. He
white
wanted to make
murloc
sure
egg in the
that Kiryu
Borean
was
tundra.
worth his salt, and his next
So it
test
was
to
originally
Oda himself. Oda is actually
it was
kind of a
originally
tricky
the
fighter.
what the
He's pretty
the
powerful, and
iCoke
his
promotion
Tonfa
for
attacks
Asia,
can take off a lot of
and then it
health.
was
Very
made
quickly.
worldwide
The only
on
thing is, there's a
patch
lot of
6.2.2.
improvised weapons in the room, which makes things incredibly easy when using beast style. Tachibana shows up after
So,
we defeat Oda and
unfortunately,
reveals
I don't think I'm able to get that
test
one
Kitty.
because I don't think
Oda is
this.
his right-hand man, and he couldn't hire somebody
I
without
don't-
making sure that Oda had some
I don't
say.
think they would have added that one
Winning the
to
fight was evidence enough for him. This is certainly a
Actually, would
strange
they? Let me look it
situation,
up.
But Kiryu really has no other option. He doesn't even have any leads at this point, and he has nothing in regards of a support.
because that was I think that was made
Everything he knew and valued
like,
has been
well
taken,
after
so his
it was
only
probably
option
made like
to prove
public
his
in
innocence
Legion.
and save his mentor is to find out what's going on here. Tachibana begins to explain everything. He has great power, and that's money.
Yeah, I'll look it up
He shows
here.
us as much when he causes a 10-second blackout across the entire city.
That's
He plans to
retail.
work this power, his money,
Is it in
against the Tojo clan.
Wrath
But he
of
has
the
a
Lich
man on
King?
the inside, an ally.
Yeah, I can't get that one.
Kazuma expected everything
Damn,
that would happen.
I cannot get it,
and
unfortunately.
entrusted Tachibana to watch over Kitty. Tachibana thinks
Ah,
that
well.
Kazuma has a bigger reason for getting the
I'll go after another
Kitty
dumb
no.
pet farm.
Kazuma gave
No
something
doubt
to
at some
Tachibana
point I'll
to
make
prove
up for the fact that
he's
I can't
telling
get
the
it.
truth. Kazuma's watch. He wants Kiryu to give it back once he's completed his mission. Kiryu
Okay, he's
realizes
done.
that joining with Tachibana is taking
Bruh.
an order from Kazuma, and he is ready to do
I
that,
hate fears
even if it costs him his life.
in this game.
Now,
I legit hate
Yakuza
them.
0 is not like the previous multi-character entries in the Yakuza series. In those games, we would generally play 4 chapters of each character and then switch to a different
He
one.
done.
The games would then have a final chapter, the finale that would tie all of their stories together. Those games
Heal
were
myself up.
half-finished braid with
Well, like
just the ends tied
I
Yakuza 0
let me
is
see
more like
what
a
other
large
like I also got
rope. Threads
I also got
intertwined
fucking
and woven
exalted with the
together.
Kalawak again.
Every 2 chapters, we switch to the other
That was a fun one.
character in the game, back and forth until the finale.
Fucking
At this point in the game, we can switch to Majima's
which
sword.
ones are my
It begins
good
in Sultan
drops?
Bolt,
I think
a
that
city
one's
we've
technically a
become
drop
almost as familiar with at this point
from the
as
fishing
Kamado
bag.
itself. 2 men are on a trip to the city and end their night at the Cabaret Club Grand. They
The
talk
white
about how it used to
kitten.
be a dump, but the new manager that started a year ago has improved business greatly.
That one wasn't too
A nearby
expensive.
customer has gotten a little too rowdy, and the manager himself comes out to deal with the problem. Goro Majima.
Nah,
This
I don't
game
have any
clearly
good pets.
takes place about 3 years after the Ueno Saiwa event that Majima was involved.
Only one I'm actually kind of
Majima
proud of
seems
is
to
this
have
one,
taken up a new profession.
because like
He's much
more
different
people
than the
don't
Majima
have that
we
one than
see in
anything.
the
I think,
recent entries of Yakuza.
at least out of any
He
pet you
definitely
can
hasn't
get from
found his
Reputation.
mad dog yet. He handles the disgruntled customer very
It's
professionally.
cool though.
And refrains from violence at all costs, even when he has alcohol poured all over him. He keeps the mood up by making witty comments throughout the whole thing. This is just such a stark contrast to the character that we know, and I want to talk about the idea of prequels for a moment. A prequel is an incredibly hard concept to pull off, and there's always a chance of the schlocky prequel that just throws in references from later in the series to appease fans. I'm looking at you, Solo. But with this predicament, how should you approach a prequel? The answer is that you should do it exactly like Yakuza 0. It takes the characters that we know and completely subverts our expectations, making them the exact opposite of how we know them. The
Man,
reason
we're
this works
gonna
so
win.
well is because we get to see them grow into the version
In time.
we're familiar with over the course of the game. Kiryu isn't this legend. He isn't the icon that people can aspire to. He isn't the Dragon of Dojima. Yet. Majima isn't a legend either. He isn't the top of the Tojo clan. He isn't the insane, off-the-rails, mad dog of Shimano. Yet. It's this promise that we're going to see how that happens throughout the course of the game that pulls people in. It's such an interesting setup and characterization, and it just works so well.
Yeah,
As
of course.
Majima, we have to evade attacks from the customer. We can't hit him, and even our heat actions will just see us offering the customer some help. The crowd loves the performance, and the whole ordeal could have been a humiliating, awkward situation, but Majima turned it into entertainment. He asks that the entire place forgive
Yeah.
him, as he just had too much
Can't
to
do
drink,
shit.
and he also gets the customer to buy everyone around as repayment.
Do
for
I
the
watch
disturbance.
video
This
game
demeanor
sin type
changes when
videos?
Majima makes it
I've
to
seen a
his
couple of.
office. He
I've
wants
seen a
the
couple of
hostess
them.
to get a large bonus for dealing with the customer and to keep an eye on the
They're
man
all
to
right.
make sure he pays the bill.
They're better
Majima
than
has to deal with
fucking
some
cinema
workers who
sins.
aren't fulfilling their roles. One is a hostess that's been arguing with the other girls in the club.
Like,
He solves the situation by putting her in her
I think I
place.
watched a video the
waiter
other
is
day
distracted
of
at work because his father is sick.
video
Majima
game
just
sins
demands pay
or
and
everything
time
wrong
so he
with
can help
the
his
Wolf
father.
Among Us.
Just then,
One of
the
those
customers is
one of those
ordering
type of
very
game,
expensive
one of those
items now that
series.
He knows he doesn't have to pay the bill. The man turns out
I don't
to
know
be
wh-
Sagawa, the owner
specifically
of the
which
club,
one. Why
and
is
a
that
influential
me?
Yakuza. He's been tasked with keeping an eye on Majima, and the whole thing is a test to get him back in the
That's
good
just sexual
graces of the
harassment.
Tojo. He has to make a certain amount of money to get back in the clan, which was previously 100 million yen. He gives the money to Sagawa, and that number suddenly turns into 500 million. Majima is determined, though. He'll do whatever it
Right.
takes to get back into the Yakuza again.
You could have just
Sagawa
not done
decides
that.
to take Majima's best hostess for another club that he
Oh, you've seen the Arkham ones?
This is a big hit to the grand
I think I
scheme,
think I might
so
have
now
seen
Majima has to look
one or
for
two of
someone
those.
else to replace her. Majima heads over to the
If I
office
remember
of the
right,
number one
I probably
competitor
don't
to the
though.
brand. He goes in disguise and surveys the situation, but he isn't very impressed with what he sees.
They weren't too bad.
Eventually, the owner,
If they're done
Yamagata,
right, I like them.
recognizes Majima is very
That's the
open
only
with
thing
his
they have to be done
intentions
right.
to poach his biggest hostess. But in turn, Majima wants to trade some of his hostesses for her, and he also wants to
Fuck.
give the place some tips on how they're getting through his business. Yamagata agrees to the deal, and
Yeah,
Majima
it
heads
was a
home.
video about all the
When he
murders
gets
being
there,
explained.
some thugs are waiting for
No,
him.
it wasn't that
They
one.
think they can push him
I didn't see
around
that
because
one.
Majima
The one I
wants
saw
his
was
back
just
in the club. But they don't
you
realize
know,
that
basic shit
mercy
that didn't make
extends
sense.
to customers, and these men
Like one of
aren't his
those
customers
minor,
right now.
you know, things.
Inside his apartment, Majima has a cigarette and sees a few men in the city keeping an eye on him. This chapter is called The Gilded Cage, and it's true to its name. Sotenbori
Like,
is Majima's cage. He can't leave if he wants
Like one
to
of
get
them was
back
talking
to
about
Dojo.
like you know,
People
like
are keeping
why
an eye
some
on him from
characters
every
didn't need
angle.
glamour,
He has to impress. He has to always
and why some
be
like even
on.
why those same
Can't
characters that
relax.
didn't even need the glamour was somehow threatened
Here we see a
with going
flashback
up to the
events
farm
from
if they
Yakuza
didn't
4,
have a glamour
with Saejima and
or something
Majima
like
getting
like
trouble
weird
with Ueno
minor
Saiwa.
story shit like
After
that.
Majima was held in some sort of
Why,
Yakuza
what?
prison, tortured by his former boss, Shimano, and his men. When he wakes up, it was all a nightmare.
It's kinda
and Majima
weird.
heads to the Grand for the night. When he gets there,
I didn't watch the
Sagawa
one
calls
about
him
like
and
all
wants
the
to give him
deaths
information.
explained because
Majima is sure that there's
I do
some
want there
sort
to be a
of
little
ulterior
bit of
motive
mystery.
here, but he isn't sure what.
If in case I
Sagawa
ever
wants
actually
to
play
know
the
why
games
Majima
myself,
was back in the Tojo clan so bad. He tells him that he wants to be there
or
when
play the
Saito
game
gets out.
myself.
He
Not
wants
I know
to
there's
be
only
as
one
his sworn brother.
so far.
Sagawa doesn't understand this, as his sworn
Maybe in the
brother
future
is
there'll be
gone,
another.
but he says that he would never die for him.
But
Sagawa finally gets to the point and asks if Majima would kill
oh
him
yeah,
to get back
hopefully,
to Tojo.
maybe
Sagawa
one day I'll
believes
get to
this
it.
would prove Majima's loyalty and resolve
I know that's a lot of
and would be a true
the
test
whole
for who can
fucking
back
Telltale
against
series as a
races.
whole.
Majima doesn't want to do it, but
That'll be a
Sagawa is
rabbit
just
hole to
going
go
make
down.
things harder for Majima, stopping the deal with the Odyssey and preventing him from making the money.
Maybe
he
I could
needs
do
to
that
keep
after
going.
I finish up all the
Sagawa
Yakuza
tells him that he
games,
has to kill a man named Makoto
because that's
Makimoto.
gonna
He runs
suck.
a prostitution ring in Sotenbori, stealing young students and
The day I
putting
actually
them on
finish all the
street to
Yakuza
earn
games, I'm
money.
gonna hate that.
Sagawa doesn't know where he is, but he does use the local telephone club to get clients. Majima has 2 days to complete the job, or he'll be killed. The next day,
2
Majima
days to
heads
do
the
it, or
telephone
you'll
club and talks with a
die.
woman that knows about Makimoto. She gets cagey very quick when the name is mentioned, but Majima tells her that he's
Yeah, I
writing
mean,
an
you
article
played it
about
twice and you still don't
The two
understand
meet
it.
up and Majima keeps his cover of being
Now that's
a film
probably
star with
a
rumors.
sign of bad
Ako
writing.
doesn't want to talk until she gets
If you
something
can't
in
understand
return.
something after playing
So we
it
have to take
twice,
her to get food,
that's maybe bad
clothes,
writing.
and get her a stuffed animal.
I
After
don't think it's
disco,
too
some men try to
advanced.
rough up the girl, and Majima has to deal with them. In return
Or
for
it might be
protecting her, Ako
they,
gives up
they
some
might try to put
information
like
on
too much shit in
Makimoto.
there for you to figure out,
Apparently,
since
he
it's a
isn't anything
detective
like
game.
Sagawa made him out to be. He's
It
actually
wouldn't
the
surprise me if they
opposite.
have shit
He
in there
runs a
they want you to
chiropractic
figure out.
clinic in the city called Hogushi
And so they're not going to tell you
He
everything.
actually
They're going to have to make you
protects
figure it
girls
all
who
out
work on the
yourself.
streets, and he never asks for money in return.
I would
The
hate
only
that
thing he
because I'm
does
not
ask
smart,
is that they
so I
let
can't
him
do
know
that.
if they meet someone with a bat tattooed on his arm.
Right.
This is confusing to Majima, as he doesn't
I
understand
don't know.
why Sagawa would lie to him about this.
I
He
just
heads
suck,
to
so
the
that would
clinic
fuck with
anyway.
me.
Once there, he's prepared to kill, but no one is
Or at least
harmed.
I'm not
He
smart.
investigates the place and finds a picture of
Yeah, you
Makimoto.
don't
He decides to
exactly
come
like
back
they,
later to
they
do the deed.
like, yeah,
Just
like,
then, a girl enters.
like where do
He
you
figures
buy a
out that she's
glamour?
blind,
Like I
judging by the cane in her hand
Like, who do you-
and her actions.
who
He
do you buy a
decides to try
glamour
and
from?
slip out unnoticed, but he bumps into her in
Who
the
do you
hallway.
buy
She
glamours
freaks
from
out,
in
thinking that Majima is some
Wolf
sort
Among
of
Us?
thief, but he says he was just there for a massage and is in great pain. Even though they're closed for the day, she offers to help him out. During the massage, Majima probes the woman about her boss.
Okay,
She has
but where do
nothing
you buy
but
them?
good things to say about him and all the kind things that he does. Majima is
It just
starting
says
to
they're
worry about what's
expensive.
going on and thinks that Sagawa has tricked
But
him.
who
Just
determines
then,
why
the
they're
boss
expensive?
himself
What,
enters
like if a
and
glamour
releases
is needed, then why
Majima's
don't the
tattoo.
fables
He sends the
have
girl
a
out
fable
of the office and
tax
he says this isn't the
that
first
supplies
time
glamours
assassin has
to
been
everybody
sent
that
to
needs
kill.
one?
Majima calls him Makimoto,
If
and
they're
he's
so
confused.
necessary, why
He's
don't
not
they do
sure
that?
where
I
Majima's
literally
hurt
do
at.
not understand
He's
it.
ready to fight. Before we get into our first
But-
big boss battle of
But, yeah, in the
Majima's
Arkham
story,
Sin
we
video,
should talk
they're
about
like, you
his
want to know
combat
how you can
style.
tell if you're going to have a
Majima
terrible
is similar to
security
Kiryu
facility,
in that he has
where the
three
signs outside say
distinct
hitchhikers
styles
may
that
be
he
keeping
uses. The
patient.
first is
Yeah.
his thug style. He's pretty similar to
Well, it's not.
Kiryu's
Yeah,
brawler style,
I guess that would be. Yeah, that
It's an
seems to be like
all-around
more of a
balanced
Cinnamon
sort of
Cinema
style
Sins
that blends
style
some
Sin
decent
video.
damage with good defense and
You got
wound.
like you got
There's
that
a
from.
distinct difference in every one of Majima's styles, and
But
Kiryu's
Cinema,
though,
the Cinema
and that's
Sins style videos for video
Kiryu's
games,
fighting
even
is
that, those are
very
pretty
weak.
good.
He holds a large frame and stays
Depending on
steady.
who made them.
He's a calm lake in terms of fighting.
Yeah, like I said, if they got it
Majima is a
illegally,
flowing
because the
river.
glamours are the one way
He moves a
people
lot. He's fluid. His unique and
lure away for
unorthodox
people to be
fighting
impersonated.
lends to his character
Exactly. So
as
it's
well.
like,
Just as we've seen in his
it's
previous
so weird.
appearances
Like,
throughout the games as
like
a
it
boss
doesn't
battle, he
explain
brings that sort of mad
like
dog
who makes
energy
them,
in his
who
fighting
makes the
approach.
glamours.
Majima's
Can anybody
counterpart
make a
Kiryu's
glamour?
rush style is his
Like,
Reaper style. This one is pretty similar to
Apparently,
Rush in that
non-fables
it's
can
all about
buy
speed
and use glamours.
This
So
one is
then
based
why
around
don't
the
why don't
breakdancing
why
craze
don't
and
some of these
Japan during the
fables
80s.
have like why
This
don't
one
they
can
set
be
up a
used
deal
for
like you
major
buy me a
crowd
glamour, I'll
control,
suck your dick.
especially when
Why don't they
Majima
do something
spins
like
on his
that?
head, using his legs to attack.
I'm pretty sure
The
somebody
last
would like to
style
fuck a
Majima
fable.
floats is the
So like why
Slugger
not?
style. This is most similar to Kiryu's Beast
Like
style.
and,
You
I
see
don't
a
know.
stronger
Again, if they
Majima
if
constantly moves
if
back.
glamours are
He
so
delivers
necessary,
powerful attacks
why
with
isn't
his
there a
weapons
glamour
and can
tax
provide
so that everybody
large
can get the
swipes
glamour glamour they need.
punish enemies thoroughly. The downside of this is
And
that
why aren't there
dodging
permanent
can't be any
glamours?
sort of grab attacks in this stance.
Well, there wasn't a witch.
Overall, I think
Is that
they
just
used
it? It's just
slugger
a witch?
because
Is that
deals
all it
with
is? Just
crowds
a
of
witch that makes the
smaller enemies
glamours?
very easily.
There should be
I
a factory.
generally tried to use the thug style for bosses, but Slugger is much more proficient. at
There should be a
single
huge
target
factory.
damage than Kiryu's beast
Like making
style
glamour
is.
should be a
So it
full-time
was a
job.
viable option.
Not like
I
a
didn't
witch
use the
thing.
breaker style very much at all, as I found
And
it
like,
kind of
I
awkward.
that just seems
It just
like,
didn't give me results like the others.
like at that
With all
point,
that
why
being
wouldn't you
said,
just
the
take these
massive
witches and
plan was
enslave
kind
them
of an
for
awkward
the
one.
good of
It's not
everybody?
very difficult, but the environment
Make them
makes it
slaves,
hard.
make them make glamours,
You're
have the
trapped in this
glamours be
tiny
given to the
little
people that
room
need
and
them.
we don't
You know,
have a
for
lot
the the sake of
space to
everybody,
work.
for the greater good.
Some Omi men
Enslave
interrupt
witches
the
for the
fight
greater
by
good.
looking for
Why not?
Makimura. Majima is confused because Makimura is standing right in front of them. Eventually, they call the man by his real name.
Why is it that I want to go right to
The girl
enslavement?
enters at this time, and we realize what's
There's something wrong with me.
going on. Makoto Makimura is really the girl, and this man has been using her name to protect her. The Yakuza take her and shoot Lee. Lee saves Majima from getting shot, and we defeat the men there before heading out to rescue the girl.
Like, I
We
got
find
something
Makoto
really
on
fucking
the
wrong.
streets, and we have to lead her around. There are a ton of Yakuza
Really,
patrolling the
bruh?
area, and if we get caught in their sights, we have to battle them. We want to avoid this though because Makoto has a health bar here, and during battles she can actually take enough damage that
got him.
would get a game over. We can avoid the groups of Yakuza by hiding in the crowd.
But still, it's like,
Majima eventually gets the girl out of harm's way near his apartment.
there's a lot of things that are
Collapses and
that was
sobs.
weird about the Wolf
Not only
Among
is
Us
being
from
chased
what
by
I
tons of
looked up
Yakuza
about
that
it.
want to kill you
I'm glad I
terrifying.
didn't play it
She's
because I'd probably
blind
just
as
be way
well.
more confused than
She has
anything.
no idea what's going on and has completely resigned herself to Majima. Majima's second chapter ends with him staring at his
Yeah, there's not a
death,
lot that can be
conflicted,
explained.
as he realizes that he still has
There's not a lot
kill
they
her.
can explain
At
because I
this
don't think
point,
they wrote
we
it
jump
right.
back to Kiryu, and Yakuza 0 has a neat little feature that provides a short
Ah, he's a healer
recap as
too.
you're switching characters.
He gonna
so that
die.
you don't forget what happened in between chapters. Kiryu is at the batting center with Nishiki, discussing his new job with Tachibana. He's basically a real
What you running for?
now, and
What
he
you
needs some new
running
friends
for?
for the job so he doesn't look like a Yakuza. He gets a new suit, which is almost just as Yakuza
Yeah, but we
as
can find
before,
out once the
if
second
not
one
more.
gets released.
Kiryu
Yeah,
has to meet
if that
Oda
ever-
today
if
for
that ever
basically
fucking
a
happens.
training session. They meet with an
It
old
should.
man who has some squatters living in his place
No
of
reason it
business.
shouldn't.
We get this really funny sequence where we have to choose what Kiryu should do or say, and even have a quick time event to give a business.
Got him.
Yamanoi, the old man, says the squatters at his place won't
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah,
and
you
they're
you
backed
enslaved
by
a few
Yakuza.
misogynist.
Oda wants to deal with the situation, but we have to get a gift.
But I
first.
am the
We enter
misogynist.
the
What are you
building
talking
and talk
about?
to Tsuji, the man
I
squatting.
would be the one
He doesn't
enslaving the
wanna
women
budge and won't reveal the Yakuza that
as well
protect
as the
him.
men.
The Yakuza reveal themselves once we're outside, though, and Kiryu has to fight them, as they're asking
Yeah, that's
me
with
a
almost every
ridiculous
Telltale
amount
game.
to
Yeah,
get them to defeat
unfortunately.
them. After the battle, they reveal they're with the Tai Hai Association.
And with the way I play
of
games, I
Wano's,
probably wouldn't get but
one
a
of the
couple.
Dojima family lieutenants. With the
But a
Yakuza
couple out of
defeated them,
those.
Tsuji leaves the place.
Couple
Oda sends
playthroughs.
Kiryu to go report to Yamanoi
Couple
and meet
streams,
with
yeah.
Oda at Sedona when he's done.
Oh, there is
Kiryu
actually a
meets
trailer
Nishiki at
for it?
Sedona, surprised to
Well,
find
shit.
It turns out he's a good friend of Rain,
Well, good.
the woman who owns the place.
I may have to
We're
look
seeing
that
the
up.
origin of the boys finding their watering hole. Oda is running late.
Yeah,
and
bro, you
eventually
too, you're a
arrives
misogynist.
beaten and bloody with Awano's
I'll enslave you
men
too.
behind him. Awano has taken the whole thing as an insult
I'll
to
enslave
the
everybody.
Yakuza
I don't give a fuck.
themselves. Kiryu left the Yakuza
I'll
immediately
I'll save
to
everybody
with
except
Tachibana.
non-stoner, except
Nishiki
stoners.
gets him
Those are
out
the only
and
people I
Awano
wouldn't
slams
enslave.
his head against the bar. Kiryu is forced into a confrontation when Okabe, one of Awano's men, starts talking bad about Nishiki. Awano confronts Kiryu outside, and Kiryu tries to use fists to solve it, but Awano won't let him. He tries to get some information out of Kiryu and figures out that Kazuma is involved in Tachibana, but they don't know who owns the empty lot yet. He warns Kiryu here that if he doesn't give him Tachibana, his friends will come to get him, and he shuts him down. After Kiryu tells him what happened, Oda has his reservations. He thinks Kiryu will give
How long is
Tachibana
this
over to
video?
the Yakuza to clear his name.
2 hours.
This causes Oda
We're
to call Tachibana and
36
tell him to
minutes
hide
through.
and not tell anyone where he is.
Do
Kiryu makes
ex-stoners
it clear
count?
that he doesn't plan to
Depends
give
on why
up,
they're
and
ex-stoners.
Nishiki protests this strongly.
It has to be a good reason
Kiryu
to be an
heads to the empty
ex-stoner.
lot on his way home and finds
If they
Tachibana
came to
with
Jesus
anyone.
and they
He
saw
tells
the
him that
error of
even
their
though it
ways,
seems like it,
nah,
the
they get
situation
sacrificed.
isn't
They get
that
enslaved
dire.
first.
He has found no evidence
And then
for
sacrificed.
Yakuza as the one behind the framing, so it must be another in the Dojima family.
That's
Tachibana
all
leaves
it. That's
and
all
tells
it comes
Kiryu
down
to
to.
play for a bit. Shortly after this, we meet a man who gives us the cash confetti ability. This allows us to throw a pile of cash out when enemies are approaching.
Like if they
the
stop
streets.
being stoners
This will
because it's
distract
like,
them
oh,
and
it
cause
costs a
them to
lot
go
of
for
money. It's like,
cash
okay,
instead
yeah,
of us,
you're fine, you're good.
avoiding random encounters if we so choose. This was a welcome addition to this entry, especially after the
Anything other than
absolute
that, though.
catastrophe that was random encounters in Yakuza 5. I I think the option to avoid them should always be there, especially since Yakuza is trying to cater to such a wide audience. There are some people that play these games just because of the story and want to beeline through that.
Yeah.
There are some people that play
Yeah.
these games just for the side stuff and want to get to that as quick as possible. There are even some people that just enjoy the culture presented in the atmosphere of the game. No one plays Yakuza to get into as many random encounters as possible. Kiryu also kills some
Yeah,
time
that's
here
true.
as we're introduced to the cat fights minigame, which we'll talk
Yeah,
about
the reason is you
more
can't
in the
find any.
distractions section. After Kiryu
Oh, yeah.
gets back to his apartment,
Once
we
a
see the
stoner, always a
lieutenants of the
stoner.
Dojima family meeting. They assume that
Hell yeah.
Kiryu will not be giving up Tachibana anytime soon and gets permission from Dojima to start a hunt for Kiryu. Kuze wants him kept alive so he can make him kneel before he kills him. They also make sure to tell Kashiwagi and Nishiki that they want their help. In the city, we're accosted by tons of
Okay.
Dojima family members. We have a time limit to defeat each group of enemies so that we can get away before reinforcements
You gotta do
arrive,
it.
and we're surrounded. I won't say that Yakuza Zero's combat
here, just
system is my favorite,
kill 'em,
but
plant
it is
it,
really
do it.
good. The main thing that's on full tilt here is the satisfaction in fighting. It's always been extremely pleasing to just wipe out a group of enemies, but with the UI changes and system upgrades, it's as satisfying as ever. When you kill an enemy, there's a cha-ching sound. Money flies all over the place, modifiers pop up on the screen, and it just feels so much more impactful when you take down 3 at once. Kiryu eventually takes down Kawamura, a large Dojima member, and is free of the men chasing him, for now. He needs a place to hide though, and a stripper offers him a hideout that he can use. She leads him into her boss's office, which has a secret entrance to a set of tunnels that can get him out of there quickly. We soon realize as Kiryu is walking away that the woman has just sold him out. Just then, Kuze, the psychopath that he is, rushes down the tunnel on a motorcycle and smashes Kiryu with a pipe. Kuze tells him that he's half-assing his approach to the situation. It doesn't matter if you fall down, you just have to get back up. That's the way of the Yakuza. Kuze is going to keep coming at Kiryu no matter what. We have to fight Kuze another time, and he's not that strong. Our heat actions take
Right
off
there for
huge
now.
chunks of his health. He also uses his pipe to deal big damage and block, but a finishing move will break through his
Yeah.
guard pretty easily.
Well, I might as well
Kiryu
watch it.
hesitates
Well,
for a moment with Kuze's pipe in his hands. But
I mean,
he
or
puts
we
it
could
down,
watch
deciding
this
not
and
to
then
kill him.
watch the Lego
This is a
one.
really big moment. It would have ended a
Gonna
lot of
be
his
doing
troubles,
both
albeit
either way.
probably getting him in more trouble to just kill Kuze there and then. But he
So,
didn't. I think this is one of the first big moments that establishes Kiryu as the man that he is, one of restraint. Even though he knows that Kuze won't stop chasing him, he doesn't end it here. Kiryu continues through the sewers and arrives in a dance club, with Awano grooving on the stage. Awano tries to tempt
it.
Kiryu again with money and ending all of this. The only payment he requires is turning in Tachibana. Kiryu refuses yet again, and Awano
Yeah.
reveals that he knows about Sun
Oh,
Pond
they gotta do
Orphanage,
anything.
the place that Kiryu and Nishiki
why are they
came
up there?
from. He says that he gave the old caretaker a ton of money,
Wait.
and it would be a shame if anything happened to the
Am I-
place. This is when Awano stops being nice and
Oh wait,
loses
I
it.
am
He
Horde.
pulls a gun on Kiryu
I
and
am
tells him he
retarded.
virtually has an army outside. Kiryu basically tells him he would rather get shot and die than work for Awano. Awano doesn't understand but lets Kiryu go.
Yeah.
Outside, Kiryu prepares to be shot by the men
Well,
waiting for
I mean,
him.
yeah, I
There's not a
could do
single
that,
Yakuza
sweet,
there.
but you know,
Nishiki arrives and tells
I
Kiryu
don't
to
care
get
to.
in. He's decided after everything they've been through, he
I'll
can't
I'll
neglect
watch
to
that
help
video
Kiryu,
if and
even
when
it means his
I
own
feel
fate.
like it.
Kiryu falls
How about
asleep
that?
in the car at this point, a long day of being
If
chased
that's a better
around the
answer.
city. When he wakes up, Nishiki has taken him to a spot in the middle. of
If
the
I can
woods.
find it in
Nishiki says he
myself to
just
to
drove
care.
until they got to a dead end. He
Then
doesn't
maybe
know
I'll
where
watch
they
it.
are. They get out and he gives Kiryu a smoke. He tells him to enjoy because it's going to be his last. At this point,
Besides,
Nishiki
I
pulls a
don't want to
gun
watch
on Kiryu.
anything that I
He
have to
explains that
actually
even though
watch,
he doesn't want to kill his sworn brother, he wants this to end.
because otherwise, what would be the point if I'm just mainly focusing on this? I mean, it wouldn't make any fucking sense to actively watch a video while I'm trying to do some PvP.
He doesn't want to see Kiryu have to face a torturous, slow death at the hands of the dojo. Kiryu is not shaken by this. He tells Nishiki to
Besides
do it
this
and
shit, I've
apologizes for
I've
getting
already
involved
seen
in
these
it.
videos before.
He asks only one thing. that Nishiki takes his head and turns it in for the promotion.
It's mostly
so he
just
can at
listening
least
at this
get
point.
something out of this. Nishiki breaks down at this point. He can't kill his best friend and sworn brother. He just doesn't have the strength to pull the trigger. Kiryu tells him to stop getting involved, or the Dojima will be
Oh
after
my
him as well,
god.
and he takes the car, leaving Nishiki in the
I'll just
woods.
fucking die.
This scene is probably one of the best in the entire series. It builds on both characters so much in such a short amount of time.
Come on, kill
It makes
me.
us realize that Nishiki was almost willing to kill his brother to put him out of his misery. But even then, he
Kill me
couldn't do
already,
it.
come
He
on.
couldn't rationalize the orders that the Dojima family gave him. It also cements how Kiryu deals with problems, resolve in the face of danger. It begs the same question that we asked way back in the first Yakuza game when Kiryu is confronted by Majima. Did he know that Nishiki wouldn't pull the trigger? Is he just that good at
He that mad.
Or did he just not care if he died? Not only all that, but it's incredibly emotional. Seeing
Like, come on
Nishiki
now.
break down and all of this
I don't
raw
even.
emotion coming out of him, clearly
I would
not able
rather
to
run
keep
toward your
level-headed in the
fucking.
situation.
I would
After
rather
this, we
run
jump
toward
to
more
Majima
alliance and
again.
deal with you.
He's brought Makoto to a safe house
Like-
owned by Yamagata. Makoto doesn't have any information on the man.
I hope he understood.
The one with the bat
I just
tattoo.
didn't want to deal with
We
him.
have to track down Lee at this point and get some information from a Chinese man who shows up at the chiropractor's office. He leads Majima to a mahjong parlor where he finds Lee already patched up. He's decided that Majima must not be his enemy because otherwise he would have harmed Makoto by now and would not have sought him out.
Makoto.
Lee tells Majima about the man with the bat tattoo.
Leon.
Apparently he is the one who is responsible for her blindness. She was sold off to the Korean mafia and she was made a slave. This gave her
Ooh, slave.
post-traumatic blindness. He rescued her and has been searching for the man ever since, but it seems he has nothing
Don't know
to
why
do with
slavery
the
gets
hit
my
that
interest.
recently put out on her. Lee has some sort of plan to prevent Majima from having to kill Makoto, but he won't tell Majima the details until he sets everything up. When Majima gets back to the warehouse, he tries to relate to Makoto, telling her about how he got his eye taken from him. Makoto becomes
Aw.
somber after thinking about the experiences she went through, and Majima goes out to get her one of her favorite foods, takoyaki. As the two are eating their food, Majima asks about Makoto's watch. It doesn't make much sense that she'd wear one, but she tells him it reminds her of her life before she was blind. It has a music box inside, but it's broken. She decides to leave it behind, and Majima picks it up without her knowing. Majima has to head to work, and before he leaves, he asks Makoto if she knows someone named Sagawa, but she doesn't. On his way to work, he meets a man outside of another cabaret.
Man,
club
why
in
it
town,
missed?
And this leads into
His
Majima's
seed of destruction
large
missed.
minigame, the Cabaret
Bruh, get
Club,
more hit.
which I'll detail in the
What the fuck?
distractions section. After his
I mean, I
shift,
got
the
nothing-
Chinese doctor from earlier
I know
meets
I
him
got no room to
outside.
talk.
He tells
I have
Majima
shit
that
for
Lee
hit.
wants to meet with them.
I literally
Lee
have
and Majima
106 hit
discuss the
ready.
fact that Sagawa has
But
PvP.
fucking hell.
Lee doesn't want to give away
Being a
Makoto's
spellcaster,
location,
getting hit
so he
is
lets
so
Majima
easy.
use a hidden tunnel in his clinic. The three of them meet back at the warehouse and they get ready to discuss the plan. Makoto nods off and Lee says he spiked her drink so they could talk about the plan without her knowing. Weird. Lee has apparently found a woman that looks just like Makoto, and he suggests that Majima kill her. Afterwards, Lee will remove all evidence of her identity and will ID her as Makoto. Majima doesn't agree with the plan one bit. Lee used to be an assassin for a Chinese mafia.
I'm back here.
During his last few jobs with them, he met Makoto, and she reminded him of his daughter, who also went blind from medication she was taking for an illness. She's gone now,
I wonder.
but Lee is willing to do anything to keep Makoto alive. Lee tries to convince Majima of the plan, assuring him that the woman is a terrible person that marries men for money and gets them killed, so she gets the inheritance.
If it
Because
actually,
the two don't agree, they battle.
if it actually stuns
Lee is a
people for
pretty
2
tough
seconds,
opponent
maybe
with
that would be a
ton of
good.
health. I should
Bruh!
also point out here that he looks suspiciously like Saejima.
I can't
same
laugh.
jacket and everything. Don't
Oh,
worry,
no.
I'm not hinting at any big reveal. He just looks like him. Lee uses some
I
strong
bruh, the seed of
attacks, but dodging
corruption.
and getting
That was
well-timed
what it
combos
is, seed of
in
corruption.
makes this fight pretty
Totally
easy.
missed.
Lee
What the
begs
fuck?
Majima to help him after he
How do
defeats him.
you
He
go
tells
on
him that
after
this
that?
is the only way he can save his own life. Majima takes the uniform that Lee planned to dress
Like
the
legit, how do you go on with
and
life
denies Lee's request
when your
to
seed of
him.
corruption misses?
Outside, he throws it in the trash, and someone comes along looking for the items. Lee is looking for Majima the next day, and he heads to his clinic. We learn that the body double was found dead, with the uniform that Majima threw away last night.
Bruh.
Majima says he didn't do it, so someone else
What
must
the
have known
fuck?
of their plan and of Makoto's fate. Just then, Majima gets a call from the man who did it. He's waiting for Majima at the Grand, looking for a trade. Majima heads to the Grand and finds the killer to be Nishitani, head of the Kijin clan. Nishitani's trade consists of Majima giving Makoto to him as reward for dealing with the body double. He says he won't kill her, he just wants to talk, but Majima doesn't believe him. He wants to fight Majima, but Majima can't hit a customer, so Nishitani calls the police and tells them he's robbing the place. Nishitani is an extremely odd fight. His movements are even more obscure and strange than Majima's. The oddest thing that he does is fake being downed and crawl backwards across the ground when you get close to him, slicing his way across the floor. He's really different, and this makes him hard to predict, so it can be a challenging fight. He doesn't give any information even after we defeat him. He says he'll see Majima another time before being taken away by the police. Sagawa is waiting
fuck
for
off.
Majima in his office and has some
Really,
questions
bro?
for the man. He wants to know why he
Really?
didn't contact him after he killed Makoto and why her
Ugh,
case was
I mean,
brutalized.
thank God, but really?
Majima says that he doesn't even
Get
remember doing
fucked.
the deed and forgot to call. Sagawa also
Call to
wants to
arms?
know why
Cool.
Nishitani and Omi Alliance Upper Yakuza was at
Eh.
the club. Majima chalks this
Fucking
up to
hell.
a drunken brawl. Sagawa trusts all of these answers and leaves to go speak with Shimano about getting Majima reinstated. Majima is nervous that Sagawa will figure out the ruse that's been put on, so he needs to get Makoto out of the city. On his way back to meet Lee, the Chinese doctor asks him to take some painkillers to the man. Back at the warehouse, Makoto is finally fed up with being in the dark. She wants to know what's going on and why Yakuza are after her. Majima tells her about Nishitani and the Omi Alliance that are trying to get her.
I should go
Majima
sell some
thinks Sagawa
shit.
has already figured out that the body wasn't
Oh,
Makoto,
or not?
and tells the two to get out of Sotenborg.
Ooh, WotLK
Even if
Valley.
Naomi tracks
Nice.
them to different places, he
I like a
promises
good AV.
he'll help them out in any way he can. As they're about to leave, the Chinese doctor enters and tells Lee that he has decided to follow the advice he gave him. Since it's difficult for Chinese people to thrive in Japan, they have to pick money over loyalty. The man has sold them out, and Sagawa's men pour in. The doctor is promptly silenced, and we have to take down the brutes. They need to get out of the city, but Lee decides to stay back and make sure that the doctor survives. We have to meet Lee back at the clinic where he has a van that will get them out of town. We have another section of trying to get through the city with Makoto behind us, hiding from all of the Yakuza that we can. Once we arrive at the clinic, the van is in sight, but just as Lee starts the ignition, the vehicle explodes. Lee is killed in the blast and Majima is injured. Sagawa emerges from the smoke and approaches Majima, gun in hand, ready
These
to
fucking
end
people.
him. He says he was actually going to talk to Shimano this time, but since Majima betrayed him, he's dead. Before he can do it, he's shot by someone, the man that would become the third chairman of the Tojo clan. He disarms Sera, and before Majima can get any answers, he knocks him out cold. We jump back to Kiryu, and his apartment has been destroyed by the Tojo clan still hunting. Kiryu is in a rough spot. He has nowhere to go at this point. He could go to the Kazuma family offices, but he doesn't want to get Kashiwagi in trouble. He's just wandering the streets at this point, hoping not to get caught. Eventually, he gets into a fight with a drunk man who's cut him with a bottle. He's sitting in the park, and Reina comes along, noticing his wound. She's incredibly concerned for him, and she invites him to come back to Serena. He doesn't want to involve her in the situation, but she knows how much Kiryu means to Nishiki, and she can't just let him sit outside. Back at Serena,
cool.
Reina
Yeah.
wants to know if Nishiki is okay. She saw him outside the Kazuma family offices earlier, and he looked very upset. Kiryu tells her that he cut ties with him for now so that he can be safe. Reina says a detective came looking for him at the bar, and Kiryu explains the whole situation to her. The Dojima family enters the bar, and we have to battle them. They anticipated that he would use the bar as a hideout, and Kiryu truly isn't safe anywhere. Reina wants to call the police, but Kiryu doesn't think that would stop the Dojima family from trying to kill him. Before he leaves, he gives her the watch from Kazuma, telling her to give it to Nishiki. He wants her to pass on a message, that he can't go trying to avenge Kiryu if he dies. When Kiryu makes it outside, we're faced with the three lieutenants again. Kuze wants to end this here and now, killing Kiryu for good. We have to battle him again, this time with some goons and an upgrade in that of a pair of steel fists. He's a little tougher in this third fight, but not too much. When we're focusing on the goons, he can be really annoying as it's very easy for him to catch us off guard. But when we focus him, the battle becomes incredibly simple and he gets backed into a corner. Kuze begins to beat Kiryu and raises a bat over his head. Before he can deal the killing blow, Tachibana comes through and hits Kuze with a car, rescuing Kiryu in the process. Tachibana takes Kiryu to an underground parking lot to hide out.
Not gonna deal with that bunker.
Apparently, with the Dojima family out in force, it's been hard for him to give
Come over
orders to
here.
others. This is why he had to go hands-on.
We can
and
kill this
rescue
bitch.
Kiryu just now. This scene is really important and builds Kiryu's character incredibly well. It also focuses on the juxtaposition between him and Tachibana. Kiryu says that he hasn't realized it till now, but he's been relying on everyone else around him to save him. Tachibana, Nishiki, even Reina. If he didn't have these people around, he wouldn't have even made it this far. This makes him feel two things.
Bruh, I've
One,
taken
he's
out bosses
reliant
solo
on
with
others,
more
which
health
he
than
doesn't
her.
seem comfortable with, because he doesn't want to bring other people into this mess. He also feels like a burden in general and not strong enough to survive on his own. This first realization in Kiryu's history would make for him realizing that he's stronger with others around him, which would clearly be an instrumental part of him surviving through future ordeals. Tachibana has a completely different outlook on this situation. He thinks that you should use everyone around you as much as you possibly can. It's the only way to get ahead in life, and he learned this from his rough childhood. Tachibana reflects that this way of looking at things has made him use people, and in return, they
Am I
use
getting any
him.
closer to my
This doesn't
level
exactly
goal?
create friends for him, but with Kiryu's outlook,
Well, I mean, I'm
he
already
has
level
friends
80.
and a support network. People around
I've
him
been
that
level
care
80 for a
enough to put
while,
their
so
lives on the line for him. Tachibana
There is no other
eventually grows
level
ill during
goal I
the
really need to
conversation,
do
and Oda comes to rescue them, taking them to a place that the Dojima can't
other
find.
than just upgrade my gear
Tachibana
now.
is in the hospital, and Oda explains the situation. Tachibana and he are Chinese nationals hiding out.
Of course, I won't need to
A
actually
few
do
years
any
ago,
more
Tachibana
leveling
was
until
attacked in the streets and lost his arm.
the
Because of how much
13th,
blood he lost,
until
he had kidney
technically
failure and
tomorrow.
has to have steady dialysis to mitigate it. This complicates things for them and makes
It's-
it harder to battle the Dojima family and gain
But yeah,
control of
yeah,
the
level,
plot.
yep, level 80.
Before Oda takes Kiryu out of the room, Kiryu notices
Been
that
level
he
80 for a
has
long
tattooed
time.
Tachibana's arm. At this point, Oda takes Kiryu to
I mean, I
Liberation,
guess if
which
you
is made a
don't play
return
World
in
of
this
Warcraft
episode. We meet Elder
religiously,
Chen, the
then
leader
it's
of
like,
the
yeah,
group.
you
Oda
wouldn't
tries to get him to let
you
Kiryu
wouldn't just
stay there,
immediately
but he
know
doesn't
by
want the
looking
Dojima
like,
family
oh yeah,
member
80.
on their
You,
premises. The two have been at odds for years.
Like, yeah.
and Dojima
So
steals
it's
Turk from
understandable.
them and killing their men. Tachibana
But, like,
recommends that
tomorrow-
Kiryu stay in the west
for
part
I think
homeless
yeah, I think
camp,
tomorrow,
as the Dojima most likely
because
look for him.
on the
Kiryu defends
15th,
camp from some thugs trying to
Feast of
help the
Wintervale
homeless men
starts.
apart.
Feast of
Oda picks
Wintervale
Kiryu
is like
up the
World of
next morning
Warcraft
and
Christmas,
explains that they're heading to the
and
Tokyo
it's a
HQ.
whole fucking
Tachibana
it's a
is
whole
already there
event.
trying to negotiate
It goes
terms,
on until
letting
the
off the
2nd
hunt
of
for
January,
Inside, Tachibana is talking to
and that's a
Mihara,
whole
the
event.
current
But
interim
before they
chairman
do
of the
that, they're
Tojo clan.
giving
He
people
respects Kiryu because he reminds him of Kazuma when he was younger.
they're going to
But he
give
doesn't
this
think that
joyous
Tachibana
journeys
and
buff or
interfere in the
something
Dojima family
tomorrow
business.
or the next day
Tachibana
or
argues
whatever,
that Dojima gained more
and
power than
that's
he
going to
already
give
has would
you
make him a prime candidate
50%
for the seat of third chairman, and he
more
wouldn't be
experience
respectful to the elders of the
doing
clan
everything.
at all.
And I'm
Tachibana
going to try to
finally
also
offers
get
Mihara
some
the
heirloom
ability
gear, which
again,
gives you more
plus 50%
experience
if Kiryu is ensured
doing
safety,
everything. So
and a 30% cut
again,
of
getting
all
to
of
80 is a bit
Tachibana's
of a
profits
grind.
moving
Yeah.
forward.
Well, it's
Mihara
only
is
it's
shocked
only a
and asks
grind
if
in as
Kiryu
much
is
as you got to
worth
just
much.
do
Tachibana
nothing
replies
but
that he can't put a
quests
price tag on a
from
good
1 to
friend.
80.
Mihara accepts and agrees to call off the hunt.
That's
When
the
group is
biggest
leaving,
grind
he
it
tells
really
Kiryu
is.
He reminds him of the uncompromising and strong Kazuma.
But at least now they're going to make it.
They're
They're going to make that grind a little easier, 50% easier at least.
Mihara wants to test their strength as they leave and sends a group of Tojo men after them. This isn't a betrayal. He just wants to see if they have what it takes.
But yeah, I'm going to try to
do the
get some
work.
more gear.
We have to fight our way through the Tojo
I need
grounds with
20
Tachibana
more
and Oda
badges
battling
of heroism.
alongside. We get to use some pretty cool
Then I'll be able to
team-making
get a
actions and
robe
eventually make it through the place. Mihara
that I
watches
can
them
use
leave
to
and finally sees why Kazuma is so interested
pair
in
up with a
Kiryu.
pair of shoulders I
Group
have.
hides out at the Tokyo pier for the moment being.
The shoulders give
The
you
Dojima
10% more
families are
experience.
watching them, though.
The
They have orders to not touch Kiryu. Shibusawa says he saw all of this coming and is one step ahead, promising
yeah,
to
the
succeed
shoulders and the
with
robes give you
their
10%
leaders,
each.
fellow
They
lieutenants, and
stack, so with the
security
50%
The group knows that Shibusawa has found the owner of the
that you
empty
get,
lot, so they
it's
have to
like
hurry to
better.
Sotenbori. Kiryu tries to
It's
find
like,
out why
I mean,
Kiryu
I'm
is so
a
important to
tank,
Tachibana, but he doesn't want to give that information up.
but like,
They head back to Kamurocho so Kiryu can get his affairs in order before heading to Sotenbori.
but yeah,
Back
so
in
hopefully
Malaysia,
about the time I
Oda
can
and
actually
Kiryu
start
are
leveling up a new
prepping to
character.
leave, and Tachibana promises to
I'm
tell
gonna
Kiryu
get like
why the lot is so
70%
special
experience.
to him when he gets back. For now, he reveals who owns the empty lot, a girl named Makimoto Makoto. We jump
I'll at
back
least
to
take
Majima
one.
at this point, and we see Seta carrying away Makoto. Sagawa has captured Majima and is torturing.
I can take one
Sagawa
at
plans
least.
to kill him for his betrayal, but
5K,
Majima
god
now
fucking
finds
damn.
the man that took Makoto.
Yeah, I
Majima
would have
doesn't
expected
know
it
who
to
the
take
man was,
longer.
and Sagawa reveals
Oh,
that
trust me, the
Majima's
grind, the
Majima's
leveling
supposed to
grind
kill
takes so
Makoto
fucking
in the
long.
first place. The order came from Shimano himself.
We
and
win.
never gave him an explanation. Majima notes that
Hey.
the man in the white suit took
Very
Makoto
nice.
unharmed, and because of this, may be in league with Nishitani.
But yeah,
Sagawa
the
sends
actual
Majima to the
1 to
Kijin
80 grind
offices
without
to
the
look for clues
buff
that Nishitani left behind.
takes for
Before he
fucking
leaves,
ever.
He tells him not to betray him again.
It
or
really
he'll meet
does.
his death for sure this time. At the Kijin family office, the Yakuza aren't giving up any information.
So it'll
We of course have to beat it out of them.
It'll be
but they
nice
still
to
don't know
actually
anything. They don't know why Nishitani wanted the
be able
girl
to
or
skip
who's
some of
gonna
that,
be
at
able to
least
pursue
by,
this.
at
They tell
least
him to
bare
try
minimum
and
by
find
half.
Billiken, a corrupt police detective that the family has in their pocket. He might be able to arrange a talk.
And I'll be
with
leveling up a
Nishitani.
priest
Billiken isn't willing to take
to do
Majima
it.
to
Priest,
Nishitani as
trying to
his
level up a
enemy,
priest is
but
just
maybe
fucking
after they get to
terrible
know each
anyway,
other a
because
bit,
they're
he
so
can be
they're
paid to do so.
they're cloth
He takes
users.
him
They
aboard
can't
a
wear
pleasure
any
barge and
gear
gives us Nishitani's
proficiency higher
story.
than cloth.
Billiken adopted Nishitani when he was
So they're
young,
very
and he'd already
squishy,
killed someone by the
very
time he
easy
was
to
in high
kill.
school. He was born to be a Yakuza. Billiken
And their
takes Majima
spells are
to
just
an
fucking weak
underground
unless he
elevator
goes
and
shadow,
eventually into the river
which
Styx.
I'm gonna
The
have
place
to,
was built during the war,
just to
but
level
they've
up.
since
But once I
become a
level up, I'm
location
gonna
for
go
underground fighting.
probably holy,
Billiken has started the
be a
ring
holy
himself.
priest,
He
and
takes
then
criminals that are
heal.
incredibly powerful
Just do a lot of
and has
healing.
them fight in the ring. If they can survive as fighters for 1 year, they can go free. No one has earned this reward yet. He wants Majima to fight
Yeah, that'll be
3
fun.
matches in the ring to prove himself, and if he does, he'll take him to Nishitani. Our first battle is against the Yakuza Joker, who's a pretty weak opponent. The second is against Dr. Kirihito, who's even weaker, and the third against Dead Puncher, who just has a ton of health. Billiken agrees to fulfill his end of the bargain, but tells Majima that Nishiki killed a kid in high
Weird.
school as revenge for him. Billiken's daughter was murdered at a young age by a minor who was given no consequences because he couldn't be tried. Nishitani got revenge for the man by killing the minor and eventually became a higher-up Yakuza. Inside the prison, Nishitani is being treated well. It's revealed that he really went to jail to get away from Sagawa and make sure he wasn't killed. Since he owns a lot of the cops, he has it pretty comfy in here. He might know who the man in the white suit is, but he definitely knows he isn't a friend. He thinks a third party is interested in taking Makoto, but before he gives more information, he wants a good battle
inventory
with
full.
Majima. We have to fight Nishitani in his cell, which is pretty similar to before. He has a bunch more health now, but it's mostly the same battle. Nishitani thinks the Nikio Consortium kidnapped Makoto. They are a gray ops company that's employed by the Tojo. He thinks the man in the white suit is Masaru Seta, and spoiler alert, he's right. If you played the first Yakuza game, then this would be clear, as he's already the chairman of the Tojo at that time. The whole thing is complicated because Nishitani was getting his orders from the Dojima family, specifically Shibusawa. Majima was getting his orders from Shimano, and now the Nikio Consortium has also been hired to get the girl. This means that 3 different factions of the Tojo are looking for her, and these 2 aren't sure why. Nishitani and Majima decide to team up and head to the Consortium, hopefully being able to backstab Shimano and Sagawa in the end. Majima truly cares about this girl, and decides that all he wants in the end is to give her a good life. Nishitani relates to this and tells him that the Nikio are hiding out at the Benton Inn. Majima tells Nishitani that he's not going to give Makoto to him when they find her, and Nishitani says they'll figure that out when the time comes. When they step out of the cell, which wasn't locked in the first place, a Tojo clan member arrives, shooting Nishitani. Nishitani ends up sacrificing himself so that Majima can get away. And
Bro, I
goes
saw
out
him over there.
blazing. Majima
He's
is
over
chided
there,
for
I saw
returning
him.
to Sotenbori by Sagawa. He doesn't like that he left and kidnaps him for it. He tells Sagawa everything that Nishitani
What's he
told
gonna
him,
try?
and Sagawa replies that they'll be going to find the Nikio Consortium. The 2 arrive at Camellia Grove, a place of true vice and villainy. The 2 split up to cover more ground, and we have to make our way through the place. It's an odd environment for sure. We're going up against masked thugs and even some wearing kimonos. But the whole place is extremely stylized and makes for a great battleground. At the top of the building,
Yeah, y'all
Sarah
better
is
heal
waiting
me.
for Majima. Sarah doesn't want to kill Majima, and he doesn't even truly consider him to be an enemy. He understands now
They
why
ain't
he
even
is
healing
considered
me.
one of the best of Shimano's family.
Okay, I think now they are.
Sarah doesn't
Okay, yeah,
want to
now
be
finally.
enemies, but
Fuck.
tells Majima that
Thank
Makoto
God.
has already been handed off to someone else to keep her safe. Majima just wants to protect the girl, but before Seta reveals where she is
They're
and why
literally
she's
a tank.
important, he wants Majima to prove himself further. Seta is one of the more difficult battles in the game, which, to be honest, really isn't saying much. He's a slick fighter.
Okay.
He's smooth and calculated.
WotLK.
He doesn't deal in any of the
Fucking idiot.
flashy nonsense that others do. He moves distinctly, but that doesn't mean he's weak. His punches are powerful and deal a ton of damage. Eventually, we take him down, and Seta deems Majima worthy of protecting Makoto. He reveals that Makoto is under the protection of someone in Kamurocho, the head of a real estate firm,
Bro, what are you
presumably
doing?
Tachibana. She was gifted the empty lot in a will, and everyone in the Tojo clan is gunning for the piece of land because it will bring them great power
Okay.
and influence. Seta ensures Majima that Makoto is safe. He doesn't want to harm Makoto, and neither do his partners. Majima wants to know where she is, and Seta gives him a gun. He says that if he really doesn't trust him, he can shoot Seta and take the business card of her location. Majima decides to put his trust in Seta, but vows to kill him if the girl is harmed. Seta wants Majima to stay in Sotenbori with Sagawa while the girl is hidden, but Sagawa shoots him from behind. He takes the business card and gives it to Majima. He sees the Tachibana
Oh, Alliance
real
are gonna
estate
win.
name and the name of the agent on the card.
For sure.
Kazuma Kiryu. Sagawa now wants the two to head to Kamurocho and find the agent who has Makoto. We jump back to Kiryu once more, shortly before the events we just saw in Majima's chapter. Oda is going to talk with some of his old contacts, and Kiryu is supposed to head to the CAL videos and wait for a call from Seta to arrange the handover of Makoto. While waiting for the call, the clerk reveals that he was part of Oda and Tachibana's small gang back in the day.
They're nobodies.
Apparently the gang was run by Oda, but Tachibana and him butted heads over the leadership. Tachibana used to be a real powerhouse back in the day before he lost his arm, and Oda was so impressed with his strength that he begged the man to lead them. Tachibana was the son of a Japanese war orphan in China and was bullied as a child. Because of this, he found family in the Chinese mafia and was bred to be involved in a criminal lifestyle from a very young age. Oda shows up during their conversation and tells the clerk to return to the front of the store. Oda says the tale was a bit of a tall one, and that he didn't exactly admire Tachibana as much as the clerk said. Apparently they've learned of the Makoto body double that was found dead, and the Omi and Shibusawa's men are out in full force looking for her. Oda takes over phone duty and tells Kiryu to kill some time. Once Kiryu returns, Oda says the plan is ready. They are headed to Camellia Grove to get Makoto. She's been informed that she owns the
I think I got all the
significance.
threat
Wasn't
that I
aware of
can
the will.
manage.
Apparently, her grandfather died and gave it to her, but she was on the run at the time and no one could contact her. As soon as they get Makoto, they have to get her to a safe place as fast as possible. And Oda
Grind
makes
up
it
some
clear that
weed.
he will prioritize her safety over everything else. Kiryu finally meets Seta, and he wants to make the meeting quick as they don't have much time.
Doing this.
Seta introduces Makoto to Kiryu.
Yeah.
Makoto is still very afraid
Help
of his
him out
mother.
over
She didn't
here.
even realize her grandfather had died until today, and she just wants to get rid of the empty lot as fast as possible. Seta sends the two back to Oda so they can get her to Kamurocho as fast as possible. When the two find Oda, Makoto freezes upon hearing his voice.
And they found Oda?
Something is
What?
clearly off with the girl, even when she gets inside the taxi. Oda gives an odd look to Makoto and seems to know more than he's letting on. The group is being tailed by Shibusawa, and we finally see the return of the on-the-rails shooting sections that the first couple games had. I love these, and they just pump up the action so much. It
Yeah.
ironically
Kiryu's
makes the
never
game
killed
go
anybody.
off the rails in the best way possible, especially shooting down a helicopter from the sky. They ditch the
Kiryu
car
never
and head
killed
to the
anyone.
construction site to hide out for a bit. Oda seems to be losing his cool, wondering how Shibusawa got their location. Makoto is getting scared and Oda goes to hit her, but Kiryu steps in. He heads downstairs to get his bearings and Makoto has something to say about Oda. She says she already knows the man and Oda interrupts them with a gun. Oda grabs Makoto, a gun aimed at her head, and says he plans to kill the both of them because he can't let Tachibana have it.
My back.
Makoto stabs Oda with a hidden knife and Kiryu
My
disarms him.
back.
Makoto asks Kiryu to check if Oda has a bat tattoo on his arm, and Oda confirms it. Makoto reveals that Oda was the one who abducted her and sold her 2 years ago. Oda reveals that the tattoo was a symbol of his gang, and every member had one. He came to Japan 5 years ago and was selling young women into slavery, including Makoto. When he'd met Tachibana, he wanted the man to lead them so he could make his gang legit. When Tachibana lost his arm, Oda felt responsible and never wanted to betray
Just
him
die.
again. Eventually, the two were watching TV and saw Makoto on the
Just
news
die.
during a section about Chinese war orphans with Japanese parents. It was at that time that Oda realized that this was Tachibana's sister. Oda was trying to kill Makoto so that he didn't have to come clean to Tachibana. Shibusawa's men have found the group, and Oda decides to sacrifice himself so they can get away. His last request is that Kiryu tell Tachibana of his sins and that he loves him. Kiryu escapes with Makoto, and we have to battle our way through a construction site. The lights and set pieces here are so cool, especially fighting off the man with a buzzsaw in many different interesting and unique ways. It's also flashy and really reminds me of a high-octane 80s action flick. We see Oda bleeding out and Shibusawa approaching him, realizing that they were in talks previously. Oda doesn't reveal where the girl went and is killed for it. Makoto and Kiryu are in a hotel room and have a conversation about what she remembers of Tachibana. He left when she was 10 and headed to Japan. Her mother discovered that they had relatives in Japan and moved there. Her mother ended up taking her own life, and Makoto fell out of place in the world. She ran away from her grandfather's to find some semblance of family and home, Tachibana. This is how she eventually stumbled upon Oda and was sold into slavery. Makoto breaks down at this point. She's lost in the world, not only figuratively, but literally. She's blind, and on top of that, she's going through the worst possible situations. Everyone around her is dying or betraying her. She wants to give up, but Kiryu provides some words to rouse
Yeah,
her
paladins
spirit.
are just
He
fucking
understands
worthless
how
against
hard it can be to
spellcasters in this
rely
game.
on everyone around you, and how it can be difficult to look forward when the future seems so dark. But there's only two options: to move forward or stand still and cry. It's her choice, but he vows to help her get there if she wants. This motivates her, and she decides to go to Kamurocho to find her brother. Kiryu and Makoto head back to Kamurocho, but Kiryu can't get in contact with Tachibana. Kiryu has Makoto
God,
stay
these
with the homeless
pussies.
man he
I
met
hate
in
people
West
like
Park
that.
to keep her in a place that the people hunting her won't look for. He goes to Little Asia to find Tachibana, who has grown more ill since Oda left him. He tells him that he's found his sister.
Of course.
Tachibana apologizes for not telling Kiryu about their relationship, but he planned to once everything was settled down. Kiryu tells him of Oda's fate, and Tachibana regrets leaving for Japan when he was younger. It has clearly caused chaos among everyone he knows. Tachibana reflects on his life and says that since he was half Chinese, half Japanese, he never felt at home anywhere. He had to build a shell to protect him from both sides and become strong to combat everyone. Tachibana tells him about the empty lot and the will. He eventually realized that the Dojima family had their sights on the lot, and he knew this would put his sister in the crosshairs of the Yakuza. He eventually tried to approach the Tojo in an attempt to make a deal for the safety of his sister. Kazuma was willing to help him, and realized how bad this could be if Dojima got power. He was the one originally
How the
behind
fuck did they get that
Tachibana's
goddamn
real estate,
graveyard
allowing
again? What the
Tachibana to have a
fuck,
better
people?
legal claim to the land,
Ugh.
backed behind a legitimate firm. Tachibana breaks at this point, finally realizing that his sister has been looking for him.
All
this
in,
time,
all in your
and
ass.
finally
What
has
the
someone
fuck?
out there he can call family. He begs Kiryu to take him to her. Just then, Dojima men storm Little Asia. They're coming to kill Tachibana, and a group of them burst into the room. We defeat the group of men, and the two leave the building. When they're trying to leave, Kiryu is shot and almost killed by an assassin. Tachibana knows the man, a famed Chinese assassin named Lao Gui, who was most likely the one behind the murder at the empty lot. He doesn't want to kill Tachibana, just take him in. Tachibana decides that they cannot fight the man in their current condition. He grabs a shard of glass and tells Kiryu to go look for Makoto. He tells Lao Gui that he will end his life if the man kills anyone else, and he can take him in if he promises not to take any more innocent lives. Kiryu passes out from the wound and wakes up in Little Asia. Chen tells him that in the 3 hours that he's been out, the Dojima have had Tachibana in their hands. He believes Shibusawa was biding his time and letting Kiryu and Tachibana do the heavy lifting of finding Makoto so he could swoop in. Chen has men out looking for him right now, but they haven't found him yet. Chen has grown close to Tachibana and actually plans to name him his successor, so he has stake in Tachibana living. Chen found this
Of
history
course.
of Makoto and Tachibana's grandfather,
Whatever.
Genzo Makimoto. He apparently owned a lot of land in Kamurocho and sold a lot of
Okay,
it
now
off
let me
to
sell
different
some
buyers
shit.
in bundles. He kept the empty lot as a way for his daughter that he had lost to contact him. Chen relinquishes his hate for the Yakuza to help Kiryu because he thinks he'll be able to help Tachibana in the end. Outside of Little Asia, Dojima men are waiting for him. Nishiki appears and tells him he doesn't have long before Tachibana talks because he's being tortured for the information. Nishiki doesn't know where Tachibana is and says he couldn't tell Kiryu even if he did. The goons' leaders tell Nishiki to kill Kiryu and he turns on them. Nishiki doesn't care about the Yakuza anymore. Not if it means he has to get better positions without Kiryu by his side. Nishiki joins Kiryu and the two battle the goons together, shirtless, like Yakuza do. Nishiki and Kiryu have to get to West Park to retrieve Makoto. Kiryu fills Makoto in on everything that happened and apologizes for letting her brother slip through his fingers. He promises to make sure that Tachibana is safe. Chen contacts Kiryu and he says that he's found Tachibana in the Crescendo building. Kiryu fills Nishiki in and he relates to Tachibana for a moment. He says he too has a younger sister and would do anything to protect her, a huge foreboding for his future. We see Tachibana being tortured in the basement of the building, and he's not giving up any information. Kiryu and Nishiki manage to burst in just in time. We fight Kuze one final fucking time, and he's pretty easy here. With Nishiki at our side, he can't do much to combat us. The two weren't fast enough though, because by the time they get to Tachibana, he's already fading. Kiryu has Nishiki rush off to get Makoto, but Tachibana can't hold on much longer. Before he dies, he tells Kiryu that Dojima was the one controlling everything all along. He employed Lao Gui, he was trying to get Kazuma expelled, and framed Kiryu. Kiryu promises to protect Makoto, and Tachibana dies in his arms.
絶対に守るからだ。
Kuze is awake now and apologizes. He was just following orders. Apparently the situation has grown even worse because a traitor in the Tojo clan is trying to sell the land to the Omi Alliance, thus giving them a major foothold on Tojo territory. Kiryu doesn't care at all and tells Kuze as much.
そいつが誰なのかまだわからねえ。ただそういう動きがあるのは確かだ。もし彼の一つを近江連合が手にすれば、奴らは再開発計画を乗っ取れる。東京進出だ。そして東上界に戦争を。
知ったことか。
桐生、女を渡せ。東上界全部を敵に回す気がある。
牧村誠に指一本でも触れてみろ。俺が東上界を潰す。
As Kiryu leaves the room with Tachibana, he has finally earned Kuze's respect.
Sharing of the
Kiryu takes his
Ancients,
body to the
nice.
empty lot, and Nishiki arrives with Makoto.
Nice.
Kiryu can't speak as Makoto tries to find her brother and eventually realizes
Have
that he's
fish
dead.
here.
This whole scene is just so tragic. It's dripping with sorrow and pain. Makoto has been through so much, only for her brother to die moments before she arrived. We jump back to Majima again, in Kamurocho, looking for Makoto. Majima tells Sagawa that he hasn't found any leads. Sagawa can't help him because he's Omi and can't officially do business on Tojo turf. Majima wonders why they can't ask Shimano, but Sagawa says he can't show weakness to them. Not just because of pride, but because finding Makoto is part of the We realize that the traitor in the Tojo is Shimano himself, who's planning to sell the land to the owner for 10 billion yen and make a bid for the seat of chairman. Sagawa is to become the leader of the Omi area in Kamurocho when the deal goes through.
Oh, these are
He
spicy
isn't
ones.
exactly sure why Shimano wants to kill Makoto, but he trusts that Shimano has it all figured out. Sagawa tells Majima to head to the Champion District to search for Tachibana men. In the district, the locals tell him the Tachibana men stopped appearing a few days ago without warning. Outside of the Champion District, some Shimano men want to bring Majima in. They find his presence in the city suspicious, especially since he hasn't gotten permission from Shimano to be walking around. After he beats up the goons, another group show up and apologize for their colleagues' behavior. They officially extend an invitation from Shimano to join them for a meeting. Majima obliges and he meets his former boss. Sagawa shows up after some awkward conversation between Shimano and Majima. Sagawa finally spills the beans and tells him that they lost the girl.
Oh, come on.
Shimano says this is all according to plan, and he says he knew Majima could never go through with killing Makoto.
You only have 20k
He wanted
health?
Makoto
Bruh.
kept safe, and he knew exactly what Majima would do. Shimano remarks that the worst case scenario he can imagine is Dojima getting Makoto, because he will become chairman and it would mean bad things for
I'll let him
In the end,
live.
He's using Majima to fight a proxy war against Dojima because he can't outright defy him. Shimano banked on Makoto falling in love with and trusting Majima. By getting her to trust Majima, she would be able to escape with him and lay low. This would then bring out other groups looking for her so he could identify his enemies. Shimano reveals that Seta is alive. Sagawa didn't kill him. Shimano tells Majima
30-second
he doesn't
respawn,
want
fuck.
Makoto dead. He wants him to take her back and bring her to him. He's going to buy the land off of her, and Majima will be reinstated to the Tojo. He then tells the two to track down Nishiki as he might know where Makoto is. Sagawa is happy with the outcome of the conversation and thinks Majima should be too, but he isn't. Majima is depressed in the streets. At this point in the story, he has no idea what to do and he feels helpless. Not only that, but he's been used as a pawn this entire time. Every move he made was expected, and he played right into their hands, betrayed by his former boss yet again. Some punks attack Majima in the streets, and he lets them. He feels so bad about himself at this point that he thinks he deserves the punishment. Majima goes to the Kazuma family offices, resigned to his fate at this point. Kashiwagi is there and refuses to give up either Nishiki or Kitty. He doesn't want to fight Majima in the office, so they head to the roof. Kashiwagi delivers the most badass line, saying that the janitorial staff is excellent and can clean up his body in no time.
Shit.
Kashiwagi is excited to fight Majima and redo battle with him. Kashiwagi is a strong fighter, but he's no match for Majima. He delivers some powerful blows, but he's easily dodged and doesn't course correct very often. Kashiwagi is unconscious from the battle, and after threatening him, a low-rank member of the Kazuma family tells him that Nishiki is at Sedan. Majima doesn't know what Nishiki looks like, and upon entering the bar, doesn't recognize him. Nishiki gets up to leave, but stops when he hears Majima asking for him. The two have a conversation, Nishiki having heard of Majima's expulsion years ago. Majima says he needs to find Makoto so that he can protect her. Nishiki reaches for a gun, but Majima knocks it out of his hands. The two end up battling, neither wanting to budge. Nishiki really isn't tough at all, and using the slugger style works perfectly to lock him up in combos. Nishiki is defeated and still won't give any answers. Reina finally steps in to protect Nishiki and tells Majima that Makoto went missing. Kiryu and Nishiki are looking for her after she disappeared following her brother's death. Nishiki fills him in on the situation with Tachibana and Makoto. Apparently after Tachibana died, Kiryu and Nishiki went to West Park with Makoto, but she ran off and they lost her. Nishiki asks Majima if he really wants to protect her, and he says that he does. Nishiki finally asks if Majima will help them look for her, and Majima promptly leaves. Majima heads to the empty lot to look for clues and finds Makoto standing on the roof of the building. He finds her and she turns around looking right at him, apparently having gotten her sight.
Get fucked.
Makoto elaborates and says that her vision
You
is still
fucking
hazy,
faggots
but
using stun locks. Get fucked.
she can walk around on her own now.
And
When she
oh,
touched her
speaking
brother's
of
body,
fucking
something
faggots.
finally came back and she could see light for the first time in years. She clearly is angry and is seeking payment.
There's one I gotta add.
Majima tries to
Another
convince her to
website.
sell the land to Shimano so she can be safe, and this
I
whole
wonder
thing
who
goes
owns
well.
this one.
He even offers to
Probably
accompany her
GoDaddy.
through the whole thing so she doesn't get hurt. Dojima and his lieutenants
And this
are responsible, and
was-
she wants vengeance no matter what.
What,
Makoto tries to leave and says she doesn't need
228?
him and quickly falls to the ground. Majima tries to
228.
help her, but she's insistent that she doesn't need
Let me make a note of that
Finally, Majima asks if she wants
so I can
takoyaki.
report this.
They can talk over food, and if she still doesn't want him to help, he'll be gone. When they get food, we realize something is brewing between the two. The takoyaki chef says
2
Majima must be a keeper when he removes a leaf from Makoto's head. Majima tries to explain
28.
that they aren't together, but Makoto doesn't mind and says that he's great
Zero,
and she
zero.
wouldn't be here without him. Makoto
Okay.
won't tell Majima how she plans to
Piece
get
of
revenge,
shit,
but
I hate 'em.
Majima is still trying to get her to reconsider. Majima leaves to get Makoto more takoyaki, and when he gets back, she's gone. She gave a message to a homeless man that she would meet Majima tomorrow on the roof overlooking the empty lot. When he arrives there the next day, Makoto doesn't show up, and some Shibusawa men come in her place. Majima learns that they were the ones who killed Nishikana. The men say that Makoto handed herself over to Shibusawa so she could strike a deal with him for the land. She put herself in danger so that Majima would have to come save her. We trash the huge pile of goons, and the leader reveals that Makoto is on the roof of the Sebastian building in Roppongi.
Yep,
Majima heads
I
there
see
and
a
sees
druid.
Dojima, Kuze, Awano, and Lao Gui
Aw.
arriving to meet with Makoto. Shibusawa is to be made captain soon for bringing him the girl. Makoto says that she doesn't want money for the lot. She wants the heads of his lieutenants as they murdered her brother. Majima arrives
Green
at that
Kappa,
moment,
more like
swinging
dead
his way
asshole.
through more groups of goons. When Majima reaches the terrace, he calls out to Makoto, and she turns around,
Cool.
only to be shot by Lao Gui. Majima can only watch as the men fly away from the building as he's quickly surrounded by guards. We have to fight another massive group of guards, Majima now shirtless. Makoto comes to and apologizes for making
they
things
got it.
worse. She tells him that before he got there, Dojima explained that he bought all the land around the lot and
Well.
used to build it.
Not surprised.
Not surprised. But no one even knows of the lot's existence, and unless a complaint is lodged, he can build anything he wants there. It turns out that the owner
Fuck that.
He has his men take Makoto away and get her medical care. Majima tells Makoto to hang on and begs her not to die. At this point, we finally reach the finale chapter of the game, where everything's wrapped up and our story can come to its full resolution. After hours of waiting, Majima gets the news that Makoto is stable, but in a coma. She doesn't know when Makoto will wake up. She also reveals that she's part of the consortium. Sarah says that they will be taking Makoto to a safe, guarded facility
30 seconds,
and asks
yeah.
Majima to come along. Majima says that the only way he can help Makoto is to get rid of the Dojima family, because they will always be after her no matter what. Dojima talks to his lieutenants and tells them that he's moving forward with the revitalization project. He commends Shibusawa on his work, but there's still more to be done. Dojima says that Kazuma is their last threat and they need to be rid of him. Shibusawa deems that they need to take out the
Oh, he's
entire
got PvP
Kazuma
gear.
family if they're ever going to be able to
No
move
wonder.
on from his schemes. We're back at the empty lot, and Nishiki tells Kiryu that there isn't any news on Makoto. He asks if he knows who Goro Majima is, and Kiryu says that he's never met him, but he knows that. Nishiki tells him that he's looking for Makoto as
Fine.
well, and his goal is the same as theirs, to keep her safe. Seda calls Kiryu and Asia. Chen thanks Kiryu for trying to save Tachibana, but Kiryu doesn't accept. He's ridden with guilt and feels like it was his fault in the first place. Seda tells him everything that happened with Makoto, and that Dojima still thinks she's dead. Kiryu asks if they can trust Majima, and Seda thinks they can, but he isn't sure of his next move. Seda tells Kiryu that Shibusawa is a dangerous enemy, and Kiryu is probably at the top of his hit list right now.
Fine. Kill me. As soon as they fear me, I'm dead, so.
So he should lay low until something happens. Seda says that when Makoto wakes up, the consortium will take the land off her hands. This was Kazuma's plan all along, and if Tachibana made it through, he would have given the land over to Seda just the same. The original goal was to prevent Dojima from taking power and pushing Seda up the ranks into the seat of chairman. Kiryu is shocked that he and Kazuma had such a close relationship. Seda says that Kazuma is the reason he's gotten to where he is.
Fine, kill me.
Seda tells Kiryu that there's nothing left to do at this point but wait. Makoto is in a safe place, the ship docks at Tokyo Bay. Nishiki intercepts Kiryu on his way out and tells him a group of Shibusawa's men are at the Kazuma family offices. Kiryu tells Nishiki what's happened and asks him to warn Kashiwagi that they're being hunted so he can get somewhere safe. We deal with the Tojo goons and head toward the Kazuma offices. Kuze is in the street and wants to have a one-on-one with Kiryu, now that he's shown he's a real Yakuza, a man to be respected. Kiryu doesn't want to fight Kuze because he knows he's out for blood. He knows that Kuze will go all the way this time, and he's not even going to look out for himself.
Yeah, fuck you.
You thought the fourth fight was the last one. I was just kidding, Dad. Kuze has a ton of health, but heat actions in combination with the area's weapons make this a pretty easy, actual final Kuze fight.
Okay,
Kuze tells
assholes,
Kiryu that
you
he finally
fucking
sees what
faggot
Kazuma
pieces
must
of shit,
be,
just run
a
away.
monster Yakuza.
Jesus
You better look
Christ.
out, though, because there's another who's fighting for that title, Shibusawa. They gave orders to
Fucking
Lao
hell.
to not strike a fatal blow on Makoto.
Yeah, sure, I
keeping
know
her alive
why they
and
won't
giving
let
them
me
the
kill
ability
Nishiki
to
in
track
Yakuza
the
0.
consortium. Now Shibusawa is going
Yeah.
to take out every single person.
I mean, yeah,
who's
if you could, then
Nishiki runs to get the
And
car.
then
as
the
Shibusawa
first
is
game
about
wouldn't
to raise
happen.
the boat
So
and
they have to
take
give you a
off.
reason not to be able
Yusei
to.
warns Kiryu that he's about to find the dark side of the Yakuza, exactly what Kazuma didn't want him to see. Kiryu finally salutes
That's like the
Yusei
one thing I
and
hate
knows,
most
finding
about
respect
prequels.
for him somewhere deep down. Nishiki and Kiryu head to the docks to put an end to this.
What is it, y'all?
Majima finds the men that he let beat him up the day before. This time he retaliates, and this is the first true signs of the mad dog coming out. Sagawa finds Majima and tries to get
What are you
some
doing,
answers
girl?
out of him, but Majima is having none.
She's still wearing that damn
Sagawa
thing I
tries to
put on
stop
her too.
Majima, and he threatens him with blood
I forgot I
from
put that thing on her.
As
Hey,
Majima
boy.
walks away,
What are you
heading for
doing?
Dojima himself, Sagawa tells him that
I'm
he has
being
the look of
good.
a mad dog in his eye, and says to himself that the crazy bastard has finally broken
Look
his
at you, you're a
cage.
good boy.
We see Majima blasting his way into the Dojima family HQ.
Look at you, Molly.
He's
Come here,
in
girl.
blood.
Come here,
Shibusawa is
girl.
about to begin his attack
Show
on the
off.
ship
Come here.
using
Come here, you
the
little
Koto.
bitch.
He gives
Come
the
here. Show
order
off what you
and
have.
Kiryu and Nishiki arrive.
Show off what you're wearing. Come
Nishiki
here.
isn't too confident that they can make this work, but Kiryu
You don't
is.
wanna? Come here.
Shibusawa heads onto the
Come
boat
here.
with his men in full force.
Look at
Just then,
you.
Kashiwagi arrives with a truck
You're still
full of
wearing
weapons,
this.
and there's a full-out
I put this
battle
on you
the
a long
ship.
time ago now. A
We have
couple
to
hours
battle
ago.
our
You're
way
still
up the
wearing it.
ship, making it through tons and
You
tons
sweetie.
of thugs along the way. This part was really annoying for me, to be
Yes.
honest. There are a lot of
You're such a
gunmen
good girl.
interspersed throughout the thugs,
Aren't you?
and they generally sit at the back.
You're my girl.
Getting shot takes a ton of your health
You're my
away, and
girl.
it can be incredibly annoying getting shot.
Nah,
over
not
and
really.
over, getting down every time, and not even having a chance to retaliate.
She's
This
terrible.
makes you think you should just target the gunman first, but even with rush style, you can't
Yeah, it was
avoid
just a
every single
little-
gunshot falling at you.
Little
It's incredibly
knitted
annoying,
cowl I made for
especially if there's
myself.
two
I
gunmen,
put it on
because
her
when
just a
you're dealing
while
with
ago.
one, you're getting
I didn't
shot
think
by
she'd
two.
keep it.
Kiryu arrives at the
Keep it
bridge
on
to
like
find
that.
Shibusawa has already got Makoto in tow. We jump back to Majima and have to
Well,
fight
apparently
over
she
to
did.
Dojima family headquarters. This section has a similar problem with the gunmen, though not nearly as bad as the ship version. The rooms are generally less open, so you can get to the gunmen quickly. I will compliment the story design here and say that jumping back from each character during the finale is a fantastic choice. It makes you feel like the events are happening simultaneously. Awano and Majima face off in the waiting room of Dojima's office. Majima doesn't
Hank
respect
Hill?
Awano at all.
Really?
He's just a shield for someone
Whoa.
more powerful. But Awano looks down
That
on
priest ain't
Majima.
right.
He's someone from a bygone era who doesn't realize that money is everything in the Yakuza now. Awano says that he originally
Is this
became a
priest gonna
Yakuza
kick
because
me
he
in the
loved fighting,
testicles?
but has gotten lost in the money recently.
This priest
Majima
gonna
tells
try
him
to sell me
that's great
propane.
because he'll get to die doing what he loves. Awano
Jesus,
is
stop
pretty easy in
running.
general, and Majima's slugger style
God
at this
damn.
point in the game is really just OP against bosses. Majima defeats Awano and tells him that he wished he never got caught up in the money, because with the way he fights, he could have made it to the top. Awano says that the Yakuza has changed, and with people like Kazuma plotting and scheming, he never had a chance.
Okay.
Majima wasn't always this headstrong, but after meeting people like Lee and Nishitani, he was inspired by their courage, and they're the finest bastards he's ever met. At this point, Lao Gui comes out to shoot Majima, but Awano takes all
bruh.
of the bullets and even a
That's
blade
cheating.
for the man he respects now. Dojima didn't expect Majima in all of this, and Majima tells him that until both him and Lao Gui are dead, Makoto will never be free. We have to fight Lao Gui,
Yeah.
who is a lot tougher than Awano, just simply because of his weapons. He first uses a pair of claws that do a lot of damage, and then pulls out a sword and a gun. He also moves pretty quickly and can take a ton of damage. After his battle, Majima puts Lao Gui under relentless knees to the face. Dojima tries to shoot Majima and
I wonder.
Sarah is there and shoots the gun from Dojima's hand. We jump back to Kiryu at the bridge of the ship. Shibusawa wants to kill Kiryu before he deals with Makoto. Shibusawa wants glory, and to get that he has to surpass Kazuma. He's going to kill Kiryu, Sera, and Makoto and get everything he needs. Shibusawa tells Kiryu about his father, a politician who was forced to take the fall for his boss's scandal and committed suicide. He didn't want to be like his father and realized that power was everything in the world of the Yakuza. Kiryu says
Wanna
that
see
Kazuma is
something
nothing
real
like
quick?
the politicians or Shibusawa. He built the Dojima family up, even working
An
under a
hour.
tyrant like Dojima. Shibusawa
Okay.
blames Kazuma for everything and tells Kiryu that he has just as much blood on his hands. He was a hitman, and when he started this entire war, he brought civilians into Yakuza business. Shibusawa plans to write his legacy in Kiryu's blood and rips his shirt off, revealing a green dragon tattoo. He plans to become the Dragon of Dojima, but Kiryu remarks there's only room for one dragon. We have the final battle of Yakuza 0, and Shibusawa has a ton of help, just as a final Yakuza boss
I'll wait for that
should.
to
His style is strange, though,
go
because
then.
during each phase he will mimic the different style of Kiryu's. The first is Rush, the second is Beast, and the third is his version of a brawler style. During each stage, I found it best to counter his style with the same and go blow for blow with the man. Shibusawa says that no matter what, he intends to kill anyone who is in his way. Kiryu realizes that he can't let Shibusawa live. Shibusawa tells him to give in and finally kill him, paving the way to be a true Yakuza like Kazuma. Kiryu beats him bloody, not stopping until he's tackled by Nishiki. Nishiki begs Kiryu not to cross that line, as there's no coming back. Nishiki tells Kiryu since they promised to cross that line together, they'll stand side by side as they make that decision. Back at the Dojima family offices, Majima intends to kill Lao Gui and Dojima, realizing that Makoto will never be safe while they live. Sarah tells him not to do it, as it would break Makoto to realize that he had done that. It would give her the same pain that Majima felt when Saejima went away for killing the Ueno Saiwa, which they haven't realized yet was rubber bullets. He almost kills Lao but decides not to, and asks Seta what he should do. Seta reveals that Makoto is alive and tells Dojima he now owns the empty lot. It's for sale, but the asking price is 200 billion yen. The Dojima family's glory days are officially over. Seta needs Lao Gui alive as a bargaining chip to keep Dojima in check. His testimony could cripple Dojima, and Seta plans to keep him in custody and use him to blackmail Dojima if need be. Seta promises that Makoto will never be in harm's way again, that Majima succeeded in saving him.
Okay.
Before Majima leaves, Seta gives him a gun and tells him to give a message to Shimano, to take responsibility for his betrayal of the Tojo clan. Majima heads to Shimano's office. He tells Sagawa on the outside that Seta has the empty lot and their plan is over. Sagawa asks if Majima is here to kill Shimano, and he doesn't respond. Sagawa thinks the two of them had some fun, and Majima heads into the office. Majima enters the office, and Shimano is meeting with one of the Omi Alliance heads to broker a deal for the land he thinks he's getting. Majima tells him that Seta is looking for a traitor in the Tojo and raises the gun at Shimano. Seta needs proof of Shimano's innocence, and Majima sets the gun next to Shimano before saying that he's still a member of the clan. Shimano asks Majima if he'd be willing to die for him. Majima says yes, but that he has to tell Saejima that he's sorry for what happened to him. Shimano turns the gun on the Omi man and shoots him. This works as proof of Shimano's loyalty to the clan. He tells Majima that if he wants to get anywhere in the clan, he has to be one step ahead. Shimano is looking to the future and thinks that in 10 years, it will be Shimano's turn to rule. With Majima at his side, he's confident they'll get there. We skip ahead a month, and the Tojo are having a meeting. Nihara apologizes to Dojima for what's happened to his family. Awano is dead, Kuze and Shibusawa are arrested, and Kazuma failed to grab the empty lot for them. He announces then that Seta will become the new chairman. Dojima will be his guardian, and Seta will manage the Kamurocho revitalization project. Kiryu is meeting with Kazuma in jail. Kiryu has to report something to Kazuma, and Kazuma asks him if he has what it takes to carry this
I
through.
show seed.
Kiryu thinks he does. Kiryu is at Serena later, and Nishiki asks him if he's joining back up with the Dojima gang. Kiryu says yes, even though Kazuma protested, wanting him to stay a civilian. Kiryu says that this might be a hard decision, but it also might be the first step in making things right. This whole ordeal made him realize how green he is, and if he can walk forward without running, he might be able to find out how to be a better man. He wants to forge his own path now, without following in Kazuma's footsteps. Kiryu gets up and puts on his jacket, revealing the classic look we all know. Nishiki doesn't think the look suits him, but Kiryu doesn't care. He doesn't want a black or white suit because these days he's feeling gray. He's done with people telling him what is and isn't in. He chose this himself and he's keeping it. Kiryu vows to make everything up to Nishiki, paying him back someday. The two finally head out for some food and get to enjoy their time together. This is kind of a somber ending for Kiryu because we know what will happen to these two friends, but it can also be read as a happy ending because at least for now they can enjoy friendship, spending their days dreaming of the future, at least for a little bit. Majima is back in Sotenbori, finally with his signature look as well. He says goodbye to Sagawa as he's back in the clan and he's heading to Tokyo. Sagawa doesn't like his new look, but Majima has realized that no one is right or wrong, so he might as well be the craziest. Sagawa tells him to contact him if he ever needs him, and Majima says jokingly that if he ever sees him again, it would be too soon. Before he leaves, he thanks Sagawa. He taught him bravery and the ability to survive. After Majima leaves, the Omi fall upon Sagawa and kill him for his part in Shimano's murdering of one of their top brass.
Oh, we're fucked.
In Kamurocho, we see Makoto.
They're gonna
walking
come
down
up here
the
and fuck
street with
us.
her Doctor. They're being harassed by some men
Watch.
on the street. Makoto hits one of them and they let her doctor go.
I'm gonna get fucked in a minute.
Makoto slaps them again when one of them tries to offer her some time at a hotel.
Really? Okay.
At this point, Majima arrives and Makoto doesn't recognize him. Turns out these are Majima's men, and before they can reveal his identity, he knocks them out. Majima stares at Makoto, realizing that she doesn't know who he is. She must not be able to recognize him with his new look, signifying that this transformation into the mad dog is an entirely new person. Majima doesn't say anything, and the doctor returns with Makoto's sensei. She says this man defended her. Majima takes the young man off to the side and asks
I'll
if
hide
he's
me.
Makoto's boyfriend, but he says she's a patient of his. The man reveals that he's in love with Makoto, and that she's recently regained her eyesight. He tells the man to confess his feelings for Makoto and to take care of her. Majima walks away, and Makoto's suitor returns to her. Makoto says that the man had a sad look in his eye, and the young doctor takes Makoto off and tells
you
her
fuck.
his real feelings. She looks off in the distance as Majima walks away. After the credits roll, Makoto is back at the empty lot, bringing flowers for her brother. She thanks everyone that helped her in the process, but she never got to learn the one man's name. She
You
wishes
fucks.
that she could have told him how much he meant to her. In the pile of dirt from the ground, she hears a song and begins to dig. Inside, she finds her
You
roach
gotta go
prepared.
pee.
She breaks down and thanks the mystery.
Okay,
man
hold
for
on. You
bringing
can wait
her back.
then.
The last scene of the game sees
I finish
Kiryu
this
and Majima walking
battleground.
down
I'll
the
take y'all
side.
outside real
The
quick.
two men who have never officially met, only heard of each other in passing, finally meeting face to face. And Majima introduces himself with
Fuck
his famous
off.
phrase and his new style fully cemented. These two characters becoming exactly who they're supposed to be. Yakuza 0's story is such a fantastic prequel. As we talked about before, it's an incredibly hard move to pull off without seeming like a cash grab. A story taking place before an established series can easily become a can of references and callbacks to please the fans, but Yakuza 0 isn't that. It manages to stay faithful to the series, all while creating an interesting and intense story at the same time, developing the characters that we know and love even further. Kiryu at the start of the story is just trying to do what's right by Kazuma, trying to be someone else. He's taking orders and fulfilling his duty, trying to get by and rise in the ranks. He realizes by the end that that's not him. He needs to do what he feels is right if he's ever going to make a name for himself in the Yakuza or Kamurocho itself, setting up the man who would become the Dragon of Dojima. Majima's story is just as interesting. He started off a neutered dog, one that's trapped in a cage. This cage was made for him through betrayal
Oh, come on.
circumstance, and he's following orders all the same. He's playing fetch, sitting when told, just so he can get back in the good graces of the Tojo.
I literally don't
Throughout
care.
the story, though, he's broken.
Fucking kill
The
me.
leash is torn off, and the mad dog is free to roam.
I mean, it's a
The last
mage. There's
thing
nothing I can do about that
in the
anyway,
world was
so...
Makoto, and this yearning, longing for something real, some affection for this woman he truly cared for and wanted. When he realized that she didn't even recognize him, he had a choice. He could either remind her who he was, or take his leave and spare Makoto from any more pain and strife. He chose the latter, and decided to fully descend into the madness that this world presents. Yakuza 0 is a fantastic entry point for new fans, and isn't riddled with references that won't make any sense to fans who haven't played the previous games. It's made for new fans. There's definitely little moments of foreshadowing and some things that call forward to the series that's to come, but those are just the cherry on top. And
Dumbass.
Before we can get to the distraction section of the video, we need to go back and cover something that I purposefully didn't talk about in the Kiwami 2 video. If you haven't seen that video, I'll give you a brief rundown. There's a small extra story in that game called the Majima Saga that tries to bridge the first 2 games in the series from Majima's perspective. There's a pivotal moment in the last chapter where Majima meets back up with Makoto, and I want to go over that briefly here as I left it out of my Yakuza 2 video because it had huge spoilers for Yakuza 0. When Majima arrives at the massage parlor, he realizes that Makoto is there. He gets a massage from her but tries not to speak at all as he doesn't
Go on, kill me. I fucking don't care.
She still has her watch and replaces the straps when they wear out.
I just
The new
don't
colors
even fucking
match.
care right now.
She tells Majima where she got it. She says she never got to thank the man who saved her, and that's why she's at the clinic, because she hopes one day he'll show up and she can close that chapter of her life. Other than that, though, she's mostly moved on. She's married with a family now. Before he leaves, he thanks Makoto for getting rid of 18 years of knots. He thanks the receptionist for Makoto's service. The receptionist says she's the best they have, but she's leaving soon. She got a job overseas and has one more week before she heads there. At the end of the Majima Saga, Makoto is heading on a plane and finds a gift box that was given to her on her last day. It's new straps for her watch that fit the style, exact replicas of the old ones she had. She realizes that the only person that would have known what those straps looked like would have had to have been the man that saved her. The whole thing hits her at once, and she figures out that Majima was the same man. The last we see of her is her husband asking if she's okay, and she says that she has no regrets going forward. Makoto finally gets to move on and have peace in her new family, and Majima does as well, knowing that she's safe and has found happiness. The Makoto Majima story will forever be one of the
they're
most
all
tragic
over there.
and heartfelt stories the Yakuza series tells. Majima wasn't made for a relationship, that's for sure, and it isn't even practical at this point to ask him to give up his life as the mad dog for a woman because
Let's go.
it wouldn't even suit him. But just to see him break
Leroy
throughout the course of this game and eventually ascend
Jenkins.
to what he is today,
Let's do
all
it.
because of what he went through is
I got
so
this.
rough. On the other side, though, Majima
I got
wouldn't
this.
be who he is today had none of that happened. We wouldn't get the mad dog that we know and love. His strong bond with Saejima, his half friendship, half rivalry with Kiryu.
I got this
It's all
still.
part
I
of
still
what
got
makes
this.
series so great. It's about time in the video that we talk about Yakuza's distractions. The Yakuza Zeros are top-notch.
Fuck.
Each Yakuza game has a
I almost had him.
content to make your way through. All of them serving up their unique brand
Oh,
of
yeah.
fun and interesting mini-games or stories to explore. This section of the video is where I detail all of them and my experience with each.
Yeah.
With Yakuza 0, we're back to
Whatever.
the 2 large mini-games per entry system. I'd like to get the Cabaret Club one out of the way first. To be honest, there isn't much to say here that I haven't said about the Cabaret Club minigame in Yakuza Kiwami 2. It functions basically the same because the minigame was based
Yeah,
on this one and made quite a few
Yeah,
improvements.
sorry. How long
This one is honestly just a slightly downgraded version
Exactly.
of the Kiwami 2 minigame.
I just
in my
fucking
opinion.
bulldoze in
We
there. I
manage
take
Cabaret
everything.
Club as Majima and try to generate as
I
much
could have done it
income
with the
as
one. I could have.
possible, and then
I
try
totally
battling
could have killed that
other
one
clubs
druid.
along the way. It's
If
great,
nobody
and
else
it's
was
almost
there.
just as fun as the other version. The
And
other
he
large
wasn't paying
minigame
all that
in
much
Yakuza
attention.
0
I
is
totally
the
could have taken
real
him.
estate management. This is Kiryu's large side story and focuses on trying to revitalize the
Maybe
real
if you went
estate business
AFK,
that's
I would have been able to
introduced
take
in
him.
one of his earlier chapters. The basic framework is that we have to take on 5 different districts, with each one controlled by one of the 5 billionaires. The Leisure King, Electronics King,
Yeah, you
Pleasure
did
King,
have fun
Gambling
playing
King,
Shocking while it
and the
worked.
Media King.
I
There's
heard
another one
Shocking
behind
was
it all,
actually
the
pretty fun
Finance King that we
when
fix
it was
at
a
the end.
real,
The way we go
when it
about
was a
this is
proper
simple.
class.
We have to buy up properties in a district
Before they
and
fucked it.
increase our share of that district. Each of these properties
At the time, like I
generate
think I heard of that
revenue through
myself at
collections,
the
and
time.
we can use advisors
It's
to
made Paladin
influence
seem like
the
really fun.
properties, causing them to generate more revenue.
But then I
and increasing our
played
share.
Paladin for a little while back
At
in the
certain
day.
intervals of share,
and
maybe
then I was
30%,
like, no.
60%, and 90%,
No,
we'll
this
trigger
is
events with the
Paladin. No,
billionaires that
no, I don't
control
have
that
this kind of
district.
patience.
Eventually, we will have to battle them one-on-one.
Nowadays,
and defeat them to take control of the
I got nothing
entire
but
district.
patience.
There's some intricacies here, though, like employees, for example.
Oh,
There are
you
some
fuck.
advisors that are better at improving businesses than others. These can be obtained mostly through sub-stories and Having a good staff
Ah,
on hand is a
nice.
must.
Okay, he
We can
actually
also
knows how
assign a
to.
manager and security
Wait a
officer
minute,
to
he's a
the
paladin.
district. The
He's a
manager's
wait.
skills
He's
will
a
determine how
retribution
much profit
paladin.
the
He
hero
uses a shield.
generates,
And,
and the security
huh?
officer will
Hold on
determine
now.
how hard it is for the billionaire to retake control of the
Yeah, he at least went that far
Every
into
once in a
ret.
while, the king of the
What?
district will enter us into a money battle, and we have to throw money at our officer to get them to protect.
Yeah,
our
most of the
businesses.
Academy ruled
If
the
we
world.
don't, we lose a bit of our share
Oh, dude, I
and
remember
the game.
Shockedins back
Certain
in
properties
Burning
specific
Crusade.
districts can't be bought. They have to be earned by
I remember when
becoming
that
friends
was
with
the
people who
fucking
work
thing.
there or own the place. One specific
Shockedins
example is
were.
the Club
I mean,
Sega
they.
in the electronics
They
district.
weren't more
We have to
than a
befriend the
PvP
girl
gimmick
working
back
there
then.
and beat her score
But
and
they were
outrun
nice.
a few
They were cool
times,
if you could
which
actually
happens
get
to
it
be
down.
one of the best aesthetics in video games of all time. This will actually unlock a surprise
Actually, then
for us
I think at
end,
that
in
point,
addition
somebody
to
there was a
a new game in the store. Kitty
there
thinks
was
the
a
girl needs
Wind Fury
something else when she
shaman
says she'll give
PvP
him a
video that
ride
came
there
out at some point.
because he's horny on main in this
Then
entry.
that made me
The whole
switch to
minigame
a
is really
shaman
interesting
for a
and
little while.
reminded me of when I started playing this series.
I don't
This was
remember
one
what
of the
the.
first mini games I was
Actually, let me see if I can find it. Shaman, WoW, resilience, killed the PvP star. If I can find that fucking video. Like this is back when Burning Crusade or the Black Temple first came out too. This video was released. That made me want. Yeah, I ain't gonna find it. But there was a shaman video that made me want to switch to shaman because of how crazy the Wind Fury procs on that shit was. And like, I think I was trying to do paladin, trying to level a paladin just to do some shocking and shit. And I saw that video and I was like, okay, now I'm gonna switch over to shaman for a bit. Shaman fucking rocked, dude. You get a good slow two-handed mace or two-handed weapon. You get that shit to proc Wind Fury. Oh my god. You're killing. You're two-shotting people back in the day. What was that? But it was pretty fun though. And I'm dead. I'm dead, bruh. Yeah. But
really enthralled with and was just
they were cool.
overtaken by how addicting it was. Returning to it later made
There was
me
a bunch of
realize that there are much
subclasses
better mini games in this series.
back
The real
years
estate
and years
minigame
ago
has
you used to be
one
able to
huge
do.
downfall, and that's waiting. Every time we get to gather money from the district, we have to start
And now you
collections.
don't even
This is a
have those
process that takes a few
subclasses
minutes and can
to
be
really choose from
upgraded by
anymore.
using completion points. Even at its highest ranking, though, it's a little too slow. We can't advance this side story until these collections
well.
are
At least we got
complete,
classic.
because we need to upgrade our business.
Do whatever I want.
Can only be done once per collection cycle. It quickly becomes a slow process that I just wish went along a lot faster. I do realize that this was probably made to be done in tandem with the main story, returning to the minigame throughout our adventures and progressing it slowly over the course of the game. One of the large systems that I didn't talk about in the main section of the game is Mr. Shakedown. These are large, tall, and strong enemies that appear throughout the game, wandering the streets of either city. They have a ton of money and shake people down across the place. We can battle them, but every time we get hit, we lose cash. It's a risk-reward, though, because if we beat them, we get all of their money, which can eventually be billions of yen. These guys are pretty tough,
He's
but
up
not
there.
impossible to beat, and are an interesting feature that I just completely
Where are you going?
hated my first time through this game. There are plenty of ways to train and get stronger in Yakuza 0. Each character has 3 trainers, one for each of their styles.
Oh, Maj.
Bacchus, the American man we meet at the beginning of the game, will teach us new moves for the Brawler style.
You fucking
These moves
cunt.
are locked off in the skill tree, and all preceding skills will have to be unlocked first to be able to train them. These are usually just fights with
Why
hitmen
the
that
fuck are
chasing
paladins
Bacchus.
so worthless against
Tomogi is
mages?
Kitty's
What the
rush
fuck?
style trainer and also happens to
This
be
is
a
literally a
puncher
hard
class.
counter.
These are the men that frequent the
Can paladins-
parking lot.
Mello, get the fuck back in here, you dumb prick. Mello! 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 Stop it. Molly, you're okay, sweetie. You're okay. It's that little bastard. Little gargoyle looking fuck. I know, I know. You're such a good girl. I know, you're a good girl. Ow! You gotta wait. No, I gotta see. Can Paladin PvP. Like Ret Paladin versus Frost Mage. Okay, I want to see that. How's a Paladin supposed to fight a fucking mage? Eh. Gotta wait 15 minutes. Oh well. Well, I want to see how paladins are supposed to PvP.
It's too far away. That's still
Uh-huh.
that spell isn't ready yet.
Okay, waste your bubble. Okay.
I can't cast it. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging.
Can't waste your bubble. Get lucky on crits.
I can't cast that. That's still recharging.
Okay, lose. Okay. That's how you're supposed to PvP. The Arcane Torrent still silences people in PvP. Yeah, it's still, it'll silence them for 2 seconds. So, I know you can't see the bar or the thing there. Yeah, it silences all enemies within 8 yards for 2 seconds, restores mana, and non-player victims also have interrupted spells for 3 seconds. So yeah, it's just a 2-second silence. Yeah, 2-second silence ain't shit. Like that's literally that's literally half a second on a global cooldown. You're literally just you're silencing people for a global cooldown basically. Like it doesn't even, it ain't shit. So it's hardly even worth using. Unless you just want to get that one interrupt in, but that's all you're going to get is that one interrupt, that one silence. And that silence isn't going to be enough to properly do anything. At least that's what it seems like. Maybe there's some way out there to properly do it. What is this? Fire Mage versus Rat Paladin. Okay. Ah, okay.
Stun, trinket stun him, falling, big damage. Kill, please.
Oh my god.
What? Hello?
Maybe you won't know that you have undisputed free. I'm not even trying to supposed to it.
Your images. On the bus. Oh, he thought it was a holy pally. That's so funny. That's a freaking red, but I mean, it might as well be a holy pally to be honest, right?
Wait, that's a red. Wait, what? Wait. Yikes. I just did the game. I was tapped out. I thought that was a holy pal.
It is bugged too. What is this thing on the ground? A Hearthstone game?
I die, I think. He's gonna converse. He's gonna pop.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to PvP as a fucking paladin in this game is impossible.
And try not to get hit for money. Our training is
It's
doing
just
exactly that, trying not to get hit.
maybe as a
Miss
prot
Tatsu is
paladin it's
Kitty's
impossible.
beast-style trainer and resides on the docks. She will
Okay,
have us
Molly,
do
do you
jobs
gotta go
for her
out?
and also train with mannequins. We have
You
to
gotta go
smash
pee.
as many objects over the mannequin heads as we can. Majima has a very
Yeah.
special and familiar trainer
Okay.
for his thug style named Komeki. Komeki
Put that here.
clearly looks like someone we know.
I gotta take
and
these
after
damn dogs
completing
out.
his training, we realized that he is that man. He came to Soten Lake to find his skills again and was going under an alias that wasn't that far off from his real name, Komaki. Fai Hu is a man who owns a nearby restaurant and weapons.
Okay.
He'll train us in using different weapons, which will inspire
Let's
Majima
get you
to
out.
upgrade his slugger style. Areshi is a part of a
Take the
breakdancing
pipe
crew
with
that
me.
will help Majima learn
Smoke
the
while I take you
abilities for
idiots
his
out.
breaker style. Each
Yeah,
of the
but-
characters also
Shut
have
up.
secret styles that get unlocked after beating their respective lengthy side stories. I loved all of the trainers in this game because they each feel tailored to the style that they're improving, especially trainers like Kamoji. Framing the training as something that we're already familiar with in the world is fantastic. Majima has a special bit of training that only he can do at the Dragon and Tiger. This is a weapons shop run by his slugger trainer, Fai Hu. His wife manages an organization that will search for special weapons around the world. We can send out agents on missions and pay them a hefty amount to make sure the whole thing goes right. There are a ton of new events to get caught up in as per usual. Pocket Circuit makes its first appearance in this game, and I won't talk about this one a ton because I went over it a lot in the Yakuza 2 video. A new way to make money in Kamurocho is cat fights. These are virtually the same system as the Mesa King fights from Yakuza Kiwami. You bet on a scantily clad fighter and have to choose their moves for each bout. If we get a draw, we can mash buttons to try and overpower the opponent, but no matter how fast I pressed, I couldn't get this to work. I would win maybe 1 out of every 10 draws. This whole thing is just really RNG based and has a lot of similar problems to Mesa King. Yakuza 0 has a strange relationship with adult video actresses, as there's a ton in this entry. Kitty can go to a video store and watch videos of girls in bikinis. Different actresses can be unlocked at the store by finding them in the game. There's also a smattering of telephone cards located all over town that we can pick up and effectively act as our locker keys in this entry. Completing a set and showing it to a local collector will give us some cash. We can also go to the telephone club to talk to girls over the phone and try to score a date. This whole thing is incredibly outlandish and flashy as Yakuza normally is. It's great and sees us pointing a cursor at different text bubbles on the screen. If we pick the correct one, the woman's affection will go up. After 3 fillings of the heart, we can get a better picture of the woman and also get her to meet up with us. This will result in a sub-story that usually sees Kiryu finding out the woman isn't all she's cracked up to be. We can also participate in the Sotenbori fighting ring that was opened by Billiken. This functions pretty similarly to the other Colosseums of the series. But by far the best part of Yakuza 0 is its sub-stories. These are small side missions that take place on the streets of either city. They're generally quick and most of them have a much lighter tone than the main story. This game has some of my favorites and I really want to showcase the ones that stuck out to me here. Most of Yakuza 0's sub-stories are really funny, and the first one I want to talk about is the Shrink-Wrapped Dream. Kiryu finds a young man on the street that's run away from home. His mom wouldn't let him buy from a vending machine in town, so he saved up money to get to the city. The only problem is the vending machine is in the back of a pretty scary alley, so he wants Kiryu to get him something from the machine. In the back of the alley, Kiryu realizes that it's an adult magazine machine. He tells the child he can't buy it for him, but the kid gets upset at this. Kiryu realizes he doesn't want to become one of those adults that lie all the time. He hated them when he was a kid, so he decides to buy it for him. The only problem is there are a ton of people on the street, and they can't see Kiryu going to the vending machine. We have to sneak around them, and Kiryu gives the magazine to the kid, telling him to only open it when he's alone and to not hide it under his bed. Another one of my favorites, Arukure Quest, begins when Kiryu finds a line of people waiting outside for a new video game. The boy who's last in line gets his game stolen and is distraught. Kiryu promises to get Akio his game back and chases the thug down. Before he gets to the goon, though, someone else shows up and steals the game. He chases down the next thug to realize that someone stole it again right before he got there. Eventually, he gets to the end of the chain and finds the man that stole the game. The thug was stealing the game for his son, who would be very happy if he got it. Kiryu tells him that he was really stealing the game from another kid in the first place. The man owns up and gives the game back, not wanting to make another child sad. As Akio approaches, we realize that this man is Akio's father, and he was stealing the game for his son, who he didn't know already got it. In the end, the two decide to go home and play the game together, and Kiryu remarks that's how games should be played, between father and son. The sub-story, A Watery Investment, begins when we find a woman being harassed in the street. We defend her and she wants to meet at Cafe Alps to thank us. When we get there, it turns out she's trying to sell us a product called Aha Water, a revitalizing drink that will heal and calm. Her real motive is to get us to buy the product and sell it to our friends, thus earning money from them and so on. You know, a pyramid scheme. We refuse her multiple times and eventually her boss comes over trying to entice us. At the end, Nezu commends our resistance and rewards us with a drink of the water. I think this story was hilarious because I can't tell you the amount of people I've seen in my real life fall for pyramid schemes. The last sub-story I want to talk about is a shining example. This one begins when Kiryu finds a woman that needs help down a suspicious alleyway. At the end, a masked man in a very familiar purple jacket begins to fight us. When we beat him, he takes off his mask and reveals that it's Shinji. If you've seen my video on the first Yakuza game or played the first game yourself, you'll know who Shinji is. The two don't know each other yet, and Shinji is actually trying to kill any Yakuza he can find on the streets. He's only 16 in high school, already
damn dogs.
Has a large grudge. The Yakuza beat his father when he was young, and Shinji was in turn, so he thinks all Yakuza are terrible. Kiryu doesn't care about what Shinji thinks and doesn't even really try and dissuade him from thinking.
4 more fucking minutes.
A while later, some Yakuza pick Kiryu up and say that they have Shinji back at their office. Kiryu saves Shinji but is upset that he dragged him into this mess. Kiryu doesn't mince words with the guy. He tells him that he's being stupid and he needs to grow up. He needs to stop the vigilante act and get it together. Kiryu says he only saved Shinji because Kazuma saved him when he was younger, and he wouldn't be where he was today without the man. He'd probably have turned out just like Shinji. Shinji says that he's found someone he can aspire to be, maybe even someday be better than Kiryu.
Yeah, Shinji, you still owe him money. Yeah.
Also seeing
yeah, you can go owe his corpse some money.
Tragic kid.
Oh wait, no wait, they took the graveyard out of most of the games.
Yakuza 0 has a ton of amazing sub-stories that I can't talk about here. A lot of them are truly fantastic.
Poor Shinji.
If you plan to play the game, I'd highly recommend completing all of them.
Oh, like what was like $1,000?
Yakuza 0 is easily
100,000 yen or something. You fucking owed him.
My favorite.
Like poor Shinji.
Is the best it could possibly be. Like I've said before, taking on the burden of a prequel is not an easy task. There's so many pitfalls along the way to get caught in, and RGG and Sega completed their task with a true mastery of the craft of storytelling. The gameplay is also fantastic in this entry, and would, in my opinion, mark the beginning of an era of truly smooth fighting in Yakuza games. The variety in styles also provides a constant change in the flow of combat whenever you need it. It's incredibly useful to be able to switch to another stance mid-battle, and I think it really changes the entire framework that the gameplay stands on. The characters and story are handled so gracefully, and every person that appears is built up and expanded upon. No one is used here just for a recognizable name. Everyone's legacy is built up to make them larger characters. We learn so much more about how each one of these people came to be, how they were tried, tested, and forged in the flames of battle and love. The game is also probably one of the best reasons that Yakuza even became popular in the West. So many new fans started at this point, and it was a great landing pad for people who knew nothing about the series in general. The side content is great, though not nearly as packed as some of the other entries in the series. It takes quality over quantity, in my opinion. The sub-stories are some of the best the series has to offer, and
15 minutes still win a
I
grasp.
wanted to put it into the video, but I knew I didn't have the time for it.
I don't know if I can even do a battleground in 15 minutes. I might just wait.
If you've been at all hesitant about playing these games,
Might just
while
wait
watching
for 15 minutes here.
series, I would say that it's a fantastic
3 o'clock.
Yakuza 0 sold far beyond expectations, with 500,000 units being sold in Japan
Might be
during
able
the
to do
first
it.
3 months. Critics received the game well, giving it high scores
Yeah,
across
no
the board.
PvP
Our story doesn't end
there.
We're not nearly done yet. The RGG team would again return to Yakuza for the final game in Kiryu's saga, but we'll talk about that next time. Bye, Dad.
Whew. Okay. Ooh, Judgment. Or Lost Judgment. Nah, can't watch that yet. Haven't played it. It's literally going to be the only time I even watch that. Can I watch?
Well, it's that time of the year when we all pick which games were the most impactful, memorable, and which were our personal favorites. This is a tradition I've had going for the last, 4 years. Even when this channel had, 300 subscribers, I still did my Game of the Year announcement. And honestly, it's a good chance for me to self-reflect and look back on all of the games that I've played this year, both reviewing for you guys, making critiques of, and also just games I've played for fun, and to look at them critically once again, but more importantly to compare them and see which game stood out to me the most. Now, quick little word about my methodology here, because I just want to be very, very clear. I'm not selecting Game of the Year based off of total play time, off of the best bang for the buck exclusively. I'm not ranking it based on which I thought was the most polished or refined at launch. All of those are a factor that I do consider with it. For example, if a game was really good, but it launched totally broken and buggy, like a Cyberpunk situation, I'm not going to give that game Game of the Year because the bugs so greatly outweigh the product that was there that was still good, but it's just outweighed by the negative. However, a game like Elden Ring is certainly in contention for Game of the Year despite having major PC problems at launch. Those problems do significantly ding it in that category, which as far as I'm concerned is why it's not a clear front runner and just running away with Game of the Year. You gotta penalize these games for having major technical issues at launch, otherwise no studio will take the time to polish. I mean, we've seen it with Callisto Protocol, Gotham Knights, Elden Ring, all of these games are having these problems. So at some point we have to stand up and be like, come on, enough of this. But one of the staple things that I personally look for in Game of the Year, whether we're looking at indie games, games just for fun, or total Game of the Year for big AAA releases as well, is a game specifically that touched me and impacted me in a way that's going to stick with me for a long time. A game that I'm going to be looking back at for years to come, hopefully positively, and one that I'll be comparing other games to in the future. Now, with that said, I have a handful of nominees this year across 3 different categories that I've chosen to evaluate. For one, major AAA releases. These are the AAAs, quadruple A's, the big games like Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West. That's the category that these games are in. Specifically, you can see in this A tier of development, I've got Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, and Elden Ring as the front runners for this major AAA, huge budget production tier of game release. Beneath that, I've got a Plague Tale Requiem, developed by a smaller studio.
I shall wait.
They've done tremendous work.
It's only 10 minutes.
Like 60 to 70 people worked on this game, and it's absolutely
I can wait.
tremendous. Then we have Cult of the Lamb and Stray, which are smaller teams that created these, even arguably indie teams, depending on how you define indie. But they are, even still, tremendous games. I have mixed feelings about some of them, but I'll explain that as we get to them. And then this other category down here, you see we've got Warhammer Darktide, As Dusk Falls, and The Quarry. These are kind of wild cards. They're games I played in a particular genre that I personally enjoy. I consider this under tier category of awards for me to be the fun factor games, the games that I just played for fun. I didn't make like big dedicated videos on them. They're just games that I played up on the couch while relaxing with friends, and I've had a blast with them. So I figured I would put them into their own category, and it's sort of like my wild card award for the year, if that makes sense. But with that said, I think we should start like any gentleman does with the bottom. I tried to say it with a straight face, I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. First up is As Dusk Falls. This is on Game Pass, and it's a bit of a wild card for most people because it has an extremely unique art style. It falls into the same category.
That's not an art
genre
style, that's a
as The
filter.
Quarry and other games like Until Dawn, with choose-your-own-adventure elements, clever writing, and decisions that are extremely impactful. Seriously, one choice you might make offhandedly without thinking too hard about it could have major implications for certain characters. Certain characters could die as a result of it. Certain characters could be haunted at the end of the game, like emotionally, because of that one choice you made. It's pretty well done. The only reason this isn't a clear winner is because it is a very unique art style. It's not for everybody. But I'll be honest, after we played this for like 15-20 minutes, I got completely used to it, and it just kind of turned into a slow-moving movie. It blends really, really well after you've played it for 15-20 minutes. I really didn't like the art style, but my wife really did not like the art style. It bugged her the whole time we were going through it, but you know, it's going to be to each their own. And yes, I mentioned my wife because Nikki and I played this game sitting on the couch together. There are actual couch co-op functions here, and even support for playing the game on a phone. So if you have like 2 phones, you don't even need controllers. You can just sit on the couch and be like answering the prompts of which choice you want to make in a given moment using nothing but your cell phone. So if you have a whole couch full of friends and you want to play a game like this, a choose your own adventure game together, it's a fantastic option for that, and it's pretty fun. The next nominee is The Quarry. This is from the same team that did Until Dawn, and it really does feel like a return to form for them. The dev team has done some smaller projects, specifically in the Dark Pictures anthology series, that some people have tried but have launched to relatively mixed reviews. But The Quarry is the first time they've gone back to a major release that's pretty long and extensive, high production value, and is focused on giving you some jump scares and some psychological horror elements. It feels like a B-grade horror movie with a bunch of, you know, B-grade characters within it, but it's fun, it's lighthearted, and I really enjoyed it. And similar to As Dusk Falls, it's a choose-your-own-adventure kind of game. There's also couch co-op systems, so if you want to play with friends, which Nikki and I actually did, we invited a couple of friends over. Hi, Bruce and Maggie, if you ever see this. And we sat on the couch together, ate pizza, had some margaritas, and played this together. And you basically set it up 4 players, and it tells you when to pass the controller to player 2 or to player 4. And it's great. It works wonderfully, and it's just kind of what gaming is all about. Like, at the end of the day, it's this community that gets a kick out of video games. And these games that allow you to sit on the couch and play them together, even though they're narrative and gritty and horror focused, I just really, really enjoy it. So again, a fantastic option if you're just looking for something fun to play. And the third nominee for my fun factor category is Warhammer Darktide. I'll be honest, this is a game I did not expect to enjoy. My buddy Caleb pushed me into trying it because he loves Vermintide 2, and those same developers began work on this game a few years ago. And I have to say, it actually is pretty freaking fun. As you fight waves and waves of enemies, you'll be struck by the breathtaking vistas, the high-fidelity graphics, and the jaw-dropping music. Seriously, the soundtrack, the sheer graphical fidelity that they're able to pump out is just mind-blowing. Everything about this game is just refined, and it feels amazing. If you tried this game in some of those open betas they had like 3-4 months ago, you should go back and seriously consider trying it again. It is so much more polished now than it was back then. It's frankly insane. And I am blown away that with a 3080, I can play the game at 4K. I turn on some DLSS, and I can't even tell that it's being upscaled. I get a locked 144 frames a second. Easy peasy. The game looks amazing, sounds amazing.
Sounds nice
runs
to be
amazingly
rich.
well, and it's fun to boot. This type of game is not going to be for everybody. After all, it's a co-op hack and slash shooter. But if you've expressed even moderate interest in this game over the last 6 months, as they've done preview events and shown it off with all sorts of trailers and gameplay footage, you should definitely give it a try. And honestly, ranking these is a little tricky because it is so subjective, but hey, it's a channel named after me, so I can do whatever I want. All three of these games are great, and I'm glad I played them all. What I would say is that As Dusk Falls, while fun, I didn't feel like it had the same replay value or draw as The Quarry. The Quarry, in a lot of ways, pushed me into wanting to see what subsequent playthroughs would actually offer. You know, the thing where you want to go back and push and prod and see, okay, well, if I chose to do this, would that kill this character? Oh, it does. Okay, that's cool, so I'll go and I'll try this. And that's one of my favorite things about these kinds of choose-your-own adventure games.
Alright, we'll get back to Dalaran before Wintergrass starts.
Satisfying, and I didn't feel myself really wanting to experiment that heavily when compared with The Quarry. The Quarry I've played through like 3 or 4 times now, seen a ton of different branched endings, and I, even now, would happily go back and try it again to see what else is there. And Darktide is tremendous. I am nowhere near done with this game. I still play it almost every night with various friends or by myself. It's just a good, feel-good game. It's tremendous, and I think that there's a long runway on this thing. I don't think I'm going to be done anytime soon. But when I think back to what game had the most impact on me over the course of the year and which game I had the most fun with and the most memories crafted with, honestly, I think I got to give it to The Quarry. The Quarry, all of the game nights, all of the times that we had friends over to go through it and experiment, we'd play through it once, and then the next week my little sister was staying over, so we booted it up, and she loves these kinds of games, so we went through it again and made different choices to see what it was. I've had so much fun with it, and so I think it's going to take my top spot for Fun Factor Game of the Year. But that brings me to what I would refer to as the Indie Game of the Year. These are games created by smaller studios. They can still be published by big publishing houses like PlayStation or like Xbox, but the dev team specifically is smaller and the budgets are much tighter. For this, my nominees are Stray, Plato Requiem, and Cult of the Lamb. I don't need to tell you too much about Stray. It's a game about a cat in a post-apocalyptic cyberpunk-looking world. It's a beautiful game. The world building is top-notch. The sound design is tremendous and utterly remarkable. And on top of all of that, I mean, you get to play as a cat. So that's like +4, right? Let me be clear, I'm a cat guy. I love cats. I have 2. Hermione and Finley are upstairs right now.
Hermione,
They're regularly
of
in
course.
the studio whenever I'm live streaming over on
Awful.
Steven's Live. I'll have linked in the description box below.
Awful
Like,
names.
come hang out with us live.
Truly
whenever,
awful.
on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays when we stream. But I love cats. I think they're great. But when Stray launched, I made a video review of it where I basically said, hey, if you can get this game for free, you should. Especially because it's being offered through PlayStation Plus as a free game through the PlayStation service. And the game's only like 3 hours long. It's very, very small. And you would have thought that I murdered a cat on camera and then published it everywhere. People lost their minds. I still like Stray. One of my critiques of it is that it's pretty mindless. The puzzles aren't very interesting. The way that they built out the navigation mechanics, specifically with how you run and climb as the cat, is completely mindless. You just hold down a button and point the stick in that direction. I've criticized Assassin's Creed for dumbing down free climbing to that extent in the same way previously. So if I'm going to be consistent, I have to also call out Stray for dumbing down climbing and navigation so much, especially because that's pretty much all you do in this game. The only gameplay system here is extremely minimal and extremely streamlined. I would argue simplified or overly simplified. But even with that caveat, it's still amazing because the world building, because the meow meow, because everything else is so great. So there we go, just setting the record straight. I like Stray, I enjoyed Stray. I just recommended you get it for free because you could have gotten it for free if you had a PlayStation, which amazingly enough, that's like a controversial thing to say. Like I had people tweeting me, they were like, so you don't want the developers to get money for their game? I was like, I didn't say pirate the game, I said go get it for free on PlayStation because they're offering it for free. Like, are your ears plugged? Like what's going on?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
But our second nominee is A Plague Tale Requiem.
He knew exactly what he was saying when he said get it for free. He knew exactly what the fuck he was saying.
Game, and
I don't fall for that for a goddamn second.
Take all of the things they laid out in the first game and crank the knobs up to 11. And sure enough, they did. There's some stuff that goes on in A Plague Tale Requiem which is absolutely insane. You've probably heard about the rat tech that they showed off in various trailers, but goodness gracious, some of the stuff they pull off with the rats in this game are just mind-blowing. I haven't seen another game do something on this scale in a very long time, and it's all the more impressive that this is running very well at high frame rates, and it looks tremendous to me. Now, I played this game for a review on PC. I've heard that on PlayStation 5 and Xbox, it had some technical issues. There were some frame hitches, there were some problems, and that's why this isn't just a clear winner as far as I'm concerned, because the technical issues do need to be called out. My experience with the game was buttery smooth on PC, but once the game launched, it was clear that on console there were mixed reactions. My understanding is all of those problems have been fixed in post-launch patches, but I felt like I should mention it. The story of this game ties in all of the themes from the first game tremendously well, and honestly, it made me tear up and even slightly sob at the end of it. Altogether, it's a remarkable game through and through, and I cannot recommend it enough, but you absolutely should play the first game before you jump into this. I've also done a full review and a critique of this game on the channel, so if you want to go check those out before you buy the game, go and do that. And the third nominee for Indie Game of the Year for me is Cult of the Lamb. This indie game has you playing as a lamb leading a flock of, well, cult members. It mixes in like simulation base building with this bizarre like action RPG thing, all tied up in a bow that is a roguelite. It's amazing how well it works, honestly, because if I were just reading the description on Steam, I'd be like,
sounds like Shovel Knight with extra steps.
But it works very, very well. I've spent a lot of time playing Cult of the Lamb, mostly on my Steam Deck, and I have had a blast while doing it. There's all sorts of decisions you can make as the cult leader, everything from how to treat the dead, to how to manage food, and even what kind of sermons that each of your followers should be forced to listen to. And there's some really funny situations you can put yourself in using these systems. You can make it so your cult values dying really positively, so every time a character dies, they get kind of increased faith and they're really excited. And then you can make it so they're all cannibals, so they all try to eat the body. Or you can go and make it so people are just utterly miserable, you tax the crap out of them, they're treated poorly the whole time they're in the cult, but the moment that they die, you can then resurrect them and they become slaves to your cult once again. It's actually kind of crazy how many little combinations you can apply here. And that alone increases replay value and makes it all the more fun to play in subsequent playthroughs, because you're like, oh, last time I ran like a nice cult. This time I'll be like the actual devil incarnate, and you can have a lot of fun with it. Though I will say this game also had some technical issues at launch. On Steam Deck, it would regularly crash maybe once every 30, 35 minutes or so. And on PC, it also had some issues on various builds that I saw online. So again, I understand.
Yeah, just fucking kill me.
Patched out at this point, but
damn.
we have to be consistent and call it out. And ranking these actually isn't going to be too hard for me. Again, I thought Stray was good, but it was remarkable.
Okay, why resurrect
so
me?
Short that I really struggled to recommend anybody pay actual like cash for it, especially because it's available for free through PlayStation Plus. So I just don't see the need to do it. I think it still is, but I'm not totally sure. I thought the game was fine, but I thought it was certainly hyped
Thank you
up
for
a
resurrecting
lot,
me, whoever did that, but
you play as a cat. And
wasted
as
a
cat
res.
person, I can say cat people are kind of crazy. Cult of the Lamb is really, really good, but At the end of the day, I love narrative games. I love stories that tie in the themes from the previous entry and tie everything up with a neat bow so you
I
feel
see
like
him
you
around.
experience the whole game in its entirety. And a Plague Tale Requiem just does that tremendously well. So for me, Plague Tale Requiem is going to take my indie tier game of the year. I am just blown away at everything that they did here. But all three of these games are really solid. And
Oh, come on.
I'm very glad that I played each of them. But now that brings us to the game of the year. The big boy category that everybody's been
I would have gotten him.
waiting for. For this one, the nominees are pretty self-explanatory and you probably see them coming. They are Elden Ring, Horizon Forbidden West, and God of War Ragnarok. Real quick, I'm not going to beat around the bush or pretend to be like really mysterious with this. I put Horizon Forbidden West on this list kind of out of obligation. Not because I think the game sucks or is horrible or anything, but because it clearly had a ton of money pumped into it. It was technically, on paper, one of the biggest releases of the year.
The
However,
fuck?
Again, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I find this game to be utterly lackluster. I did a full critique of it. If you want to see my extended thoughts on Horizon Forbidden West, you can see that in that long critique, which is, of course, on the main channel. However, I can't pretend as though this is anywhere near in the same category as God of War Ragnarok and Elden Ring. As far as I'm concerned, these two are far and away the front runners for Game of the Year. Either one of these could win it, just like in 2018 it was Red Dead 2 and God of War 2018. I just don't think that there's any use in pretending as though this is a serious contender, so I'm just going to let you know right up out of the gate. I'm going to put this down in D tier, even though there's plenty of space for it to sit in B and C. I just really thought that this game played it way too safe. I didn't think it did anything particularly interesting, and there's some design choices, specifically with the campfires, fast travel, and navigation, that are utterly mind-blowing in terms of their stupidity. Again, if you want to hear my extended thoughts, go check out the critique. I explain in detail all of the little tidbits surrounding Horizon Forbidden West, its open world design, all of the other little details, because truly, there are so many little things that they did in Forbidden West that are not, in my opinion, I guess, I could argue this, and that's what I do in the critique, but I don't think they're even up for like negotiation as to, oh, that's an interesting design choice. I think maybe it could be good, it could be bad. I think objectively we can argue these design choices were stupid. I don't know what they're doing. The grind involved in upgrading equipment alone is enough to make this game get dinged like 2 to 3 points. It's just so underwhelming across the board, which is a bummer because it was supposed to be the big sequel that took the foundation laid by Horizon Zero Dawn and just cranked all the knobs up to 10 and 11 and 15, ripped the knob off. They needed to do something like that, and instead they brought a game that just lands flat. And I think you're seeing that now. I mean, in all of the discussions at the end of this year, the only games anybody's really talking about are Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok. And I think it's just because Horizon Forbidden West, while solid and definitely a game you should get on sale for like $30-40, I don't think.
Fuck that! I'll pirate it.
Stratosphere.
If I ever wanted to play it.
And Elden Ring. So, yeah. Oh boy, I kind of started rambling there. I'm a little lightheaded. With that being said, the two front runners are God of War Ragnarok and Elden Ring. Both of these games are tremendous, but let's go through my overarching thoughts on each real quick. First of all, Elden Ring. I mean, what can I possibly say about Elden Ring that hasn't already been said? The game is huge, it is impressive, it is beautiful, it is fun, and there are so many boss fights here that an old school fan of the FromSoft style of game design is going to be creaming in their pants at every point. A lot of us just expected Dark Souls 3, but in an open world, and while that certainly is a good broad stroke step,
feels like it though.
Brings to the table, it
Not
is so
gonna lie.
much more than that. The design of the world, the design of the enemies, and the ambiance, the music, everything is top notch. I don't know how, but somehow they managed to pull this off. Now, because I'm not a fanboy of any franchise or game, I'm going to call out the good and the bad and let you know what I think. In the case of Elden Ring, we just have to be completely clear and honest. There were major technical issues on the PC port at launch. I mean, a lot of people were even saying the best place to play Elden Ring, a cross-generational and cross-platform game, was on the PS4 Pro. That is a problem. I mean, if God of War Ragnarok launched exclusive to PlayStation, and the best and most stable version of it was on like the PS4 Slim, that would be a problem, and we would tease the crap out of them for that. But for some reason, when it comes to Elden Ring, everybody is supposed to just shut up and pretend like it's not an actual problem. But it is. Anytime a developer or publisher releases a game that they charge you 60 or 70 bucks for, and it releases in a state where it's so hitchy and stuttery that it's borderline unplayable, I consider that to be a major issue. Whether it's Gotham Knights, the Callisto Protocol, or Elden Ring, you have to call it out. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening and it will get worse. I mean, just look at like the latest Pokemon game as a perfect example of what happens when your community and your customer base just doesn't care about the performance issues on a major release. They don't care. They broke all of the sales records, like all of them. Is there a sales record? Yes, they broke it with that game. Even though it's broken at launch, they used the broken thing to break the sales record. Let me be clear, it does not disqualify Elden Ring for consideration for Game of the Year. Obviously, it's the front runner with God of War Ragnarok.
Okay, that's what he meant.
I just think it's important for us to note that when this game came out, despite being utterly tremendous in almost every facet of its design, the technical issues were a big problem. I tried playing Elden Ring on PC, live streaming it, and it was so stuttery that I had to stop playing, download it on the PS5, and then start playing it on the PS5 from there. Because it was so much better, I would rather lose the 2 to 3 hours of progress on PC, try to return that through Steam, and then get it on PS5. But more specifically, get it on PS5, download the PS4 version of the game, and then run that through the backwards compatibility layer within PlayStation. Somehow that was the most stable version of the game. But you know what? I guess it doesn't matter. It's Elden Ring, right? But setting that aside and being fair, they did patch this pretty quickly to get rid of the stuttering. As far as I understand it, it took about a week and a half, and then they were able to fix it. And they spent another 2 to 3 weeks balancing different builds.
Okay, why did he have to spam? What the fuck?
Melania fight. You guys might actually see.
Is he really that much of a piece of shit?
Statue from the Elden Ring Collector's Edition up in the glass cabinet there. They broke her boss fight and made it so she was basically unbeatable while that patch was live, which is just really, really funny to me because she has a healing effect where whenever she lands an attack, she heals a little. They accidentally patched it and made it so every time she attempts an attack, she would heal. And she attacks in like flutters. So she would get down to like a quarter health, and then she would do a flutter of attacks and go back up to half health. And people were like losing their minds. And it wasn't because they just needed to get good, it's because the game was broken and they accidentally broke it in a patch. So all of those problems caused some instability at launch, but the game itself, now that the dust has settled, is tremendous. And I spent so much time in this game. I spent, in my first playthrough, like 120, 150 hours, somewhere between there. I loved this game. I still love this game. I can't wait to like avoid playing it for a year or two and then go back and try it again and see what it's like with fresh eyes. And that's something that doesn't happen very often in gaming. You know, people ask, like, what's the one game that you wish you could just wipe your memory of and experience again for the first time? Usually people will throw out, like, Breath of the Wild, Red Dead 2, The Witcher 3, Skyrim. And I think Elden Ring has definitely earned its place in that same category of amazing games. Because if I could wipe my memory and start again and experience it all fresh, I certainly would, because the game really is that good. But speaking of other amazing games, God of War Ragnarok. Little plug here, we are actually working on the critique for God of War Ragnarok. It's going to release in the next, like, 3 to 4 days from when this video launches. So make sure to subscribe and ring the bell for that, because it's going to be like a 3 to 5 hour video. So I would really appreciate if you guys go watch that, so it doesn't turn out that I wasted my time, you know, for like weeks of work. God of War Ragnarok is the sequel to the reboot of the franchise we saw in 2018. Everything about this game is epic. They took all of the expectations people had coming out of the last game and subverted those expectations. Now, sometimes subversion of expectations can be a good or bad thing. In this case, they would take an expectation, like say you think, okay, I'm gonna do X. If X happens in Ragnarok, that would be cool. They took that, and then they said, okay, so X would be cool? Okay, let's give them 15 X's. And then they just blow you away. And they do that pretty much at every step of the path that you go on to Ragnarok. I seriously mean it when I say that every time I thought in my mind, it would be cool if this happened. Or it would be cool if we were able to do that with this character. Every time I thought that, we did it, and then some. And then there was some twist that made it even better than I expected. And that is, in and of itself, something very, very rare, where a game just comes along and blows you away. Furthermore, the game launched very, very polished. I got the collector's edition of this game, and in the box, it had a sticker, a quality assurance sticker on the box, that said when it was packaged. It was packaged December of 2021, and it had a physical, like, game disc and box inside of it. And so, like, this game had been sitting in a warehouse for a year, just hanging out, waiting for when Sony decided it was ready to go. And that should tell you just how refined and polished this game really is. They effectively, as far as I can tell, spent a full year to just work on refinements, and it shows. There's a ton of stuff to say about Ragnarok. A lot of it is spoiler related, so definitely be wary of the comments if you have not played the game yet. But if you want to hear my extended thoughts on this, again, I'll be posting a massive critique in the next few days where I will outline all of my thoughts in excruciating detail.
It's an interesting
also,
name.
the game is utterly tremendous, and I cannot praise it highly enough. It really is that good. Now, like I said, these are the two clear frontrunners for Game of the Year. Either one of these could win, and I think it would be perfectly justified. I wouldn't throw a fit if either one of these took it. If I could give it to both, I would give it to both. But frankly, it's just a matter of personal opinion. If you prioritize gameplay first and foremost, Elden Ring is probably going to take it because it offers well over 100 hours of not just like combat and boss fights and stuff, but also PvP gameplay, subsequent playthroughs on like New Game Plus, all sorts of things that you can go through in Elden Ring to increase your knowledge and experience with the game, and every single one of them is utterly amazing. Like, it just blows my mind every time I go back to Elden Ring. It's just so good. And God of War Ragnarok offers a very impressive narrative, cinematic, and epic adventure that at every turn subverts expectations in an amazing way. In a lot of ways, this really does just come down to gameplay versus story. If you're a narrative player, you're probably going to prefer Ragnarok. If you are a gameplay-oriented player, you're probably going to end up giving it to Elden Ring. But you know what? At the end of the day, I have to give my top slot to one of them, and for me, it goes back to what I said at the very beginning of this video. And those are the core considerations I make when evaluating which game should get Game of the Year. Because it's not as simple as just which game me like most or which game me have most hours in. It's a little more nuanced than that. And in this case, what it comes down to and what my chief consideration is what game am I going to be comparing every other game to for the next like 5 years? Which game would I rather just wipe my memory and experience again for the first time? And which game do I think will have the biggest and most long-lasting impact on the industry? Which game is going to command the most clones and attempts to copy it from EA and Ubisoft? And for that, I mean, I don't think there's any way that you could say that the game that does all of that and does it tremendously well is Elden Ring. So I'm going to give Elden Ring my Game of the Year for 2022. It could easily have gone to Ragnarok. It's just that when I think of which games hit me the most hard this year, which games are going to stick with me the longest, and which games are going to certainly command the most, let's say, attempted duplications, it's going to be Elden Ring. This is going to be the standard bearer for the next few years, and it would not surprise me if in like a year and a half, 2 years, we start to see all sorts of EA and Ubisoft and indie studios trying to rip it off in various ways because it's just that good. And then we have Horizon Forbidden West. I swear, I'm gonna have some Sony ponies really upset with me in the comments. I don't care, bring it on, dude. But I think that's gonna do it for me. I am very pleased with this year in gaming. It feels like we got some amazing titles and a lot of surprises as well. Games we thought were gonna be great that ended up being kind of meh. Probably the chief among them being like the Callisto Protocol. I was super pumped for that. When it came out, it was like,
oh, you bastard.
Okay, well, it's certainly one of the games of the year. You know, it's just like, okay, well, there's that. But to be honest, next year is probably only going to be better. There's a ton of games coming out next year. Specifically in like February, there's a huge slot of games. We have Starfield coming next year. It's going to be a very, very busy 2023 for all gamers, whether you're reviewers or just players. It's going to be very, very busy because there's a lot of really interesting stuff coming out, and I cannot wait to see what is on the table. And before anybody asks, my most anticipated game next year is Hogwarts Legacy. I don't even need to do like a tier list for that because without a doubt, it's Hogwarts Legacy. Like, yeah, I'm sure Starfield will be interesting, but like I'm not super pumped on them ever since 76, so I'm just not that thrilled about it. I'm gonna wait for reviews basically, but Hogwarts Legacy, like, I'm actually kind of pumped for that. I mean, I have the freaking Hogwarts Lego castle behind me. Of course, I'm a Lego nerd. I love Harry Potter as well, and soon I'll be getting a chance to actually play through a digital form of Hogwarts. Like, who doesn't?
Got him.
It's gonna be great. But I want to hear what your picks for Game of the Year were in the comment section below. I'll be looking through those to see if there's any surprises or any games I wasn't aware of that are also great. So let me know what you think down below. Of course, we have our Discord linked in the link tree below as well if you want to join us over there. We live stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday over on Luke Stevens Live. And I am working, of course, as I said, on the week of God of War Ragnarok, which will be out in the days following this video. So if it's a few days after that, go watch the video. If it's not, subscribe so you get notified when that video goes up. And of course, I also have a really exciting merchandise that we've been working on for like a year and a half that I will be dropping during that God of War Ragnarok review.
Whatever.
Thing. So buckle up for that. But with that, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna prep for the Game Awards that are taking place in like 3 hours to 2 hours. So I will see you guys over there. We'll be live streaming it. You won't see this until the day after, but I'm gonna go do that. The Callisto Protocol is certainly the Dead Space spiritual successor that we've all been waiting for, though it is far from perfect. While it nails its ambiance, graphics, sound design, and gory gameplay, it fumbles the ending and falls flat with a predictable story, a villain that would be considered bland by B-movie standards, boringly repetitive boss fights, and bullet sponge enemies. Furthermore, I will note that during the review period we had with this game, the PC port was utterly atrocious. Seriously, some of the worst frame hitching and glitching that I've ever seen. I mean, the only thing comparable would probably be Batman Arkham Knight back in 2015. At times it made the game feel downright unplayable.
That's bad.
I mean, just look at this. Now, there was a massive 65 gigabyte day one patch that went up 4 hours before the global release of Callisto Protocol. Right now, I'm recording this video about 3 hours before that global release. Right before I started recording this, I spent about an hour going back through the game from the beginning, getting about an hour into it, trying it with the new patch to see how it holds up, and I'm happy to report it seems as though they fixed almost all of the problems. There's the occasional hitch, but it's nowhere near what it was before. That being said, understand that the gameplay footage you're seeing throughout this video was captured during the review period. As a result, there's going to be frame hitching, there's going to be frame drops, there's going to be stuttering, there's going to be screen tearing. I wish I could do something about it, but it's beyond my control. They fixed this 4 hours before the global release and also 4 hours before the review embargo lifted. That's right, reviews were allowed to go up the moment the game released and not a moment before. We'll talk about that later because I have some strong thoughts.
Oh yeah, that says all it needs to right there.
From the point of view of a reviewer trying to play this game on PC before launch. Thankfully, it seems like they fixed most of these problems, but just understand that's why some of the clips that you'll be seeing have some hitching and glitching and blah blah blah. But until we discuss that, sit back, relax, enjoy the video, hit the like button if you enjoy it, subscribe to get notified of new reviews and critiques like this. We have a big critique for this game coming out later this month, so again, subscribe, ring the bell for that. It's basically a longer form review where I go into detail over the course of like an hour and break down every little thing that this game does well and poorly, so again, subscribe for that. But with that, let's get into it. You start the Callisto Protocol as Jacob, a rough and hardened cargo pilot for a transport vessel delivering some mysterious cargo to Black Iron, a maximum security prison on Jupiter's moon Callisto. Callisto Protocol, the Callisto Protocol. Yeah, you see it? He said the thing. Soon after arriving, inmates begin to transform into mysterious, monstrous creatures, and all heck breaks loose. To make it out alive, Jacob must fight through hordes of hideous infected while discovering what caused the outbreak and what, if anything, can be done to stop it. And while the story isn't massive, timing out to just over 10 hours in my first playthrough on the medium difficulty setting, it feels well-paced and it doesn't overstay its welcome, something crucial in intense survival action games like this. You'll notice also I said survival action instead of survival horror, which is what this game has been branded as. And well, that's because the game really isn't very scary, something that I actually consider pretty important in a survival horror game. While the enemy designs are grotesque, certainly, and the high-fidelity graphics help bring everything to life, with the subsurface scattering making everything pop more than any other game in recent memory, this game leans a lot more into the action side of its design predilections than the horror. And personally, I don't see this as a bad thing. I, for one, am sick and tired of the cheap jump scares that plague modern horror games. It's lazy in my mind, and I don't find it very entertaining. I just find it miserable. But I say all of this because I think it's important to note that if horror tends to turn you off, don't look past this game because it's actually far more action thriller than it is horror. There is the occasional jump scare, but they're few and far between. And even then, it doesn't feel cheap. It feels like, I could have seen that coming. You know, that kind of thing. Over the course of the campaign, you'll explore an assortment of areas of the prison, each feeling fairly unique while still being, well, parts of a prison. The environmental design is top-notch, and I always enjoyed looking around and taking in the horrid, sticky, smelly sights. There was always something interesting to see, and I expect that on subsequent playthroughs there will be all sorts of little details that I notice that I didn't pick up on before. This really is a beautifully designed and conceptualized game, and it almost without a doubt will be nominated for Artistic Design Awards. Deservedly, might I add. And all of this is compounded with the great sound design, the moving score, and the tremendous performances by the entire cast. I think it's probably a mixture of the tremendous voice acting and the talent that they have behind the motion capture suits, and then also the high fidelity rendering and subsurface scattering.
There's
and
nobody else
they did in this game. But it
trying to
truly
do PvP?
is one of the most immersive survival, horror, action, whatever games that I've ever played. It really is.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
But when you're not taking in the sights,
oh god, why?
In these corridors, you're probably
oh, that's one in progress. Of course
Here,
it is.
The Dead Space inspirations are very clear, with the core device on Jacob's neck offering a constant notification in-game of health and the capacity for using your grip ability. More on that in a second. This means that the heads-up display is always extremely minimalistic, which is, in my view, a really good thing. It helps you get more immersed in this world, and it doesn't feel as though you're getting an unfair advantage, one that Jacob doesn't have. Combat itself is straightforward, with an assortment of weapons that are introduced at a steady pace. Each feels punchy and viable, from the pistol all the way up to the assault rifle that you unlock in the final act of the game. Each given combating
they're all paladins.
More simple than I personally expected, however, with it mainly consisting of a
What
simple
can you
dodging
do?
system where you lean away from incoming attacks by alternating which direction you're strafing. You then follow this up with a quick melee attack or a shot from one of your various 3D printed weapons, or you can use your grip ability, which allows you to grab and throw infected into turbines, fans,
It's a mage. I ain't gonna
each
fuck
other,
around with a
or
mage.
simply off of ledges. Furthermore, you can pick up these canisters and throw them
Ain't
at
that dumb.
particularly brutish enemies for massive damage, so long as you're not standing too close. And this can be really useful as a tool in hectic moments when you're being swarmed. And since the annihilation of the body of the enemy means that you can't stomp and loot them a la Dead Space, there's a constant consideration of whether or not you can stand to lose the loot for sake of an easier time clearing out a room full of enemies. The whole combat system is responsive, crunchy, and most importantly, it's fun. I found myself excited every time I came into a room full of enemies that I could pwn.
Oh god, fucking damn it.
I just used the word pwn. What are you gonna do about it? I will say this occasionally came back to bite me, however, because the game sprinkles in mandatory stealth sections where a room full of blind infected mandates walking slowly while crouched in order to progress. While
I
one
have
may
no
be able
idea.
to fight their way through these arenas on the easiest difficulty setting, I don't know, I haven't tried it. On medium
I
and
did.
hard, which I did try, you literally cannot carry enough ammunition to clear out all of these enemies. You have to stealth your way through. Fortunately, these moments are very rare in the game, and the developers welcome you to revel in the gory and messy combat the majority of the time. As the game goes on, the infected will evolve along your weapons that you upgrade using Callisto credits you leave
Really?
in game's interiors, hidden around corners, and within crates and craniums. This means that the combat is always challenging, if not fairly repetitive.
Come on.
at the end. In fact, the boss
Ain't
fights
fair.
that bookend each chapter of the game are often the least exciting part of the chapter, since they
It's not fair.
exclusively consist of dodging a flurry of swings, shooting or whacking them a few times, and then repeating
Or a
as you
whacking.
dance across the arena. It isn't hard, it's barely engaging, and it certainly isn't fun. Sometimes there are things you can use your grip on to throw or destroy to keep things interesting, but those moments are few and far between. And
God damn it.
unfortunately don't do much to save these monotonous and often disappointing encounters. Now, while I can certainly understand that it's a lot easier said than done to just make better boss fights, it is very frustrating that I looked forward to fighting the grunt enemies far more than the big bosses that have the high production values and the cool intro cinematics. Pretty much every single boss boiled down to the exact same gameplay approach. There's almost nothing unique about each encounter, and it was really underwhelming. One thing that wasn't underwhelming were each of the finishers each time Jacob gets killed. These things are graphic, gory, and gushy. I don't think I can actually show these on YouTube without being like
Pussy.
full on, flagged for all eternity.
Yeah,
so
pussy.
I'm just gonna play it safe, but you can look them up if you want. They are horrifying at times, and there are some finishers which are unique to certain late game enemies, which are just as satisfying as they are horrifying. So just buckle up for that.
Huh.
Now, as for the story, it's nothing to write home about. Jacob is interesting as a character, and all of the actors do a stellar job, as I mentioned before. The problem is with the writing and the rushed plot. While Jacob is
Oh, what the
sympathetic
fuck?
and has a character arc to speak of, everyone else in the cast is underdeveloped, lacking any sort of likable traits, and if I weren't taking notes while playing, I don't think I would have remembered any of their names. It really feels like the writers just assumed that we already knew who these people were, so they didn't bother giving us any sort of sorted introduction. It certainly makes sense in the context of the story that these characters don't have time to get to know each other, but the effect
Cool.
on the player is that the only emotion they have when a key character is killed off is pure unadulterated apathy. More dialogue and interactions could greatly help, even if it's just over the radio while exploring and navigating levels akin to something like we saw in BioShock. But unfortunately, those moments of exposition and bonding are few and far between. In addition to all of this, the main antagonist of the story is frustratingly unidimensional, uninteresting, and it's all the more frustrating that they leave this whole plot on a major cliffhanger. I
Okay,
guess
kill me.
awaiting a sequel or maybe a big DLC expansion, even though it feels as though it directly contradicts what it sets as its overarching premise for the story. Honestly, I can't help but feel as though they seriously dropped the ball right on the 1 yard line. They get so close to tying everything up in a nice bow and then just walking away, and then they just
Can you not hit me?
But all told, the Callisto Protocol is a
Oh my
visceral
god, get
and
more hit,
really
you
fun
fucking
action
retard.
adventure. It's in many ways exactly what I was hoping it would be. And here comes the slightly awkward, unscripted section of the video where I just need to talk directly about this because I do consider this a pretty serious matter. Whenever a game publisher waits until the last possible, literally the last possible moment to release reviews for their game, you should be looking at that with skeptical hippo eyes because that is a major red flag, red flag, red flag. So, yes, I bought a red flag for YouTube videos. One of the best expenses I've made on this channel. And it's not
Yeah,
to ask
fucking
yourself,
retard,
why
come
would the
on.
publisher not want players to know what reviewers have to say until the game is already for sale? It's extremely concerning, and it's strange because the Callisto Protocol, from what I have played, is really fun. It's really good, and I can recommend it happily so long as it's stable. I haven't tried it on PlayStation PlayStation 5. We'll be doing that the day that this review goes up over on Luke Stevens Live, my second channel, which I'll have linked in the description box below the like button. But after seeing this last-minute patch on Steam that apparently fixes the game and makes it actually playable, I still think that the game is worth playing, and I would recommend it to anybody who thinks that this looks even moderately interesting, so long as you understand that it's only 10 hours long, despite the publisher and developers saying that it's between 12 and 14. I explored like every corridor. I maximally upgraded multiple weapons. I didn't have trouble or get stuck in the game, and all told, I really don't know how you would stretch this to 14 hours without playing on like super hard and also kind of sucking at the game. I'm seriously like confused. But you know what? To each their own. The point of all of this is just to say that I do not want to see this be a precedent where publishers withhold reviews from consumers until it's effectively too late, until their pre-orders have already been fulfilled. Because as far as I can tell, what happened is that Crafton knew that the patch to fix the Callisto Protocol on PC was going to come down to the last few hours. They weren't sure if it was going to get out, and so they decided to delay reviews until the last possible moment, so that reviewers wouldn't come out and say, hey, the PC port's broken, don't buy it. So they waited. And now it puts reviewers in an awkward position where we are kind of assuming, based on this patch and an hour of game time with it, that it seems to have fixed the problem. But there is no physical way that we could possibly play.
Yeah, PvP is totally a skill thing, isn't it? It's such a skill-based fucking thing.
And the thing that makes it all the more baffling is
it's all
that
about
it's gonna hurt
skill.
the Callisto Protocol
Fucking
more
faggots.
than if they just were like honest and direct and say, hey, listen guys, we have a day one patch going up. It's gonna be last minute, but it's gonna fix everything. If they just said that, we would have been cool. But instead they wait all this time, and now reviewers are gonna be putting up reviews on this launch day saying, hey, the PC port's broken, because they didn't try this patch that went up 3 hours before launch.
No, you
because
don't have
why
a
would they
you didn't have a
assume
shift tonight?
that 3 hours
Mix?
before
That's
launch,
pretty good.
everything will be fixed? That's insane. The whole thing is just really, really weird. But if you're looking to play the Callisto Protocol on PC, the thing to know
Crappy
is that
day
this
off.
massive 65 gigabyte patch that they put up 3 to 4 hours before launch seems to have
Oh,
fixed
so you
the hitching
didn't-
issue, which is
you didn't
probably
have any
tied
work,
to
or
a
you did?
shader caching issue similar to the issues we had with Gotham Knights.
Either way,
a
I'm
few
glad
weeks
you're
ago.
here.
Throughout my first playthrough without that major
Even though I'm
patch,
sucking
the
at
game ran
this.
terribly on my 3080 and 5950X running off of an NVMe SSD, and after this patch, I'm playing on Ultra with ray tracing and the AMD FSR, whatever upscaling thing, set to quality, and I'm getting a solid 40 to 45 frames, and when I turn off ray tracing, I'm sitting up.
No, you didn't.
All of this to say,
Ah.
I really like the Callisto Protocol.
Oh, well, that
I'm
sucks
happy
then.
to recommend it. I don't know what it's like on old gen consoles
Well,
like PS4
well.
and Xbox One. So if you're looking to purchase it for one of those,
Well,
consoles,
hopefully you
I would
can
certainly
relax
look up
tonight.
Specific footage of what the game looks like running on those platforms before you buy it. If they were this kind of like mysterious and secretive with the PC port, I can only imagine that there might
Oh,
be
you had a baby shower. Oh,
concerning
that sucks.
performance stats on.
Well, make sure you shower that
So
fucking
definitely
baby.
do your homework. But all told, the game is good, the game is fun, and when it works properly,
Or whatever,
I think
whatever
I
they
can
do
mostly
with baby showers. I
But
don't
that's
fucking
it for
know.
me. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go get some sleep because I've been sprinting through this.
And then
game
make sure
for
all
the
those
last
women that can't have
4
kids
hours.
talk about how much they want
Once again,
kids.
They gave it to me like a day
For whatever
before
fucking
the
reason.
embargo lifted. So in some ways, I'm kind of thankful that the game.
Okay, can't really go there.
But what are you gonna do? I swear, at this point,
But-
it's like an inside joke between these publishers. I swear, because like God of War, they sent me the review code like a day before the embargo, so I ended up putting the review up like days after everybody else. And same with like Evil West, I got the review code late for all of those. It's just at this point they're teasing me, they're mocking me. I know. But thank you for watching. Again, I'm live over on Luke Stevens Live right now. My second channel. Just search in the YouTube search bar Luke Stevens Live. You'll find it, or
Fuck.
links in the description box. If you have any
Why?
questions about
Every
the Callisto
fucking
Protocol as
time
well
with that.
didn't get answered in this review or anybody else's that you've seen,
Ugh.
come over, ask the question in chat. I'd be happy to answer. But with that, much love. I'll see you over on the live stream or in the next video, whatever. Much love. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
What? Come on, asshole. What the fuck? Oh, well. What can I fucking watch? I mean, we're still gonna win, but still.
Okay, gather around everybody, because I've got something that a whole lot of you have asked about on and off for about 2 years or so, and I've finally actually done it. Because we're in Cabra Fever Dream season, and I can get away with it now. Local 58, a name that everybody knows and I am too familiar with seeing in my Twitter notifications. Really? What's the deal with me and this title? I saw Local 58 a while after the first few releases, which were all centered around Halloween of 2017. I thought it was neat, it was cool, and what it was to me was very clear. Local 58 was a short anthology of horror concepts presented in the framing device of a public access cable channel. I also thought this was funny because I already had the idea of using that concept for my theme during October of 2018 when I saw Local 58. I guess you can chalk that up to the synchronicity effect that occurs in the realms of science and the arts, which is another topic entirely. But anyway, that first round of short stories in this framing device were all I saw Local 58 at the time, now classified as its first season.
You think you can run away?
That's all I felt I needed
You
to
really
see.
can't.
Truthfully, there are a lot of channels on YouTube that do this sort of thing, making somewhat related bits of media under the same header but not actually having a cohesive story.
You
that's
fucking
exactly what Local
cunt.
58 initially presented.
What's wrong
so
with
when
you?
new stuff came out and more people asked me to look into it, I made a mental note to do so on my own time because really, Local 58 as I had first seen it was just, not that deep. Now, as of August 2018, with the video A Look Back, we've got something that warrants a study. This isn't just a channel making some cool and spooky one-offs now, it's a little bit more deep. How so? Well, let's go through the timeline and I'll show you how it developed. First, some backstory that's going to make this whole project make a lot more sense. The creator of Local 58 is Chris Straub, who wrote the famous and infamous Candle Cove creepypasta, which explores the idea of a paranormal TV show in the static of old cathode ray tube sets. Of course, the guy who wrote Candle Cove would move on to make short horror videos based on the alien feeling of public access channels. And it's no surprise they started off as a series of one-off short stories that fell under the same header. You have the creepypasta angle, short stories unrelated to each other, and the old TV mystery angle. Let's see where this all began and trace a line of creative thinking. The first upload was the short, You Were on the Fastest Available Route, the groundbreaking piece of online horror video released on Halloween 2017. This one is actually really brilliant.
Oh, of course, you fucking faggots, all they do is stun lock you, because of course that's all they can do.
Dash cams and GPS.
Yeah.
The video starts with a lineup for the schedule.
God damn, that shit
Midnight
pisses
movie,
me off.
Paid programming, and oh, never mind about that paid programming. It disappears and is replaced with driving footage.
Proceed to the highlighted route. Continue on Holbrook Park Drive, then in 500 feet turn right onto North 38th Street. You will arrive at your destination in 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Nice, some AV.
Turn right onto North 38th Street. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Merritt Parkway. You are on the fastest available route. Turn left onto Merritt Parkway, then take the on-ramp to Highway 114 North.
Who the fuck is making alcohol in here?
Curious. Merritt Parkway appears to exist only in Connecticut, and its closest version of a highway named 114 is in Rhode Island. But there aren't any map configurations you can get to line up a jump from Merritt Parkway in Connecticut directly to Rhode Island's Route 114.
You are on the fastest route. In 2.8 miles, keep right right to stay on Service Causeway H516. You will arrive at your destination in 14 minutes. Rerouting. Make a U-turn. Head east for 1/4 of a mile, then follow signs for do not enter. Continue on unnamed road. Then, in 300 feet, turn off your headlights.
Huh? Weird.
Whoa, can we see that again? Ah, there we go. Yeah, definitely a monster.
Make a U-turn. Your destination is behind you. Rerouting. In 500 feet. Your destination will be on in 300 feet. Your destination in 250 feet. Rerouting. Your destination will be in 50 feet. You will arrive at your destination.
Hmm.
You have evolved.
So for anybody keeping score, this video landed with a bang and took off, now sitting at over 1 million views, and for good reason. There's a genius sense of horrific simplicity in the concept of your GPS being hijacked, and an even deeper terror in realizing you're being led astray by a monster. Nothing unnerves somebody like imagining their GPS assistant telling them to turn off their headlights on some unnamed road. The following episode of Local 58, Contingency, came on the very same night and actually outperformed the previous. We open with standard 3 AM sign-offs for all public access channels and then experience an emergency interruption, ushering a presentation from the U.S. Department for the Preservation of American Dignity. This is marked to be out of service after November 13th, 1970, and its purpose was to be issued only in the event of the United States' complete surrender to insurmountable enemy forces. Wait, what was that? The 51st state is not a place. Interesting. So now we have a bit of understanding what other changes might exist in the realm this came from to be such a radically different America. Let's take a look at this for a second. Local 58 hoax apology card. In the event of accidental public broadcast during off-air remote operation, relay test. do not use after 5/14/1975. So essentially, this message is legitimate. The hoax apology is there simply to cover up accidental broadcasts of it. This short story video suggests a version of the United States whose history veered sharply off course from the current, leading to an armed conflict large enough to suggest attack by insurmountable forces. In the event of such an attack, citizens would be instructed to commit mass suicide nationally in order to preserve American dignity. And then, of course, we have the sheer oddity of the statement: the 51st state is not a place. That probably hints at a reason for all of this. Next up, we have Weather Service on November 1st, 2017. The Halloween timeframe that year was one hell of a premiere window for Local 58. Oh, finally, a location. Okay, Edenvale, Icker Falls, Lasker City, the greater Mason County area. So those towns may not exist, but the county does. It's in West Virginia, the county which is made popular by Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the home of Mothman. Now it's all starting to make sense. And wouldn't you know it, West Virginia has a Highway 114. Cool. Let's go to the video now and see what's happening in Mothman Land.
I can oh, I can't. I need to do 10K. Get fucked. Get fucked. Huh. Are you fucking retarded? Holy shit, bro. It can never just be a fair fight. In a fair fight, I'd beat that motherfucker any day of the week.
Alright, so this one is pretty easy to figure out. The story of Weather Service is a one-night struggle between paranormal forces tied to observation of the moon and the reflection of its light and people on the ground at Local 58 who understand there's a sudden flash of evil taking over. We have the alert that goes out, and then we have an immediate redaction. Then there's another attempt to hijack the airwaves in favor of humans, followed by another tug of war to the paranormal side. Maybe because the human hijacker ended up being grabbed by the bloodlight of the moon or somebody else got in. Either way, Local 58 itself becomes a weapon of the paranormal force, showcasing the moon that night in a long final shot to infiltrate as many TV screens as possible, and then the short ends. This is the last full episode of the first season and the initial premiere burst of episodes. All that remains is an 18-second station ID, most likely used as a channel trailer for new viewers, loaded on November 2nd, 2017. Look away, it does not matter. There are other receivers. Easy enough to guess, judging by that first episode, which showed us the power of paranormal creatures to hijack GPS devices. Local 58 didn't upload past this point until July 30th, 2018, with the episode Show for Children. Judging the first batch of episodes, what we had really was an anthology concept of short video horror ideas. There wasn't really a full-on story. There was a light world build, but not a genuine story. And when Show for Children appeared, as you'll see in a moment, the anthology nature continued, with a hint of world build development.
Ah, okay. Huh. Huh. Creepy. Huh. Yeah. Really mellow. Funny, they immediately saw me. They can't even kill me. Mellow, why are you barking? Oh, what? Was there something here?
So aside from Cadaver, the skeleton boy, there's not much in this cartoon that's alive, except for the moon. As we can see, the moon keeps creeping along with Cadaver right up until the end, when he goes underground and lies at the bottom of a grave shaft. Above, we see the figure of the moon roll across much in the same way Cadaver was looking into graves. And with the full force of the moon bearing down, the skeleton boy dies and rots away, just like the first corpse. That makes two pieces now that equate the moon with an evil force. A more cohesive world build was introduced.
Why is that motherfucker wasting time
This one, posted August
turning
27,
around to come and get me? What an
really
idiot.
hammers things down for us all and gives Local 58 more story credence than it had in its premiere window.
Jesus.
Before I roll the rest of the clip, I want to highlight this moment that opens things up. WCLV, first television in Mason County, serving Lasker City, Icker Falls, Edenvale, and now Brood Hollow. Brood Hollow happens to be a property by Chris Strong.
Yeah, he can't
According to
run.
its Patreon page,
Sucks,
Brood
don't it?
Hollow is a dark adventure series that mixes a 1930s comic strip with Lovecraftian cosmic horror. Spanning 250 pages, it tells the ongoing story of Wadsworth Zane, a door-to-door encyclopedia salesman who inherits an antique shop in the quaint town of Brood Hollow, West Virginia. Ah, now we're talking. Okay, so in just 2 steps we've nailed down a sharper context for Local 58. It is absolutely in West Virginia, and absolutely part of a larger universe exploring Mason County's paranormal occurrences. Perfect. Let's continue.
Really? Yeah, whatever. Just, yeah, fear me out of fucking nowhere. 24/7. That makes so much goddamn sense.
We send signals to ourselves for their domain. Did we really believe they wanted to add their own? Now a picture is really starting to shape up. We aren't quite to a full-on story yet. We would need more connected details and genuine characters for that. But we have a world build and a cohesive idea that makes us more than just an anthology series. What's being alluded to here is pretty obvious, but also pretty fun. If you've ever seen the film Videodrome, which is all about something horrible we don't quite understand worming its way through the airwaves of the lesser channels on TV. Local 58 isn't entirely under the control of humans, and neither are the standard methods of communication we use. What else have we got? Anything that brings us closer to a narrative? There just might be. The next video, Real Sleep, is the longest upload yet. It opens with a peculiar touch. This video cassette is non-transferable. It is intended solely for the personal use of Philip Gerhardt.
Really? Come on, dude. What in the fuck? What the fuck? Really? Is this a fucking Death Knight thing? Just kill me. I don't fucking care. Nah, Death Knight, not going in there. I'll go over this way. Yeah, of course. They always fucking win. What the fuck? Alright, alright. That's just gonna be nothing but quiet.
credited as working on the small studio by the name of Ghost Productions, created a children's cartoon titled Frivolous Fairy Tales, where various CGI animated fairy tale characters would interact with one another on screen. The only person credited as working on the show is a man named Manny Tremblay, who has since confirmed he worked on the show, but that he does not possess any copies of the show, nor does he know of any copies that exist. Production on the show began sometime in the early 2000s, with the only known copies being sold on the studio's website. The only footage that was able to be viewed from the show was a 55-second demo reel that was posted on Vimeo by a user named Awid Job, who Tremblay claims helped to work on the project, but didn't specify how. However, on March 10th, 2021, Ghost Productions uploaded the pilot episode to their own YouTube channel and revealed in the description of the video that, quote, "This was the 2001 produced pilot episode of a series that was so boring it was impossible to continue making more episodes. But the animation certainly looks cool." So, that confirms that there was only one episode made for the show and has since been found, which can still be viewed on their YouTube channel.
Wouldn't want to see it. Sounds like
Scooby-Doo Horror on the High Seas Prologue. Scooby-Doo Horror on the High Seas was a flash game that was originally developed for the Scooby-Doo website as promotional material for the upcoming sequel to the original live-action Scooby-Doo film, titled Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. The game centered around Scooby and Shaggy navigating through ships and caves in order to catch a ghost pirate. There were even short cutscenes built into the game after certain segments of gameplay that were actually voice acted by the crew of the Scooby-Doo animated series What's New Scooby-Doo, which was airing at the time of this game's release in 2004. The game was split into 4 episodes, with each still remaining found and playable. However, there was still a missing cutscene for the first chapter of the game that actually explained the backstory behind the game's story. The prologue was not available in any playable version of the game, including even on archived game websites. But on February 21st, 2021, Lost Media Wiki users Ganon the Great, Logan the Hammer, and Hobqueer found the .swf file from a previously lost version of the game, which allowed them to view the cutscene. The way it was found was on an old review of the original version of the game by a Polish gaming website. Nickelodeon Studios Opening Day Celebration. Sometime in 1990, Nickelodeon aired a special centered around their actual studio located at Universal Studios Park in Florida that was titled The Nickelodeon Studios Opening Day Celebration, which was hosted by Mark Summers from Double Dare, as well as many other famous people from other
Double
shows.
Dare.
The special
Why
was
does it say it
3
like
hours
that?
long and showed off some of Nick's attractions at Universal, as well as some guest appearances from other celebrities like Bill Cosby and Steven Spielberg. There were also some musical performances, skits, and even games that were featured in the special. However, despite so much being known about it, as well as an hour of footage of the 3-hour cut surfacing, the full special was considered lost media. But on December 3rd, 2017, a YouTube user named Chris Graves uploaded the last 48 minutes of the special, which left about 80 minutes missing. And finally, on March 19th, 2021, the full 3-hour broadcast was uploaded to YouTube by user This Old Tape, where it can still be viewed today. Looney Tunes, Click and Read Phonics. Looney Tunes Click and Read Phonics was an education children's program that was made by CNK Digital and was officially launched in 2011. It featured 10 6-minute shorts that were created for the program. However, only 6 out of the 10 created shorts were added to the Click and Read Phonics. The shorts themselves were written by Bill Metheny, who also wrote for other Looney Tunes properties. They also featured voice work from Joe Alasky, who did the voice acting for all of the characters. The shorts themselves were available but not well known, and then sometime in 2019, the website that had the shorts went down, and it is not known why at this point, but many believe it is because CNK Digital may have gone out of business. So with the website, these shorts were gone officially, considered lost media, as no other known videos of the shorts were thought to exist. That was until March 2021 when all 10 shorts were uploaded to Flashpoint, including all known lessons and flash animations that accompanied the program. Waffle Boys Mountain Adventure. Developed by Smashing Ideas, Waffle Boy's Mountain Adventure is a Flash game that was released in 2004 on the website Postopia. The game itself is a simple platformer where you play as an athlete named Waffle Boy and traverse obstacles and even fly helicopters. It was playable for quite a few years on Postopia, however, it's since become lost and there were no mirrors or other websites where the game was playable. This is theorized to be because the game had a large number of files compared to other Flash games, which would be easier for Flash game websites to host. An employee of the game studio that made the game, named Brian Burke from Smashing Ideas, was asked about the game by someone at LinkedIn. He said that the files for the game would be in the hands of Kraft, who owned Postopia, the original website that hosted the game, and that Smashing Ideas had no longer any files related to the game. However, Lost Media Wiki user Logan the Hammer discovered the game was found and in a fully playable state on Flashpoint on February 28th, 2021, where it can still be played today. Clueless Fashion. Clueless Fashion is a video game developed for the Nintendo DS that was eventually canceled and never released officially. It was intended to be a tie-in with the 1995 film of the same name. The game was developed by Glyphic Entertainment, possibly set to release in Europe on February 26, 2011, with the US release and others not being known if they were even planned to begin with. Although the game was rated by the ESRB, which might mean the game was originally intended to be released in America at some point. The game is described on developer Glyphic Entertainment's website as, quote, the story of a young girl growing from a typical Beverly Hills teenager into a successful fashion designer. The story follows the adventures of Chur Horowitz as she shops, hangs out with friends, and meets many interesting people, one of which is a famous clothing designer who offers her a chance of a lifetime. However, the game never released, although there were many listed release dates on gaming websites, as well as even the option to purchase the game on Boomerang Rentals for €17.50, or about $21. But on the 25th of March 2021, YouTuber Bob Dunga uploaded a documentary-style video where she details how she managed to acquire a ROM of the game through contacting employees who worked at Glyphic Entertainment. She then made the ROM of the game public and can now be played using a DS emulator as of April 2nd, 2021. Nick Arcade. Nick Arcade was a 90s Nickelodeon game show that aired from January 4th to November 6th, 1992, for a total of 84 episodes over 2 seasons. The show would have had contestants competing against one another in teams. Participants would engage in challenges that were virtual and had interactive computer simulations. Players would try to complete these games in order to take on the Game Wizard as the final challenge and win prizes, including some video games from the time period. However, after its initial runtime in 1992, the show never re-aired in the US until September 28th, 1997. After this first rerun, Nickelodeon Games and Sports for Kids Network, known as Nick Gas for short, started airing the show once again. However, this time, they left out 20 of the original episodes. One of these missing episodes was released on iTunes, and another on Turbo Nick, and another 5 of these episodes were recovered from VHS recordings of the original broadcast from 1992, which left 3 episodes that were lost. That was until March 24th, 2021, when the entire series was added to the streaming service Paramount Plus by Viacom CBS, which was launched on March 4th of the same year. Work It. Work It was a sitcom that was broadcast to ABC from January 3rd to January 10th, 2012, as well as supposedly appearing on an unknown New Zealand channel from August 28th to November 6th, 2013. The show itself was about 2 men who would dress up as women in order to keep jobs during rough financial times. The show was almost universally panned by both critics and regular home viewers due to the portrayal of LGBT people and women, as well as just poor acting and production in general. Only 13 episodes were produced for 1 season, with only 2 episodes airing in the United States, and the rest airing only in New Zealand. Only 1 episode was found, as well as other promotional material for later episodes. The entire series was later discovered and uploaded to Mega by user HaloFan on April 10th, 2021. after getting it from contacting a private tracker.
What?
The Adventures of Fupa the Goulash. The 2007 animated
Why?
series, The Adventures of Fupa the Goulash, was originally created in South Africa by a man named Craig White, but was later developed and animated by a company called Photon VFX into an animated series that would air in New Zealand. The premise and concept was based on an initiative from 2005 that sought to protect goulash species from being killed. The animation itself is meant to be a progressive message about the environment. 13 episodes for one season were produced for the series, which included writing from Charles Hodges, who worked on Shaun the Sheep, and even created scripts and ideas for a second season if it were ever to happen. The series was meant to be broadcast in 27 countries, however it received little to no distribution, and further development on more animation and merchandise were quickly cancelled. In October of 2019, episode 1 was uploaded to YouTube in English by Craig White, with episode 2 following a month later on November 17th, 2019. But that still left 11 episodes that were lost. It wasn't until April of 2021 that Craig White would upload episodes 3 through 8, and then only a day later would upload episode 9, and then the next day, episodes 10 through 13, completing the series in English. The show also still airs on a Greek Athens kids station called Smiles TV, and has been broadcast there since 2012 and still is to this day. Cyber Chase, the WotLK case. From 2002 all the way until May 8th, 2020, the hit animated cartoon Cyber Chase aired on PBS Kids, starring famous actors such as Chris Lloyd and Gilbert Gottfried. The show is still running at the time of this video and will have completed its run at 12 seasons and 126 episodes. However, one episode remained lost. In 1999, before the show We Know Now started airing, a company called Curious Pictures developed the pilot episode for the series, entitled The WotLK Case, which was originally only shown in schools around May 23rd, 1999, then airing in August of that same year until September on KTCA, until it finally aired across America on March 24th, 2000 at 3:30 p.m. Not much was known about the pilot episode besides the fact that the animation differed greatly from the rest of the series, because of the fact that episode 7 was in fact the pilot episode's animated material from 1999 done by Curious Pictures. The pilot episode was edited and completely rewritten and dubbed over to be used as the 7th episode of the 2002 series. Some people even thought they remembered the episode having different titles and even different actors appearing in the cast. But finally, on May 20th, 2018, one of the people who worked on the storyboards for the original episode, named Gino Patty, posted screenshots from the pilot to Instagram, which included the credits and the length of the episode. The episode was 24 minutes and 15 seconds long according to the timestamp, with 22 minutes and 30 seconds being of the original animated episode, and the rest being a live-action segment featuring actor Kareem Blackwell. The only other footage that was revealed was on January 21st, 2019, when the official Cyber Chase Facebook account released promo footage from the episode. But eventually, the episode finally did get released in its entirety. On February 6th, 2021, the pilot episode, The WotLK Case, was uploaded onto the Internet Archive and can now be found and viewed on YouTube. The Big Game 26. From 1998 to 2001, Cartoon Network would air annual Super Bowl spoofs using their properties and characters. The first of these specials was titled The Big Game 26, Tom vs. Jerry.
Fucking pussies. Fucking retarded little pussies. God damn.
The rest of the special would include cartoon clips coupled
yeah,
with
you
football
fucking
sound
pussy,
effects
do
set in
something.
Chuck Jones Stadium. There was also said to be commentary from John Madden with the main game, featuring the two central characters of each annual special.
Well, you
which
fucking
would later
pussy.
Be confirmed. The games even had fake commercials that would play during the special.
Why is that shit even available for them in fucking combat? What the fuck?
It wasn't until this year, on April 5th, that Hampton Roads TV on Internet Archive uploaded files relating to the 26th Super Bowl, including this special, The Big Game 26, Tom vs. Jerry.
Come on, faggot.
Subway.
God damn.
Sometime in the mid-90s, Subway would broadcast a low-quality commercial that is now dubbed by many the perfection ad. Unlike typical commercials from multi-million-dollar companies, this ad from Subway was very cheaply made and used unknown amateur actors with poor effects and editing. Because of this, many people believed that it wasn't an ad made by the Subway company itself, but rather a local branch of a Subway somewhere in the United States. The ad itself.
Oh, fucking course, I got fucked on that.
As well as 2 actors and minimal effects. Attention first came to this long-forgotten commercial when a man named Julius von Brunk made a YouTube video about his search for the ad, including him attempting to recreate it to the best of his knowledge using Legos. After posting the video, many others claimed to have seen the commercial as well, but some remembered seeing it for other businesses like Mr. Sub or Quiznos. Because of this, it's been theorized by many that the commercial was used by many sandwich brands and was licensed to them, although this has not yet been confirmed. But on January 28th, 2021, Instagram user Vidiot_Savant uploaded the entire advertisement to his account and wrote, quote, "Going through some tapes I got from someone in PA, I saw this awesome, super weird regional Subway commercial from the 90s. Any of you Pennsylvanians out there remember this?" However, this post didn't receive widespread attention until April 25th, when Julius von Brunk confirmed this was in fact the commercial he remembered. Both the original ad as well as Julius's video can now be viewed on YouTube.
Yeah, you ain't running nowhere, motherfucker. You're justiced. You ain't going nowhere.
Toon Jam is a PC game that was released in 1985 by Turner Interactive and Cartoon Network. The game was included with a VHS tape that featured clips from various Cartoon Network properties and shows. Toon Jam itself is a video creator akin to something like Windows Movie Maker, which would allow the players to create things like music videos using assets from Cartoon Network, such as their licensed music and characters. These videos could then be saved on a floppy disk, and the game was sold at a retail price for $35, which is equivalent to about $86 today. The game, however, was panned by critics, which may have made the game less likely to be picked up by retailers, with only one being confirmed in Comp USA, which may have added to the rarity of the game. The only footage that existed from Toon Jam was from a review by CNET and a commercial for the game, which was uploaded to YouTube in 2013 by Retro CCM. As of February 20th, 2021, the game has been found in the form of an ISO file that was uploaded to archive.org by user KillaFloyd67. The VHS tape that came with the game was entitled Jammin' Video, and is still lost to this day with no known copies to exist. Astrologer. In 1975, a man named Craig Denny directed and starred in a little-known film called The Astrologer. Not to be confused with another film also called The Astrologer from the same year, directed by James Glickenhaus, which has a somewhat similar plot and even similar-looking posters. Craig Denny's The Astrologer was about a man named Craig Alexander who was a con man, would work with a traveling circus to make some money on the side, but eventually he finds out that his psychic abilities he claimed to have are all too real. This leads Craig to start a business profiting off his newly acquired talent. The film has only been screened scarcely since its original screening run in 1975. However, there will likely be no more official screenings of the movie due to copyright disputes with Paramount. Although there is a confirmed copy of a 35mm print of the film in possession of Alamo Drafthouse, the only time it aired on TV was on the CBS network in the early 1980s, which was shortly before the mysterious and unexplained death of Craig Denny himself. It is not known how Denny passed or even where his remains are located, which has led many to speculate that he faked his own death, but there isn't really any proof of this claim, and his death simply remains unexplained. The film too remained lost, and while there may have still been fairly recent screenings of the film, such as in September of 2019 at Vulcan Video in Austin, Texas, there hasn't been a complete copy of the film available to the public. That was until March 6, 2021, when user PirateTube uploaded the movie in its entirety to YouTube. Even upscaled versions of the footage can be found and viewed on YouTube.
Hey, you know what? Watch some stupid ass Jimmy Tyler here videos.
Funny video.
What kind of fucking name is Tyler?
Looking respectfully. I lied. I'm looking disrespectfully.
Wake up.
Lord of the Rings.
Alex, what are you doing in there? I'm playing with my Bilbo.
Playing with his Bilbo.
Hmm.
Bilbo. Not his Lord of the Rings, Dad. You didn't get it.
Yo, is this Friday Night Funkin'? I want to see like Darude's Sandstorm on this bitch. That was epic. I don't think that would ever make me laugh, but it was cool.
Does this ever happen to you?
Yes.
Dude, fucking leak spin on Tesla coils.
Yes, sir. It's kind of messed up.
Come on. You're just a druid.
What? Dude, that's crazy. Wait, I need to get a bird and teach it how to do memes. Wait, do you think you could teach a bird the vine boom sound effect? Can you imagine?
Can you teach
The
a bird to meme?
puts its head around the corner and he's like edit it. I don't think that was the original source material.
There's a fun giraffe. Where's that zoo at, though?
Dude really became an Autobot, huh?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dude, this is gonna be a common theme today, isn't it? People meeting their maker with the Taco Bell dick.
Hey, I'll sit. I'll sit and eat while I sit and smoke.
There's one guy, I swear, every week that requests Coca-Cola Espuma. Every week without fail. It is in the freaking stream.
Jimmy and I swear to God he left his own leg right for an anti-death. It is very great. Look, guys, if you people are buying for 1,000 years, you keep succeeding.
What do you say, cheese guy? I think he's just okay going by his name.
Dirty.
You know?
Ugh.
Wow.
That
I'm on
hurt.
it. Never mind.
All right.
What? I don't even know anymore, man. If I try to think about it too much, it makes my damn brain hurt, bro. Did you really put one of my cameos in here?
You got it, scripted. Like, I'm not talking about Jumbo Shrimp either, man. It's just like a sad, unused shrimp.
I didn't say that.
Shrimp dick. How did he know my nickname?
Forgot I made that, honestly.
No, it's resin.
Hello?
I got black resin all over.
Cups of milk. This took tons of work and was very pleasuring. He came in
Yeah.
every single fucking cup. Jimmy, did you do this?
Shimon. Shimon.
I did not. Nut in those cups.
Shimon. Hammer me,
Like a
daddy.
damn tornado siren. Dude.
Oh, come on, you fuck.
Bruh. Guys, no!
You fucking faggot. Jesus Christ.
Yo, the good ending. Dude, Guts is built different, man. I don't know what to say.
I know what men can do when they're angry.
Man, this guy's strong as hell. The other guy's just
God damn. Yeah, they fucking win. Give up.
He's
I'm
like,
done.
Yep, this is every day, bro. Why did I say that?
In the beginning,
In the beanie. That's me.
Come on.
That was good. But I ain't lying.
Yeah, they win.
Not these guys that-
Why even fucking bother?
Excuse me?
I swear to God, the Horde are the most retarded fucking people
Okay, what?
in this fucking game.
I'm not running this time.
Just entirely.
I got enough exercise in the last time I ran out.
Like,
there,
god
okay?
damn.
I'm not doing it.
Like, do I mean, I know I'm not good at PvP, but are they constantly just grouping me with the other fucking retards? Is that all that's happening? Retard among retards? Is that all I'm getting?
I think it's funny.
Because it's like, we hardly ever fucking win, so it must be everyone else has to be fucking retarded. Like, literally a 40 fucking person raid. The 39 other people are retarded as well. They have to be. Literally have to be.
Man, I can't remember the last time I had a PvP.
God damn.
What did I just... What did I say? Alright, next video.
Seriously, what are these retards doing?
Yeah. Didn't we see...
I know it's 4:30 in the fucking morning, but goddamn.
Was that the Samsung notification slowed down? That was ominous. Santa.
Witnesses?
I no longer look forward to Christmas.
Hey, are you thinking about editing your own videos? Do you don't know what software to get? You might have looked online. Seen tons of different software. Expensive. Hard to use. Steep
There we go.
learning curve. Well, fear not, my dudes. Today's video sponsor,
Oh, God.
Filmora, has got your back.
Let's just stab me in the fucking throat. It would hurt less than this fucking battleground.
Music, preset templates with text,
Ah, great, we're
animations,
Alliance.
filters, you name it. They've got it. Let me show you what it looks like. Follow me.
So here we are in the Filmora studio. I'm going to show you guys a little meme edit that I can whip together easy as pie. First, we're going to cut the section of the You Laugh You Lose that I want to use.
Yeah, the chungus among us.
Then, no, no.
Killed.
Sorry. That's like my default. If I get in an awkward situation or anything and I don't know what to say, I just say Among Us now. It's like really bad. I'm really nervous about when I start going back in public to like conventions and stuff. Somebody's gonna be like, "Oh my God, Jimmy, it's so cool to meet you," and I'm gonna be like, "Among," you know, it's gonna be really bad. Dude, I miss playing Wii golf. Damn. Thanks.
What? No. I have to, hold on, I have to see that for myself real quick.
Chip in. Even. You have great tits.
Let me see them.
Sometimes I just don't even.
Cheeks, bro. Patrick Star got me different. God.
Same. Poor Spider-Man. Where'd he fall from? He just spawned in the sky. Huh?
I want to go there and scream. A classic. Are you kidding me? Now that we have brought Among Us into this world, we may never be rid of it. Oh my god, someone requested this? This is real, by the way.
What are some of Donut Man's weaknesses? Maz, women. All right.
What can I say?
Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
Donut Man gets all the pussy. What's he talking about?
Alright, next up. Same. Wait. We may continue. I hate it when there's a video that's like basically a reaction to what I just did, because then it's extra funny. There's no way I'm laughing.
Yeah, he thought your cheetah mode would get you the fuck out of here.
No way.
Didn't you, bitch?
Slideshow to commemorate.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Okay.
You've thought.
This is just like a look back. I love this. Oh, there he is. Deep throating that mic. What the hell?
And he thinks right now. He thinks. He thinks. I bet he thinks. He thinks.
Stop saying what the dog doing in the
Bruh.
chat.
Bro, you're just a mage. Fuck off. Okay, he's going over there. Don't have to deal with him right now.
This is so sad.
Thank
We
God.
get 1 billion likes in the video.
Punky set.
See
Nice.
Mario.
Punky set. More like funky fresh.
Gonna go viral with this one.
I'm gonna pick up the speed boots. I'm gonna go fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
It's time for Kirby's
Oh, I'm not fast as fuck no more, boy. No, boy. Nothing I can do about that. Okay. We'll get out of here. We got one. No, okay.
It was just as good as I thought it would be. That's what I'm talking about.
Meiji.
We just did that. We just
No, don't gang up on the paladin. Don't gang up on me. I'm just a...
Yeah.
Bro, I could have won.
This is messed up, dude. Holy
well.
shit. Grandma's strapped.
Ah, down there. Okay. Yeah. They got the flag, though. Know where I'm
We're
going.
chilling. I'm gonna say it. What's the dog doing? How's
No.
the dog doing? Why did you say that? What do you mean? Like you think I made it happen? Next video.
It pumps the meat in, twisting it every 5 1/4 inches,
Oh.
which is
Ooh.
exactly what Paula here wishes her husband would do more of in the bedroom.
Oh, I
That was
bet.
down bad, dude.
Yeah, Paula.
I'm terrified. Was there any correlation? Okay, yeah! Got the suit, let's go! Okay.
Does he still like refrigerators?
I love refrigerators.
Good.
Here! Real! Let's go! that the real guy? It's not
Nah.
the outfit. Also, it makes sense that
The
the
Chick-fil-A
Shadow
is the
Realm
Shadow
right
Realm.
next to Chick-fil-A. It's like
What the fuck?
the war between the Christians and the Shadow Realm.
Rittenhouse. Bruh, I hope you die. like, not even joking.
Okay, that's a nightmare waiting to happen. I don't want to sleep tonight. Is this Coconut Mall?
Ah.
Hey! I'm actually pleasantly surprised. Let's go.
Oh, Hunter.
Hi, Herbert.
Hunted.
I've had enough to hear with you guys! Stop! Do you love you lose? Snooze is finally back!
I mean, if you can do it. If he can get out of there, I'll give him props. I don't think he can do it, though. I'll just let him suffer. I think he really fucked up. Ah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he fucked up. Motherfucker fell. Yes, we have taken the flag. Thank you, too. Ooh, shaggy titties.
Can't trust anybody in today's.
You laugh, you lose. Come on, grab your friends. Watch some YouTube.
Yeah, there he is. He did fail. He did make a mistake.
What is going on, my dudes?
Bruh.
Welcome back to another episode of If I Laugh, the Video Ends.
I don't know why you're in.
Twitch.tv/Jimmy here with my chat. Going after
Yeah,
all
okay,
these
just kill me,
buggers.
Vortree.
As usual,
Vorday.
join the Discord community.
Just kill me already.
Discord.tv/Jimmy here. There you can submit your videos once a week for free. And you can just hang out with the dudes. There is something coming, and it's big. It's almost finally time for Jimmy Here merch. I cannot reveal to you what it is, but I can tell you that I've seen with my eyeballs my merch. And boy, is it dripped out. So that's something to look forward to. If you guys enjoyed the content, make sure to subscribe, drop a like on the video, and leave a comment down below with which video made you laugh. Maybe I'll give it a heart. Ding. Without further ado, let's get right into some internet videos. That's how we're starting today? Yeah! Let's move right along. I mean, technically,
Why are you
he's
targeting
still
me?
correct,
I'm just a
but, like,
I'm just a
how is it gonna
paladin.
get worse than that? There can be no more problems.
Fuck off.
Squidward got hot though. If you guys are saying Squidward isn't hot, you guys are lying to yourselves. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Slammed his automaton in the car door. Tragic.
Oh, he laid on his hands.
He was always one of my favorite characters in SpongeBob.
Classic. Sometimes he's just your own pants.
I'm gonna lay my hands on his dick
Is this like
after
Five
he's
Nights at
dead.
Freddy's? Bro? Okay. The good ending. The great ending. The phenomenal end.
Oh, what?
Please, no. No.
That's not line of sighted?
No.
Get fucked.
June Is it
Oh,
am
yeah,
or
yeah.
pum? Which one is it?
Guess we'll never know.
Okay, this is not gonna be a trend. I will not be
Bruh.
responsible
Love it.
for this trend. Bruh button? Oh, it got reset. I can make a new one. Bruh.
I just
Bruh.
love that shit so much.
God, why? That was scary. Now that's true terror. That is fear incarnate. Don't request it again.
You.
Oh, no.
I want you. I want you.
In the
I want you now.
Oh, bro, do you know how heavy
Give me
those
you.
doors
No, give me
are?
you.
He's back.
I want you. Give me you. You die now.
Why do guys only want bitchy bimbos to walk
Okay.
all over them?
All the way here? Are you fucking retarded, bro?
Never mind. I need to think before I speak. I ain't into Pokemon, bro. What the hell, man? Just kind of scary. Not funny at all. I peed a little. No, I didn't. I need to think before I speak. That would be really smart, wouldn't it?
No.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
I bet.
Me when I go to conventions in my Spidey suit. But to be fair, I still enjoy doing that because you know people get excited. People come up to me and they're like, "Oh my God, say the Wednesday thing," and I'm like, "Okay."
Yay, come Lord.
Drama. I thought he already shitted though. I mean, Markiplier is pretty hot. That isn't even like an opinion at this point. Everybody is on the same page. Markiplier is hot.
Yeah. Unfortunately. I'm gonna come. And Markiplier.
Oh, kiss the camera?
You're gonna have to give me more than 500 bits for that, sub.
If you don't kiss the camera for 500, do it for 1,000. Bro, chat, why are you guys down bad? Why do you want me to kiss the camera? What do you mean, please? Okay, you know what? I'll do it,
The
but
fuck?
when nobody expects it, okay? I need to rewatch this movie.
Long ass respawns.
Bro. I'm just gonna say, man, I hate editing videos, man. Huh? This is a new development.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to.
True. Now, a lot of you guys are saying
You die too.
that dog looks like me. My eyes
Oh, shut up,
don't
you two.
do that. Now, the dog's
You know
eyes,
who she
yeah,
is.
they did that. But my eyes don't do that.
Stop it. Mean boy.
I really just love the premise of this video. It's so good. He just looks so genuinely shocked every time. Monkey! Going to retrieve the treasure.
Come on.
Blanabo.
There we go. What the fuck? Mages can go fuck themselves. Seriously.
Such a good video. Amazing cinematography. The plot, next level. The twist at the end, nobody saw it coming, except for the sniper. I swear, every day I just become worse and worse enemies with KFC.
Bruh.
What you barking at, boy? What the dog doing?
I should go fucking Retribution.
Something there.
Bruh. Of course they won.
Okay. Henry, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to come in your.
Even if we were the fucking Alliance, the Horde are fucking retarded.
Subs to these usernames. Henry is a big boy. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Coom. You gifted a subscription to Coom.
Put on these glasses, and you'll enter the world of the game.
God, I wish that were me. Also, Henry's a big boy. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to I'm Never Gonna Stop. And then it says H-A-H-A-H-A. I can't pronounce that correctly, because if I do, the video will end. Oops. Animation is just way too good, though.
Use this with Pokemon and Brain Age. You do math like a bitch.
So mean. I miss playing on my Nintendo DS. One year at Anime Expo, everybody had Nintendo DSs. And so if you went into like a big area where everyone was grouped up and you went into PictoChat, all the chat rooms were full. And if you got in one, it was just flying dicks everywhere. People were just drawing dicks in PictoChat and sending them in. It was insane, but it was also beautiful. It was one of those things, it was one of those moments captured in time that you won't get back. Flying dicks. There's nothing like them.
Yeah,
How did you upload that? You died. Sprite Espuma has the delayed release.
Time is money, which of the following DQ fun facts is completely true?
I haven't had Dairy Queen in so long.
Frozen soft serve technically doesn't qualify as ice cream. B. Dairy Queen was originally called Dairy King, or C. In 1973, Dairy Queen founder John McCullough admitted to having sex multiple times with a horse and loved every second of it. The answer is A, because of the butterfat content. If you chose C, what the fuck is wrong with you? Time is money. And if you chose B, why didn't you double down and choose C?
I'm really glad to hear that C option just wasn't true.
should have been. Oh, God. I'd rather get my throat slit than do this.
I almost didn't even have enough time to read
Rittenhouse
the
again.
caption,
God
bro.
damn.
Not again, dude. You know what? The more that I think about it, which I really shouldn't be doing, but the more that I think about it, you gotta be well endowed to slam your penis in the car door. Daffy Duck. Like Daffy...
Fuck.
Might be my favorite meme of all time.
Yeah,
right
no
now.
Raycon ads.
So good, man. That dog had to be paid actor.
I got a new phone today. It is the chemistry tank engine phone. I don't think your phone can do this. There you go. Yes, see, I'm talking to your mother.
Damn.
I'm doing it. I'm hitting it. Bruh. You made me do it.
I'm Max, I'll be your host. One of the earliest
Hi, Max.
films ever premiered was called The Arrival of the Mail Train at the Station.
I never know what to expect with these videos. See? See what I mean? Like, what even is this? What is rolling skeed? Looks kind of fun, though. What?
Makes no damn sense.
I can't,
Do it.
dude. Why do you guys keep submitting videos that are fake news?
Hello, Jimmy. What day is it? It is Wednesday, my dude. Actually, it's Saturday.
Oh, this is tragic, because it's actually Wednesday. You know what? I'll take the L there. I know when I've been defeated.
He died.
Coca-Cola Espuma, all endings, any percent speedrun? Yeah! Don't kill him, man. Play it. If you know, you know. And God, I hope you know. Monkey?
No, why you gotta
I don't
sunlock me?
understand, but I'm jamming.
They just unlocked me. That's all they did.
I'll wait. You know, I was about to say this might be the redemption arc, but it's not. I swear, I've seen Freddy throwing it back way more times than should be humanly allowed. This is pretty accurate. That's a hyena. Isn't a hyena a type of dog? Let me Google it. Hyenas are
Shahyana?
not members of the dog
A
or cat
hyena?
families. They don't have a family.
A hyena? ASMR young mukbang.
I don't know what's going on with that guy. I am the biggest fan. Content is top tier, bro. Why are you guys typing this in the chat? Female hyenas have an 8-inch pseudo penis? Bro, why are you typing that? Literally, who asked?
Who asked? Yo, who the fuck asked?
Eyebrows, dude. You too, Jimmy. Yo?
Ah. Damn, he all tanked up too.
Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, Squidward probably deserves it sometimes.
Here, take this. What's in here?
That's not funny. Why am I smiling?
After a really long day of sand and stain, you're likely to be absolutely covered head to toe in sawdust. Well, this is why I keep a leaf blower in my van. After work, all the guys get together and we each blow each other.
Oh, having like a
Yeah.
hard day at work with the boys.
Sounds like a nice day.
Where? Damn! Hey, thick! Can't trust anybody in today's. Woo! I love this intro.
Okay, you want me, you got me. Can you handle me though? Now you couldn't handle me, so why did you want me? I don't get it. Krabby.
We just came across an interactive sea leopard at the beach.
Well, Kingler.
The footage I got.
Yeah, it's a dead Kingler.
That is not. Well, that could be what they sound like. I don't know. I've never seen an Antarctic sea leopard. They could
Bruh.
actually just sound like that.
Put this on right now. I know it sounds strange, but you have to do it. Please hurry.
Goku, you gotta at least wait for you laugh.
You killed me twice.
Don't clip that. I shouldn't have said that. It's not happening. Silence, chat. That is not happening for you laugh. You lose 100. Hey! Damn, dude.
B.
I do be saying vowels.
Yes! Let it happen.
Oh god.
You cannot stop it. It's coming.
Literally.
Right.
It's the semen demon.
And take shape of
What would you do if there was a child right in front of you?
Kill it. I just gotta get the fuck out of here. I hardly ever bubble. Why?
That took me off guard. Woke up. Look a shit. I didn't get to read it. Oh, took a shit. What was the last one? Got out of bed? You know, there are days that I don't even get out of bed, okay? Woke up, took a shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay, dude. Jimmy here's a little slow today.
Today?
What do you mean today? Yo, updates? Yes.
That's me every day.
I'm ready. Yes! This is the first song in the mod. Dude, unironically, that is gonna be fire, dude. Me and the boys on our way to McDonald's at 3 a.m. to get the Among Us meal. No! It could have just existed without that last part, but you chose violence. Okay, Luigi just dies, I guess.
Oh my god, that fucking... That's Chimneys. There's a Chimneys player here. Where are they?
You hear him say sorry
Where's
at
the
end?
Chimneys
Oh my god.
player?
That kid's in trouble.
There, oh.
Sheesh. Fucking hell. That's what I'm saying.
Missed it. What?
Capybara? Bro, come on. Seriously. Yo!
Close enough.
Hey. Why does everybody that makes some kind of custom project have to put that shit at the end, man?
Yo.
So good.
Dead. Still dead.
Onward. Has fallen.
Okay. Yeah, a 40-minute couch cast.
What is this?
40-minute casting couch episode. That'll be nice. Bro, let me at least.
So talented, so beautiful.
I knew you could sing, Jimmy.
That's insane.
You've been lying to us the whole time.
I've been lying.
Sit down. Damn. I'm getting sat down. Fuck. Oh well. What is it, Mal?
Yo!
What?
That is the new.
You still have that thing on. You haven't even tried to take it off.
So good.
You look so pretty.
Huge shout out to the team
Come here, my
Wizard
girl.
Lore
Yes,
for
come
putting that
here.
together. They are the
Look at my
animators
pretty
behind that whole thing.
girl.
Please go give these
Look at
guys
my pretty
a follow
baby.
on their channel, Wizard
You
Lore.
my pretty
The links will
baby
be
girl. Yes,
down
you
in
are.
the
What?
description. So make
What are you
sure to
doing?
check them out and give them a follow. All right,
Yeah.
let's do the regular YouTube intro.
This
Here
is
we
the
go.
desk. What is it, sweetheart?
What is going on, my dudes?
What are you doing?
Welcome back to the couch.
You know I'll take a
And
minute for
if
you.
you laugh, you
What are you
leave
doing?
the couch.
I can't go AFK though, because if I go AFK, I
twitch.tv
get the deserter. I don't want that.
With my chat,
You trying to claw at me?
crazy today.
You trying to claw at me so I give you attention?
Join us
Ow!
on the Discord
Why? You
community,
know how to claw at the nerve.
Jimmy here. There you can submit your videos
Ah.
once a week for free. So join today.
You know how
Today's cast
you
is
literally
the
have the
classic.
knack
First up
for getting
is
the nerve right in the hand. You know where it is. It's right there apparently.
Oh, what is this Disney looking
You know how to
intro,
get it.
dude? Oh my god. You forgot to shut the door.
Oh, my door.
Dude, I guess you could say Bryce really dropped the ball.
God, if you
on that
clawed any harder, that would be like
Yeah,
that would
get out of
hurt
here.
for a while too.
Thanks, man. That was off the brain, dog.
Next up, hi Chad. You guys know him well. My manager.
And you do it.
It's Zach.
Don't be a
GG.
bitch. Here. Oh, I know something you might want. Want spicy cheese it? Do you want spicy cheese it? Oh, that smells good, doesn't it? That smells good, huh? That's spicy as fuck, though.
And last but not least, today we introduce to you guys,
If she
the
likes
fourth
it.
member of the squad. You've probably seen him before.
Why not? Well, you just did you eat it to make it seem like it was good for him?
It's me. Welcome to the couch, homie. So glad
How
to
did you get
have
that?
you. Do you guys know the rules? It is
I forgot I'm actually. Oh, he didn't take
Oh,
Bruh.
the dementia, no.
He didn't take the medicine.
All right, you guys know the rules.
Why, though?
Free life system. If you laugh and you lose all your lives, you leave the couch. You guys ready?
I'm gonna be honest. I was committed to the bit, guys, but this is the itchiest I've ever had in my entire life.
Oh God.
It's a miracle.
Can I pull off your eyebrow?
Yes, please.
Oh! Ow!
Let's see. This should go right through.
Okay, I'm almost there. I think the biggest surprises are behind me. Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that.
Bro? No shot.
The first one?
Don't laugh.
Damn.
Don't laugh. Are you serious?
What is that?
Don't let it.
Why are you crying?
Don't let it play.
Damn.
I'm gonna lose it if it plays again.
I need to know what that was.
Paladin's a good harasser.
How did you lose on the first
That
video?
was the first. It was a banger. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Molly, do you not like that? Is that you can't like the spicy? Mello, you want a spicy? You want a spicy boy?
You need to chill.
Come here.
I need whatever that
Come here, boy.
was, please, boys. I
Here, you get
promise
spicy
I
too.
need that.
You can get the sauce after
Oh,
this.
that's a
It's
spicy
not even
one.
sauce. That's
You just
so
swallowed it.
hardcore.
You fucking retard. Oh my god.
Wow. What is this giggle squad?
You're a
It's not
dumbass.
fair because he's giggling,
Mario,
bro.
do you think we need-
I'm laugh.
They're not even laughing at the
Here.
video.
You see
Wait,
that?
did Callan just
Here.
laugh?
Did
I
it
laughed
sit?
at that one.
You did a
Sit.
giggle?
It took a second for it to sink in.
Sit.
I think it was a. I think
You're
it was
One,
laughing.
two,
Oh my god,
three.
how are you so weak
There
today?
is no shot.
so confused.
I'm not gonna survive this,
Bro,
guys.
Jimmy, can we switch seats?
No.
I don't want to be
You
next
just
to
turned and walked.
I'm so sorry.
3, 2,
Weird.
2. You guys.
Spicy, isn't
Okay,
it?
Look at me in my eyes.
Look at you licking it. It's spicy. You see?
That
One,
doesn't count. It wasn't
two,
a video.
So
three.
bad, bro.
Oh yeah, you good.
Tired, man.
Maybe
We're
you should
tired.
stop.
Dude, oh my god.
Okay. Composure. Composure.
Yeah, you like them, don't you?
Live with Father Wubby.
Weird.
this one time at a TGI Friday,
These are weird ass
in the bathroom,
dogs.
I was about 12 years old at the time, and there was a man taking a fat shit, and I gotta say, on my way out, I accidentally hit the lights, and I didn't go back.
Okay. You want me?
I didn't go back for him, Wubby.
You want me? Then you will have me.
That's so messed up.
So sad.
That was
That was,
scary.
Damn it.
That was like one of my
Got me.
fears as a child.
Bro, these are strong today.
Ah.
What the? Okay, we're good.
It's the tastiest sandwich in the sea. Skibbity button that up.
He just fit through.
I need an adult, dude. This is fair.
Damn it, they fucked us.
I was just gonna say, me when I see booty.
The hottest thing a guy can do, have a fast reflex.
Bro,
I'm taking down notes.
bro, these memes are dude, these are ridiculous.
I'm gonna lose in a minute.
These memes are going crazy.
Literally.
Okay.
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
That one hits home.
Yeah, their dad's rich.
Yeah.
Tesla and
Yeah.
send
Exactly.
it. Pick them
Yeah.
up.
You get it.
Yeah.
F's in the chat for Uncle Ben.
Why does the shroomish look like Zach?
Why are you laughing at what they said?
I didn't laugh.
You're smiling. I literally can see you smiling right there.
It's
right there. You're smiling.
Bro, it's Photoshop.
You're laughing.
It's edited.
Photoshop.
It's edited.
Will it kill me?
How do I look like Truman?
Oh, it might kill me.
Editor, put up a picture of Truman.
Yeah, nice.
Next to Zach.
I already know exactly what you just did.
Did just enough damage to kill me.
Like how the eye was just like.
What?
That's how I feel after Taco Bell too, dude.
Before you make any
Taco Bell.
play as Falco
More like
down taunt,
Taco
then
Hell.
Immediately down smash. Play Falco down taunt, then immediately down smash.
That was badass.
I'm gonna have to try that.
I saw a guy do this in a toothpaste ad once.
Okay, it's Bugs Bunny. Because I'm so old that I would laugh at Bugs Bunny. Is that what it is?
That's why.
Is that what it was?
Why?
Attention parents.
Wanted to hear
The Gerber Life Grow Up Plan.
Hello.
I like men.
Okay, dude. That is completely out of context.
No
that
context
is-
will save you, Zach.
That is I was saying I like many things, and they cut it.
Put on the maid outfit.
You guys have to wait for that.
Joe is back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Fuck,
Thanks, Joe.
Only one.
Hey, yo. He's pulling his cock out. Okay, chat, I don't need the sauce for that one. What is this?
Alright. I'll do one more. One more battleground.
So
Should be 6 hours.
You can sing, Jimmy.
That's insane.
You've been lying to us the whole time.
What is it? Okay, yeah, this should be 6 hours.
This is my kind of video. Woo! Yeah!
Should have been Ruby. What? Why aren't you guys clapping? Come on. Go ahead.
Oh, he can't move.
Clap.
Good one, Callan.
Move, go.
Good one, Callio. Callio.
Come on, go. You gotta move. You are a big girl. There's not enough room for you.
No. Hey, yo, why you sound like that? God, I love Yu-Gi-Oh.
Like, you always gotta be in my fucking way, don't you?
Can we run that back again?
You gotta be
So today
in
we're
my
in a
way.
house with Americans also eat dog. We call it hot dog. I'm really curious to see what body part they're eating. Is it the thigh? Is it the rib? Oh my god!
Well, better not have
Real.
Good, you didn't. It wouldn't be the first time they ate my fucking packaged shit. These dogs are terrible, I tell you.
Oh, man, God. I'd be mad too.
Spider-Man drowning. That's what that looks like.
Rip out the wazoo.
Girl, come here.
Fine, dog.
What?
Sorry, ladies. I
Look,
have a date tonight.
You are okay. Okay, you can wait.
A play date.
This will be the last
wouldn't
battleground of the night. When I end the stream, I'll take you out. Okay?
Me. Aimless. You
Okay.
wouldn't
What?
get
Are you
it.
gonna bite me in the
Guys, why
face
do
while
you
we're
have
sleeping
body
tonight?
pillows? That's surprising.
What you
know
gonna
how
do?
expensive body pillows are?
You're
I
a
haven't
vicious pit bull, aren't you?
For someone proclaimed stupid.
You're such a vicious pit bull.
You should know.
Yes, you are. Look at you. You're so vicious.
Is a poo-poo.
What?
But
Where's your hands?
every pee-pee,
What?
poop, every
Look at you. You're vicious as hell, aren't you? Look at you. You're vicious.
Facts. Crazy.
You nun Molly now, aren't you? You nun. You're a Franciscan, aren't you?
That dude
Yeah, you're a
was after
Franciscan nun. Yes, you are.
I went hard.
I can do that.
What are you?
allow me to destroy your
You're weird, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, you're weird.
derivative. That's
Very weird dog, I swear.
love.
Oh.
More coming.
Me.
My hero.
Yeah.
I say,
Move out. Hey.
wait a minute.
This Disney DVD is enhanced with Disney's Fast Play.
No,
Your
don't look
movie
like
and
that.
a selection of bonus
I
features
am.
will begin.
You be
You
spitting
dumb bitch.
facts. Oh my god.
What are you doing?
That was the cutest.
You're really not even trying to take that off.
Oh.
Love that shit.
Dogs do the same thing though. Dogs do the same thing.
Here we go. Hold on, Sticks. Here she comes, Sticks.
Oh! Ooh. Sometimes, you know.
Sometimes you're constipated.
I wasn't. Oh, we were. Bro?
My child will also do that.
Oh, Jesus. Will also do that.
Hey, Watson, cinder block.
I'm taking out. Wait, where does that leave us? Okay. Where does that
What are
leave
y'all
us?
doing?
Three.
Play around,
two,
just don't be mean.
One?
What?
I didn't even expect that one.
I mean, two.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Those dogs are weird.
Yo, Zach Believers? Stocks are rising, dude.
He's not gonna be first.
Hey, Bobby. Look. I'm American. I think I'll use it. Do you guys have anything non-dairy? Anything gluten-free?
That was a banger. That's a classic, dude.
Hello.
Jimmy, that's exactly what your face
Give me
looks like.
my dishes.
Listen,
Hello.
everyone's eyes do that in those cameras. Everyone's eyes separate.
What are you doing?
Dishes, dog.
Give me mine. Give me mine. Give me my dishes.
I actually got a vein on his forehead.
Fred.
Well, what the hell, boy?
Balls. The balls harden. Balls.
Okay, they're
Ball.
smart reverb is Balls.
Y'all be good.
I love balls.
Yeah.
Get it.
He got it.
No! The poor baby.
The gorpening.
Bikini bottom? That was actually pretty good. Bikini nottum.
Oh, got an artist.
Okay. Oh, I know exactly who did this.
No.
So do I just hold this?
Hey.
Um,
What's going on here, dude?
I'm so mad that I know who did this.
Wait, I just tweeted this picture yesterday. Yo!
That's so good.
How mad are you, bro?
I mean, it keeps them from having it, so I guess hold on to this as long as I can.
Jimmy, dog, you're a traitor.
Because that way they can't get it.
I cannot believe this, dog.
Hey, yo, if you guys don't know the context, I posted a really good picture. You should see it on my Twitter, @Jimmy here. Okay, what is this?
Hello, everybody. My name's Mark.
Uh-oh. Markiplier's gonna kill me.
I'm mad.
Right on. Full on Tasmanian devil. But I've talked about it before, and I'm not doing it. Do it. You gotta go all in. Do it.
Okay.
Pretty good. I could do that. Go ahead.
Do it right now.
No, not this one. Oh my god. All right.
Nice sauce.
Let's hear it. Oh, this is on the screen. Let's hear it, Zach. You heard it here? Zach when he sees bunny girls.
No, that's not what it.
You heard
it
it
had
here?
nothing to do with that.
I swear to God.
Immolate. More like infiltrate. My ass.
Nothing to do with that. They literally get me every time, dude. I'm so sick and tired of this.
Everyone stand up.
No.
Hello, this is a collect call from Lake County Jail for inmate Angela Davis.
Fuck you, I'd rather die.
I would like to accept this call.
Hello?
Oh man, that's kind of mean.
Based.
Wow.
America.
moment.
That's not a dog.
America, fuck yeah.
Dude, that was a whole drive-by, bro. That was a hate crime.
Oh, I love this.
This just makes me want to get out of bed.
So good.
My man only drops bangers.
So good.
Alright, I'm
getting up.
No, you can't leave. You still have 3 lives.
Nope.
No, the people believe in you, Zach. They believe in you.
The people
Come back here.
I'm one laugh away from you winning, Zach.
Well, not winning, but
not losing.
He said it. One laugh.
Hey guys, we're Impractical Jokers. Today we got a bomb planted inside this local children's hospital, and we're gonna see if Sal can defuse it in time. That sound good to you, Sal, buddy? All these debts will be on your hands, Salvatore. Good luck.
He doesn't look like me.
Sal could have defused the bomb planted in the children's hospital, making him tonight's loser.
okay. 3, 2, 2, 1.
I hate that so bad.
That's gotta be propaganda.
That's crazy. Hey, Jimmy, can we get a...
What's going on, adventurers? If you guys think that I'm gonna be able to take on the Hydra looking like this, no. But luckily, I'm gonna... Check this out.
Oh, I wanna die. Let me get some titties.
As you can see, I used the link down in the description and got all these bonuses, and now I'm leveled up.
Oh, no
And I can
titties.
take on the Hydra. Boom, 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 boom. All 6 heads dead. Let me show you more.
So for Raid's newest, biggest, and baddest foe, the Hydra, you're gonna need to know about its 6 heads. You've got the head of Blight, which is all about poison. The head of Torment, which applies true fear on your champions. The head of Mischief, which takes all of your buffs for itself. The head of Wrath, which is a super angry damage dealer. The head of Decay, which tears your team down and builds up its allies. And the head of Suffering. That's the Hydra's main tank head. And once you take on the Hydra, it's gonna be up to you to figure out exactly how to deal with each one of those heads and take it down. Raid is releasing a bunch of new champions, and they're also bringing in a brand new Faction Wars crypt for one of my favorite factions, the Shadowkin. On top of that, there's going to be a ton of New Year's events and tournaments happening right now, including a special fusion event where you can get one of Raid's newest legendary champions.
Okay.
And if you use my link or scan the QR code right here, new
I
players will
mean-
get a free starter pack worth almost $30 to help kickstart your game.
Yeah, if you don't want to let me actually do anything for all of my fucking health, then yeah.
Energy refill,
Fucking hell.
ancient shard, so you can summon an awesome champion right as soon as you get into the game.
Faggots and their stun locks, like goddamn. They literally could not win without their fucking stun locks.
For the next 30 days only. Once you're in, you can find me here under the username.
Of course, of fucking course.
Also, right before it fills up, make sure you join the clan, the Sniper
All right.
Army. We're level.
Alright, fuck this shit. I'm done with PvP. Fuck that. Alright. I'm gonna keep playing WoW, but nah, fuck that. I'm done streaming for the night. These dogs need to go out too. So that'll be it for now. Tomorrow we'll pick up with Danganronpa. Oh. Tomorrow we'll pick up with Danganronpa and finish that shit off. At least Danganronpa 1. So that's something to look forward to, but for now I'm done. So thanks y'all for being here. Hope everybody here had a good time. I don't know, I'm just tired. I don't know what to fucking do. So yeah, that'll be it then. Thank y'all for watching. Hope y'all have a good morning, afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever you're gonna have. And until tomorrow when we pick up the final episode of Danganronpa. Till then, I hope you all manage to stay golden.